Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Rise of the Tau in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Part 171. Plans and Omnipresence. Kodian lowered the hand that he had been using to shield his eyes from the sun and turned away from the scene. The Tau dead littered the streets in their hundreds, and that was only what he could see with his own eyes. He knew the scene to be the same throughout this sector of the city. Many of Okorstlaw's Tau had broken clear of the attack and fled deeper into the city, including the commander herself if the reports were to be believed. It seemed that no one yet knew of the extent of the enemy casualties here, but it was his guess that perhaps a third had managed to flee to the relative safety of Guilliman's lines. "Guilliman is near," he said to the two figures by his side. Both Grungy and Liguor looked to him as they heard this. Grungy merely gave a gruff snort at the mention of the Primarch's name. The librarian spoke softly into his link and then replied. "It would seem that we have lost a good few elements to the Primarch's forces already. A number of the Navy fighter craft ran into the scouting forces of Guilliman's armies. No one has heard from them since. By the sounds of things, the chase is over. Our units are starting to pull back in readiness." Kodian nodded at this. "Good. We must not risk our strengths by pushing beyond our bounds of capability. We need to decide for absolutely what we intend to do here, before our options are taken away by Guilliman's arrival. If we are to stand and fight, then we must consolidate and prepare for that. There is still time to draw back. Fall back. We must not fall back," Grungy snapped. "When a warrior commits himself to an attack, he must see it through. Ground is ground and we have gained here, but territory is not our primary goal. You said yourself how important it is to kill as many of these grey BDS as we can. I will not hide behind another wall. And I will not see every man, woman, and start here put to death needlessly," Kodian answered, cutting the squat alien's rant short. "We were successful here because we utilized the element of surprise to full effect. Rabut. Guilliman knows we are here, Grungy. He will already have a good idea what he is to face." All three started then as a number of shapes swooped in low from between the buildings and descended upon them. Kodian saw the quick-tempered Demiurge turn and begin to raise his axe hand. "No, Grungy," he uttered, recognizing the newcomers for what they were almost immediately. "There are on our side." The 5 Eldar landed lightly on the parapet before them, the wings at their back ceasing to vibrate with absolute abruptness as they touched down. The warrior at their center wore a plume of feathers far larger than his companions, marking him as the commander of the small group. "Dalo Kodian," the Eldar began, hopping from the bulwark to stand before the chaplain. "I come seeking you at the behest of my lord Bahurath, the cry of the wind, he who soars. He sends word of warning. Powerful machines move to bolster the forces of your lost prince, Dalo Kodian. He warns of vast machines, done now with beleaguering your war giants. Patterns of deployment thus far observed suggest that they intend to encircle us. My thanks for your warning," Kodian began. Grungy started forward and raised his weapon at the Exarch. "I have seen how the Eldar make war. Your kind has machines that could counter this threat. What good is this warning to us, Eldar? You have the power to meet them." The Exarch turned his gaze upon Grungy, cocking his head slightly as he looked upon the short warrior. "You speak of Vol's engines. Such weapons have a destiny here, a destiny that does not involve an encounter with the machines of the Tau. We could not dare risk but one. Such folly could well unmake the careful strategies of this war. Is that a jest?" Grungy asked, his voice sliding into a low growl. Once again the Eldar tilted his head, as if mystified by the Demiurge's response. "I fear I am unable to comprehend the nature of that which you would claim to be amusement." "What?" Kodian silenced Grungy with a show of his palm. "Vol's engines. What are these and why can you not risk them?" The Exarch looked to his companions at this. Although he could see nothing of the faces of the gathered Eldar, Kodian could well imagine the expressions of contempt writ across those faces. To his credit, he maintained his anger. The engines of Vol are keyed to the destruction of the Necrontyr and their Ingur masters, Dalo. Kodian. They are his legacy to us. The Ingur fear them because they cannot control them and they have no power over the potency of the engines. They will carve great swathes through the enemy when the time is right to do so. If they are presented now, then the Ingur will strive to neutralize them before they are able to fulfill their destiny. We cannot risk that. Kodian nodded in assent and ended the audience with the swooping hawks with a wave of his hand. Extend my thanks to your Lord Bahir-Roth for this warning. I will see to it that this threat is monitored and measures are taken to counter it. The Exarch crossed his arms and bowed deeply. With that he signaled to the others, and the alien warriors took to the skies once more. Within moments, they were out of sight. Liguor looked to Kodian, his eyes hooded and troubled. The chaplain met his gaze and could not help but notice that the librarian's eyes were shining, his irises an almost electric blue. Liguor himself seemed to only half notice this. He opened his mouth to speak. As he did so, the shining colors intensified. This does not bode well. The last word to leave his mouth literally froze. Kodian took a step back as the sound became a deep and continuous drone, maintaining its pitch perfectly. He shook his head, for a moment imagining that this occurrence was somehow a personal flaw, but it was not. Liguor was frozen to the spot just as his voice was frozen in mid-sentence. Grungy too. Both warriors were as immobile as statues, caught in a permanent moment. Everything around him was fast in this unexpected phenomenon. Kodian. The voice startled him simply by the fact that it existed in this stationary world. Ka swept from beneath the air, his living shadows twisting around him, forming feet that touched the ground and maintained his pace. Forgive this intrusion, Kodian, but there have been further occurrences. Kodian could taste the anxiety radiating from the ancient being as he spoke. Not for the first time, it was as if the Dawnblade was somehow working to augment his senses, its unknown powers somehow working to sharpen his perceptions of the physical universe and attune them with an almost warp-born sensitivity. Chaos. Ka whispered, the very mention of that blasphemous pantheon causing the chaplain's features to tighten. One of the final few uncontrollable variables has been defined, Kodian. The gods of the warp have responded, at last. Every muscle in Kodian's body grew rigid as he heard this. His mind felt as if it exploded at the consideration of Ka's announcement. What the hell do you mean by that, Ka? Remain calm, Kodian, and listen to me. This is to be the final test of your faith. Know that the inclusion of the Chaos Gods in this war was always fated to be. I despise this fact as much as you, but we need them. We cannot win this without them. Disbelief hit Kodian like a wave then, but even as it did so he did not argue. Too many unbelievable occurrences had happened already for his ability to question to maintain itself. Some deep and hidden part of soul had programmed itself to accept everything he learned, no matter what he thought he knew. The ruinous pantheon has acted, Kodian. They have sent forth their champions to face the Necrontyr and their gods, for they fear that the C'tan will close the veil and forever seal the warp away from this universe. If that happens, they will die. Die? Is it possible for them to do so? Kodian asked incredulously. Thrill of hope coursed through him unbidden at hearing this, for to imagine that the foul gods of the warp could meet an end was a revelation he could scarcely have dared to dream of. They can cease to be, yes. Without the countless souls of the living they would dwindle and die. Kodian. They cannot exist without the acknowledgement of worship, for such things feed them. The gods would become as nothing without this realm, for what is a king if he has no kingdom? He is merely a man without his status to set him apart. Then they are far from allies. How can we trust them, Ka? They would slaughter us as surely as they would the enemy. That would not be in their best interests, chaplain, I can assure you of this. The dark gods are self-serving and capricious, yes, and this situation vexes them greatly. They will ally with us, if only to serve their own ends. They have already declared a truce of sorts between them, for it is in the interests of all four to do so. They know that they cannot win this alone, just as we do. Every living creature here can be of service to them, simply by the fact that they oppose the Citan. We cannot pause to consider their goals, or what they intend for us following the conclusion of this war. Your emperor saw this, Kodian. There are many who would lay claim to being responsible for the events of your race's past. The Eldar. The gods of chaos. But know that your emperor saw this as plainly as I, for we were more akin to one another than even you could know. His gaze was far-reaching, and every major event in your history following his emergence, your emperor had foreseen. If you cannot trust my word, or even your own heart, then trust in the judgment of your emperor, and have faith in his vision. I trust your word, Ka, for it has yet to fail me. He admitted, for as much was true. Much had happened to convince him that the age-old being's knowledge of most events past, present and future was uncannily accurate, and that he had an ability to know the truth of things that far transcended any other. So, we are to suffer the aid of heretics now. What would you have me do, Ka? I cannot promise anything in the way of compliance. There is little for your forces to do, save for endure them, and know of our shared goals. They have chosen the Lion's Gate as the site for their primary incursion. They attack even now. The Lion's Gate? Magnus. Ka inclined his head. No coincidence. Magnus the Red should be able to maintain some form of armistice between the disparate forces. Make no mistake, Kodian, there is little love shared between Magnus and the agents of chaos. He and his warriors are seen by the god Tsiench to be traitors of the highest order. And the Lord Tsiench is a wrathful god. Kodian's mood darkened as he heard this. So the Red One's allegiance to us is far removed from what we should expect from these coming traitors. Correct. Expect hell to descend upon this city, Kodian, for hell is exactly what has come. But remember, all this has been foreseen. That hardly serves to settle my concerns. Kodian replied, eyeing the skies warily. There was no mistaking it. The heavy and ominous miasma that had stained the sky at the coming of the Emperor had returned, in a fashion. The ambience was far different. He could feel it, almost taste it, greasy on his tongue. There was an odor to the air that could not be placed, almost as if it was a scent far removed from any tangible sensation. Something had begun to change, and it felt inherently wrong. Come now, Ka said eventually, hauling him from his reverie. Guilliman's approach continues unabated. He will neither cease or even slow for our benefit. Preparations must be made. I feel it. Now. Kodian looked to the Ancient One as he heard this. Ka's eyes were hooded and heavy. He grows impatient with this war now that his kin are close. He wishes to consolidate his power here, to ensure that he will retain dominance over the others. The arrival of the forces of chaos has set him ill at ease, so much so that he intends to accelerate his plans. Ka's voice died away then, its power and authority fading to a whisper. He shuddered, not some physical motion but rather a shiver in the substance of the reality that bound him to this plane. GNNNH, I see it. I see the changes. This does not bode well, Kodian. The dragon's plans have altered. And this was an unforeseen event. I sense the manipulations of the deceiver at work here. A curse on that capricious being. Kodian tensed as he heard this. Whatever the events to come, if they were disturbing enough to cause this kind of reaction in Ka, then he knew that they had to be bad. Caution, Kodian. The chaplain did not have time to question his companion. The Dawnblade writhed in his hand, the skull's mouth stretching in a silent scream. Ka came apart before his very eyes, unraveling into a thick, greasy smog that swirled about him, enveloping him. Kodian reacted instinctively, shutting off his breathing as if some subconscious part of him was concerned about choking on the ethereal vapors of the alien creature. The Dawnblade folded in on itself again and again, quickly shrinking to such a size that it was able to fit in the palm of his hand. He folded his fingers around it unbidden. A cloud of glittering golden light unfolded out of the air itself and came to be before the two beings. Molten gold flowed from its center and formed in the air, swiftly taking a hovering humanoid form. Little things. The deceiver uttered, a wide smile spreading across his malevolent face. Kodian could feel the weight of Ka's presence surrounding him, protecting him. The same time. His mind reeled as a reed before some elemental maelstrom, buffeted by the sheer force of Ka's psychic might. He could feel the alien's thoughts as they extended far and wide, a shockwave of power calling out into the city and beyond. Maferan's expression faltered for a moment as he too sensed the Old One's call, its might a grating annoyance to him. Warning? A plea for aid? I can feel your fear, Ka, and it pleases me. I had long lamented the destruction of your kind in my absence, Slahi. I had felt cheated by it. You can only imagine my elation to learn that a few of you still existed, I'm sure. The taste of your kind is bittersweet, but delectable in its implications. I long to savor it once again. Ka did not answer this. Kodian was not even sure if he could in this form. This did not seem to matter to the deceiver, for it was as if he took this silence as fear on Ka's part, and the consideration of this seemed to thrill him all the more. The denizens of that infernal realm pour into this reality in sickening waves as we speak, though I am sure and need not inform you of this. I must confess that this was unforeseen, Ka. You have my congratulations. Needless to say, I have taken steps to ensure that this new threat is promptly dealt with. The glowing being hovered forward slightly, his naked form borne forth on unnatural winds. Kodian felt the psychic pressure around him intensify at this. Ka was summoning all his power to protect him, that much he could feel. The deceiver paused in his advance then, glee shining upon his monstrous face. It was clear that he was enjoying every moment of the Old One's fear and discomfort at his presence. Did you really think that you would be able to counter my plans, Ka? Did you really think I would quail before the appearance of warp spawn, that I would unravel and unmake in despair at the sudden inclusion of the unpalatable hordes? This is not but a dying breath, Slahi, the final feeble thrashings of some dying animal. How dare you seek to undermine me? The deceiver tilted his head then, as if aware of the occurrence of some distant event. His smile seemed only to broaden at what he perceived. You have angered him with this and he will make you suffer for it. He is coming now, Ka, and his rage is boundless. You have served only to accelerate the inevitable with this foolishness. He will come ahead of time, and what then? I will take the throne as he tears your little armies apart, and who will stop me? You? Perhaps your brother, the cowardly laughing one. Tell me, Ka, for all your myriad plans, for all the foresight you possess, do you have a plan to counter this? I doubt this very much, and I intend to put that doubt to the test. Oppose me if you dare. With that the deceiver waved a hand and pulled the air itself around him. With the blink of an eye, he was gone. Ka's shadow form flowed together and came to stand before the chaplain. Almost at the same instant he felt a pushing at the center of his hand. He opened his fingers and the dawn blade extended once more, taking on its form as the Crozius Kodian had lost. This does not bode well, chaplain. Maferan's threat is real and I must take steps to counter it. I fear that all other options have been taken away from us. A direct confrontation may be all that is possible now. Then he goes after the throne. Kodian replied. Can you stop him, Ka? Is it even possible? The alien took time to reply. His thoughts were hidden from Kodian as he considered his next move. He closed his eyes then, and the chaplain could feel his presence stretching away from the scene, reaching out to who or whatever was foremost on his mind. Ever empathic to the occurrence of psychic activity, the Dawnblade reacted to this. It grew dark and began to smolder, within moments becoming so hot that molten metal began to drip from its leering skull, despite the fact that Kodian could feel no physical heat radiating from it. There is a possibility, Ka answered after a short while. He said no more than that. With a simple Nod the Master of the Shadows folded in on himself, and was gone. Kodian dared not consider what manner of plan the Old One had on his mind now. Events were truly escalating, and he knew that he would have to make haste towards the battle lines if he was to meet the Primarch and his forces. And so it was that the lone chaplain moved off into the depths of the city, towards where perhaps the greatest battle he had ever taken part in awaited him. Many thoughts and considerations weighed heavy in his mind, but there was one that vied for dominance more than any other. It was not of the coming fight, nor of the deceiver's dark plans or the terrible events that would follow should he succeed. No, it was something else, something that gnawed at his mind despite its seemingly apparent insignificance. The Dawnblade. The Dawnblade had sought to hide itself from the attentions of Mepharan, almost as if afraid of him. More so, as the moments passed by, he couldn't help but consider that perhaps Ka had not sought to shield him from the predations of the deceiver. No, the more he thought about this, the more convinced he became. Ka had been guarding the Dawnblade, hiding its presence with his own vast psychic presence. The question, of course, was why? Part 172. The Lion's Gate. Chausseur la Kir la Montricon twisted faster than his opponent was able to counter and brought the head of his pulse staff down in a glittering arc. The black-armored marine shuddered as the energized head of the staff tore him in two from skull to groin. Ceramite parted without effort in the wake of the fearsome weapon, and the ghostly warrior died, his bisected body unraveling into dust and greasy smoke even as it fell away. The hulking Tau commander swung the rear of his staff forward and fired as he advanced, sending waves of pulse fire into the undaunted, deathly marines. LL Shoskeon, form up and press the advance. Ignore all casualties, retrieve the weapons and ammunition of the fallen and press on. Retrieve Gene Seed where you can, but be advised, do not attempt to harvest these abominations. They are unclean. He did not pause to confirm whether or not his orders were carried out, for the fight did not present an opportunity to do so. Many of his Shoskeon had fallen to these strange Astaroths, yet there were many more still alive and willing to meet them. These marines were as bizarre as they were unpalatable. He had killed so many of them already that he had lost count, and yet when they died, they did not fall as other marines did but simply came apart. Death unmade their bodies, armor, and all, in a way he had never before seen. Pulse fire exploded all around him as he led his warriors up to the breach, his own weapon reaping the enemy from his path with utter ruthlessness. Soon the breach was clear, and he waved a number of the Shoskeon up in order to secure it. He had won these trenches through sheer determination and strength, and he was not about to give ground back to the Imperials, not an inch. Defend this breach with your lives, he ordered those around him. Sure that the warriors would obey, he moved aside and activated his link with a thought. LL available fire warrior teams moved to support the Shoskeon lines. I want Vespid in battlesuit support, as much as can be spared. All broadside and hammerhead units, move up. Wherever there is a breach in our lines, I want it obliterated. Even as he gave the order, OKIR Law could not help but find himself disturbed by the events of the past hour or so. Things had indeed taken a sinister turn in the wake of the Viskeon's retreat. LL. Contact had been lost with those creatures that had moved into the depths of the city away from the incapacitating effects of the rising sun. This had not been part of the plan. It was always the intentions of the Ethereals that the Viskeons return to the war at nightfall. Though the alien warriors were made sluggish by the warmth of the sun, they were far from harmed by it, and yet all attempts to maintain contact with either them or the Tau that served as their retainers had thus far proved unsuccessful. He had even sent several Pathfinder squads out into the shadows in order to uncover the truth. Like the Viskeons, these teams had not been heard of since what had long been seen as an absolute dominance of the siege had begun to unravel with the arrival of what appeared to be external enemy reinforcements. He knew little if nothing about these mysterious marines, where they had come from or how they had managed to break the Unity's powerful orbital cordon. Reports had been steadily filing in that a huge enemy fleet had engaged the ships of the Unity shortly before the counterattack, but, as with the fate of the Viscaons, he had as yet been unable to establish much of the truth behind this. All communications with the other siege forces, or indeed the fleet and the chain of ethereal commanders that directed this war had long since ceased. This did not bode well with him. Constant communications were essential to the prosecution of this war, and without them he felt as if he and his army were alone in this. Without the guidance of the ethereals he had no idea what was happening both far above and elsewhere across these walls. And now this. He looked to the skies far beyond, to where the buildings of the city and much of his forces awaited. Most of those buildings were now no longer visible despite the system's only sun being high in the sky. A pall of rolling darkness had descended upon the area at the rear of the siege lines less than a decade ago, a darkness that was as unexplainable in its origins as it was ominous. Though its advance had thus far been slow, it nonetheless continued to approach the siege lines. It was a terrible thing. Okir Law knew this without a doubt, though he did not understand it. It rolled in over itself with a slowness that was inexplicable, unnatural even. Even the term darkness barely served to describe it, for it was, to all intents and purposes, an indescribable thing. To look upon it caused the eyes to haze and grow watery, and the sight of it grated inside him, almost as if his spirit roiled in alarm. In truth it was less actual darkness and more an absence of existence. As if the world had peeled away to reveal something else beneath, something inimitable to all he thought he knew of existence. This is Okir Law to all available forces. Respond. I need to know if my orders have been received and understood. One or more of his Shoskaon paused close to him as they detected the note of concern in their commander's voice. Okir Law saw this and snarled, waving them away. Secure this area and ensure that the enemy are not able to push through. I will inform you if anything of concern needs to be brought to your attention. Okir Law's wrath was enough to send the warriors scattering away from him, for every Shoskaon knew of their commander's vicious intolerance. The enraged warrior shoved several of the more hesitant Tau forward with the back of his forearm and then negotiated the rubble underfoot as he moved to get a better look at the approaching phenomenon. For the first time since this war had begun, Okir Law found himself troubled at what was coming. It came as no small relief when moments later a number of Vespid warriors surged through the nearest breach, wings folded behind them, blasters sweeping the terrain for signs of enemy activity. It pleased him that the Vespid had sense enough to advance on foot here in this dangerous place, for the further they advanced through the maze of walls and trenches, the more unforgiving the guns of the enemy became. He bounded towards the insectoid aliens, ignoring the questing enemy fire that erupted all around him. He soon spied the strain leader, the creature made prominent by her size and the smooth ivory curves of her interface helm. Fortify this line. Call as many Stingwing squads up as you can and spread your numbers out across this sector, he commanded, reinforcing his orders with a series of curt hand gestures. The strain leader tilted her head in assent and let out a series of high-pitched, rattling chirrups. Okir Law pushed through the tire of Vespid bodies and made his way back towards the breach in which they had come. Rail cannon blasts screamed through the air above and around him, invisible due to the sheer speed of their progress and yet easily traceable by the extreme damage they caused. A section of wall puffed outwards to his left, the trench there filling with choking, spiraling dust as the shell atomized the thick rockcrete. The shell carried on through the opposing wall and onwards towards the enemy lines, each penetration sending out a low, dull thud and another blossom of dust. The sickening darkness was growing closer still, rolling in over where he imagined the rear of the Tau lines to be now. A number of Shoskaon had noticed his apparent retreat seconds earlier and had moved to join him. More than one pair of eyes widened as they regarded the coming maelstrom as if for the first time. Okir Law glanced behind him and sneered at the gathered warriors, the contempt etched upon his face a stark contrast to the growing trepidation of those around him. Damn this enemy and their tricks. I will not allow them to bring the Manto down on our heads. Not when we are so close to victory. With a thought, his link came alive once again. Okir Law to all available FIO support. I want all obtainable support drones activated with immediate effect. Whatever this strange phenomenon is, it must be the product of the enemy's mind trickery. And we cannot allow this illusion to confound us. Organize all core VESA squads to include a complement of null, shield and heavy gun units and upgrade their status to full alert sentience. Tau. The single word literally shivered the air around him, causing his senses to momentarily dull. OKIR Law was a warrior of such honed instinct and reaction that he twisted around at the waist and fired back towards the enemy lines a heartbeat before his mind was even able to process what he had heard. 2, 3, 4 blasts in quick succession, all driving into the exact same target area with consummate skill. The enemy marine had been there in his sights for less than a fraction of a second and, even as he had but glanced the dark, towering form before him, azure pulse energies erupted across its chest and brought it down onto its knees, its torso a smoking ruin. He brought the rest of his body around in alignment with his chest and lowered his staff, almost used to witnessing the curious phenomenon that would surely follow the lethal force with which had dispatched his opponent. This time, the Astarte did not dissipate into thick, dark smoke. This time, the Astarte did not dissipate at all. This one was different, he could see that immediately. Unlike all the other spirit-like marines he had fought here, this one wore no helm. His features were that of a human corpse, skin pallid, lined and gray, shrunken and desiccated around the eyes and other facial features. Within his eyes burned fires that sent a cold chill through him, almost as if daggers of ice had pierced him. Tau the Undying Marine uttered once again, raising his arm. OKIR Law saw the object he held in his grasp then. It looked to be a human skull, though the thing blazed with pulsing, cold power. A terrible light emanated from its dead eye sockets, and even as he looked upon this he felt a pull at the center of his being, a sensation that caused his to stagger slightly. The damage done to the Astarte began to knit back together before his very eyes. The same blinding energies writhed at the heart of the warrior's chest, flickering bale fires that closed the gaping, bloodless hole around it. The warrior next to OKIR Law gave out a quiet gasp and fell to her knees, her body quivering. Strands of ectoplasmic light bled from her face and torso, spiraling like weightless water towards the terrible skull. Even as this happened, her face and arms began to shrivel, desiccated with frightening rapidity by the thing's vile influence. Within moments she was dead. Other Shaskaon fell around him as the skull drained them of all vigor. At the same time the marine's wounds closed completely, leaving no trace of the damage that had made a ruin of him such a short time ago. "This is over," the ghost said, rising slowly to his feet. OKIR Law started, taking a step back as he came to realize that all immediately around him were dead, killed by this immortal warrior. OKIR Law was no coward or slave to fear. His expression tightened, as did his fingers around the haft of his staff. He brought the weapon up in a gesture of defense and placed his feet apart, ready for the fight to come. It had been long since he had tasted Geneseed and, though his body was beginning to tire, his resolve and will to survive were far from spent. "You will fall, Start. You will meet your end at the head of my staff. No warrior of the Emperor has ever bested me." The Marine paused as he heard this. His dead eyes shifted from the Shaskaon to look beyond him, out to where the ever-encroaching miasma continued to grow. "Your life is not mine to take, Tau, though, come the end, you will wish it was so. I would drag your essence screaming from your mortal shell were it my wish to do so, but I will not. They come for you. Now. They come for all of your kind. I see that you do not fear death, but there are far worse things than the end of mortal life. You will come to see that." With that the entity said no more. He simply raised his hand and faded from existence, his dark form sinking into the air like the dissipation of some otherworldly mirage. OKIR Law took a single step forward, his face alight with the displeasure of being denied the chance to put an end to his enemy. "Commander!" The call came from behind him and he spun around in time to see several Shaskaon sprinting through the nearest breach, firing behind them as they emerged. "Enemy hostiles have engaged us from the rear. They advance beneath the cover of the dark storm. One of the warriors called, a young but capable commander he knew named Elvias. Elvias thrust a finger out at the mass as yet more Tau warriors poured through the breach behind him. The darkness hides such creatures as we have never before encountered, Commander. Terrible, misshapen things, as if the Monto itself has been made real and has come to assail us. Okir Law shouldered his staff and moved to meet them, his single eye wide with alarm. He clasped the warrior by his shoulder and craned his neck to peer out past him at the sobering scene beyond. Much of our rear guard has already been shattered, Shaso. The fire warriors and especially the support elements have suffered greatly already. They caught the brunt of the attack. The head. Nowhere to run. We Tau do not run. Okir Law snapped, shoving the younger warrior away. These are my forces, and I know them well enough. We have more than enough strength to meet any foe, no matter even if we are caught from the rear. There is no excuse for failure here. It was clear by his expression that Elvias feared to anger his commander. Still, like Okir Law himself, the Shaskaon was a warrior of fierce honor, and that honor would not allow him to keep silent. The concerns within him. My commander, I pray that you do not make the mistake of underestimating this new enemy. You cannot know the full truth of them until you have experienced them as I have. Those Tau caught by the initial wave were far from lacking in either fortitude or resistance. Hundreds of fire warriors stood firm in the face of the beasts that swept from the unnatural night. I have seen entire squads swept away by what is coming. I have seen devilfish carriers and hammerheads engulfed by monstrosities I cannot describe. I have seen broadsides brought down by tooth and claw even as they pound this enemy into viscera. Our guns have taken a fearsome toll on these attackers, and yet they do not slow. They know no fear or hesitance. Commander, I urge you to see for yourself what is advancing through these trenches, before it is too late. Okir Law growled beneath his breath and shoved the warrior aside, angered by what he had been told. He stepped up to the breach and brought his staff to bear, ready to meet whatever unknown adversary found itself unlucky enough to be in his path. Monstrosities. Paw. I refuse to entertain such nonsense. Gather your wits about you and tell me what you can of this enemy, Elvias. What are they and how do we kill them? The younger commander and those accompanying him joined Okir Law at the breach, and together they peered out towards the ruined trenches and towards the unsettling maelstrom beyond. I saw starts, Shaso. They were twisted things, far removed from those we are tasked to hunt. They were of chaos, like the warriors we fought on Caris Esteris. This is chaos we fight, there is no doubt in my mind. How could that be possible? Okir Law sneered. We destroyed the forces of Badon on Caris Esteris and put an end to the defiance of chaos. The eye of terror is all but closed through the might of the Tau. How could they be here? We have them trapped. I have seen this enemy with my own eyes, Commander. I know chaos all too well. I say again, this is chaos we fight. Okir Law felt his gorge rise at the defiant tone of his subordinate, and yet at the same time he quietly admired the warrior's bravery. He had taught this one well. I trust your eyes, Elvias, but what you claim makes little sense. The forces of chaos and the Alliance are enemies. They would never work in concert. Okir Law's voice died away then as the world turned upside down. Bodies surged through the nearest breach before them, a mixture of Shaskaon and other Unity forces. The larger warriors fired out behind them as the others flowed around their towering forms, and an aura of fear flooded through the surrounding area. Shaskaon, to me! Okir Law shouted, driving forward at the head of his warriors. He forged his way through the mass of opposing bodies, his pulse staff held high above his head as if he was wading through water. The hazy edges of the ominous miasma were creeping over the walls and through the gaps now, like a cancer advancing through the very air. Screams rose up from all around him, uttered from the throats of those yet hidden from sight behind the many walls of the defense lines. They were the screams of human, Tau and even Vespid. Screams of pain and, in many cases, fear. Okir Law had never known that humans were fundamentally weak. That was true, but his kind was not given to fear the way humans were. They did not cry out in terror, nor flee as that terror seized them. The Tau were simply not made that way. Baden's hordes had not caused such a reaction, so why now? He fought against the flow, even smashing bodies aside where those who were too insensible with fear to respond to his presence found themselves in his way. Turn and fight. In the name of the Tau Va, meet this enemy. He raged, swinging his arms before him to cast the unworthy form his path. Here in this trench the nearest hole through the wall was to his right, some 40 or so paces distant. Unity soldiers were streaming through the wide gap, most fire warriors. OKIR was pleased to see that even now the majority of them still moved and fought in squads. As each squad threw themselves through the space they turned and fired as one, unleashing salvo after salvo out into the unseen spaces beyond before dispersing in order to allow the next wave through. He had taken only a few long strides towards the area when something large and fast hurled itself through the breach and into the closest squad. He caught sight of something elongated and bestial, a surge of deep crimson that drove itself into the fire warriors with enough ferocity to bowl many of them off their feet. "We have a foe," he cried, accelerating as fast as his body would allow him to. He raised his staff like a spear and plunged through the scattering Tau to meet the enemy, and when he did, he could not have been prepared for what awaited him. The thing was unlike any creature he had ever seen before. It was some manner of beast, many times longer than a Tau was tall. It walked on 4 legs, its dimensions that of a clear predator. Its hide was hairless and covered with thick, scaly clusters of natural bone armor. As it tore the Tau apart with its oversized fangs it shook its head, flexing the leathery fan of skin beneath its throat. It pinned its next victim beneath one massive paw and tore his torso from his legs, with a casual flick of its head, the act bathing it in blood. OKIR did not allow fear or hesitance to stay his hand. He charged at the thing and bounded the last few strides to meet it, his staff ready before him. The creature only had time to fix him with a piercing, bestial stare before the commander drove the charged head of his staff through its forehead with force enough to push it clear of the back of his foe's skull. The beast shuddered and fell to the ground with a heavy thud, further crushing the broken bodies beneath it. OKIR wrenched his weapon free and turned to the gap in time to see more of the things loping swiftly towards him. Despite himself, he met the challenge with a malevolent smile, and a challenge. "Face me if you dare." The first daemon curled its body tight against the ground and then sprang at him, its talons outstretched. OKIR fell to one knee and swung an arm back as the thing soared over him, the blow accelerating its flight and driving it into the wall behind. He rose once again in time to meet the next of them with his staff and smashed its head from its shoulders with a single swing. The body bounced away across the ground, unraveling as its hold on the material universe was broken. Despite the danger of the situation, OKIR allowed the thrill of the clash to envelop him. He gave out a curt laugh as he met his next opponent, firing on full auto as the unnatural beast leapt at him. Pulse rounds carved through its torso and face, and even as it died the Tau warrior dashed its face apart, hopping back to allow its body to roll by him. Shoskaon. Pulse staffs forward. Make a ruin of this enemy. Another beast threw itself through the gap and OKIR twisted around it to drive the head of his staff down and through its back. He withdrew the weapon and swung it around to blast another to death at close range. More of the monstrosities had thrown themselves past him to engage the Shoskaon beyond. OKIR spun on his heel and struck one of the beasts away, sending it spinning out of sight. He advanced as the warriors under his command engaged the enemy, meeting the daemons with the same vigor as their commander. One of the Shoskaon impaled a beast through its torso and brought it crashing to the ground. She withdrew her staff and blasted the thing to pieces with concentrated blasts, shredding the demonic thing into smoldering, quickly disintegrating chunks. Her victory lasted but a moment and then she was gone. Another of the unnatural hounds bounded from the darkness and snapped its jaws shut around her head. The momentum of the creature brought both of them crashing down and Hunter and hunted rolled end over end, bowling others off their feet as they did so. OKIR led a small band towards the hound and together they quickly dispatched it, hacking it to pieces with precision strikes to its torso. "We must contain this," the commander said, running his gaze across the surrounding walls. The same was happening everywhere he could see. In the distance to his left, he caught sight of what appeared to be several multi-hued, undulating shapes roughly the size of a fire warrior. The things seemed to literally step from the wall, pouring like leaking oil out into the trench, their writhing bodies changing shape over and over again. Small group of UVESA met the beings with cries of alarm and a hail of loss and pulse fire. One or two of the daemons fell, thrashing and gibbering as they liquefied. Unnatural gouts of flame boiled from the entities and the entire squad were consumed, rendered down to their bones in an instant. He lost sight of them then as the world seemed to break apart. Everything shook as the wall before him was turned into dust and fragments. The floor quaked beneath his feet, almost throwing him to the ground. One of the warriors disappeared beneath something huge, a slab of crimson armor and creaking, hissing hydraulics. He swung his staff around and fired on instinct, only to look on as the blast rang against metal of the machine thing's body and left behind nothing save for a glowing crater. It was another beast, a mount of some kind, angular and hulking. Hot steam billowed from its maw, and its eyes were small coals of hatred smoldering in its metal skull. It tossed its head and impaled another Shaskaon on its bladed horn. The daemon on its back unleashed a guttural roar of bloodlust and swept its sword through the neck of a warrior, its terrible features glowing with malevolent delight. He leapt forward, first firing a salvo of rounds into the rider and then ramming the head of the staff as hard as he could into eye of the demonic mount. OKIR let out a cry of effort as he held onto the staff, his muscles bulging with the effort. The thing fell onto its chest and began to thrash, bellowing in rage and pain, but he did not let go. Finally the monstrosity crashed down onto its side, its rider already dead and banished. The commander hauled his staff free and stabbed down again and again, making a swift ruin of his opponent's armored head. A terrific buzzing rose above the clamor of battle and he stepped back, scouring his surroundings for the source of the noise. A number of Vespid rose up from behind the wall, locked in battle with yet another breed of enemy. Like the Vespid, these creatures were winged though they were covered in matted fur. They raked at the insectoid warriors with hooked claws and snapped at them with serrated fangs. The Vespid were fighting for their lives, sweeping neutron beams through the enemy, while they slashed at them with the talons at their feet. A writhing tangle of Vespid and daemon fell from the air and crashed into the ground by his side. "To me! To me!" he called, turning away from the desperate conflict. Rising sense of desperation seized him as he realized that more and more of these enemy beasts and warriors were steadily pouring into the Tau lines. He knew he would never give up, but he allos knew he couldn't be everywhere at once, and he could not fight them all. Chassauvir la Kir la Montrikaon was no fool. That moment, he knew in his heart then and there that he was unlikely to survive this conflict. In truth, even as he considered this, he realized how little this fact truly mattered to him. All that did matter was the unending quest to realize the Tau Va, a quest he shared with all his kind. Life given in service to the Tau Va was a life far from wasted. He would ensure that he did not waste his. This is OKIR law to all Shaskaon. Lock onto my transmission source and join me. There is slaughter to be had and war to make with this new and vile enemy. As he spoke, the thrill in his voice was undisguised. His teeth plates were bared unbidden as the exhilaration of the glorious combat flooded through him, for that was the way of the Shaskaon. War was glorious, and death, exquisite. Bodies flooded around him within moments as his warriors answered the call. Shaskaon charged from breaches or vaulted walls to join their commander, for to stand side by side with OKIR law in battle was an honor unmatched by any other. OKIR law took in the warriors around him with arms spread wide, pride writ clear across his scarred face. Our brothers and sisters fall to these nameless abominations, my warriors, but they will give of themselves in death. Drink deep of the seed that they carry, so that you may fight on, and honor them for that gift. He lowered himself down onto one knee and followed his own command, driving his extractor spine deep into the neck of the dead Shaskaon at his feet. Gene seed flooded into his system as if was liquefied and processed by the spine, rendered into the elixir that all Shaskaon needed to continue to function. The hit caused his limbs to shudder as the rush consumed him. He hissed out a long, drawn breath, and rose, taking the fallen warrior's staff as he did so. He hooked a staff beneath either arm pulse. Generators turned outwards, and scanned the writhing sea of bodies for his next victim. The thing that found him was an utter nightmare. His single eye blazed with surprise as the air around him darkened, as if some huge shadow passed by overhead. As heightened as his senses were, the experience still hit him like the blast of some immense detonation. For a moment Okir Law could not be sure if anything he was experiencing was real or some terrible illusion, as everything he thought he knew changed before his very eyes. The entity stepped from between the walls, so large that its head towered clean over the lip of the walls. Rockcrete flaked and crumbled at its very presence, first growing dull and then black with corruption, until finally it collapsed, utterly deteriorated. The walls and the ground shook around it, as if in fear, and at this the Shaskaon could tell that this creature simply should not be. He blinked again and again in an attempt to clear his vision, but he could not, for the miasma that leaked from the monster distorted the air and caused his eye to weep. Its stench was unbelievable in its foulness, acrid and unbearable. It burned in his throat and caused him to gag, but he fought back the urge to vomit and advanced, his grip around his brace of weapons tightening. See the abomination with me, my warriors. Tear the foul thing apart. Abomination, he had called it. Even this was a word far insufficient to describe the horror of its existence. Try as he might, Okir Law could not get his eyes to focus on the hulking entity, for it was as if they simply refused to allow its corrupt visage to be made sharp. He caught sight of rusting, pox-laden armor wrapped in moldy rags soaked with the putrescence of decay. Vast black wings like those of some long-dead carrion bird were spread about its back, extremities of bone and sinew that shed feathers like huge flakes of ash with every movement. In its hands it carried a massive scythe, its oxidized blade half as long again as Okir Law was tall. The blade smoldered with the heat given off by the process of decay, its warped surface literally bubbling with putrescence. Vast cloud of fat black flies swarmed around the monster's head, shifting and swirling as a single entity. They passed through the many gaping holes in the warrior's armor and emerged through different points of his body, millions of wings glistening with the stuff of his innards. Okir Law gave a grimace of pained effort as he felt the very presence of the foul being begin to punish his enhanced biology. Waves of nausea caused through him, the corruption of the being striving to bring him low as if possessed of a sentience of its own. He fought to bring his senses under control with a fresh determination to see victory against this monstrous opponent. For the Tau Va, I honor you, he said to the warrior at his side. The Shaskaon threw his commander a bewildered glance and then gasped as Okir Law's extractor plunged through his neck. The warrior fell without a further sound, for the extraction of gene seed from the body of a Shaskaon was an immediate death. Okir Law took his prize and drank deep of its restorative powers, instantly invigorated by it. The effects of gene seed were numerous and powerful on one such as him, for the biological functions of the Shaskaon had been created by the greatest minds of the Unity to be both hypersensitive and incredibly receptive to the Astarte gene seed. In this way the Shaskaon were able to utilize the effects of the seed far greater than any human recipient, though those effects were quickly absorbed by the Shaskaon's metabolism, and so it was that fresh gene seed was a must in order for a warrior to continue to function. Okir Law did not take the unwilling sacrifice of one of his own easily, but the benefits of this on him would nonetheless outweigh the loss of a warrior's life. He repeated the process on another of his hunters. The Tau cried out and fell as Okir Law ended her life, placing the blow at her neck with enough precision to ensure an immediate kill. His muscles visibly bulged as he absorbed the material. A superhuman strength coursed through his body, almost a near match for the sheer will to see this abomination dead. Do not suffer the weakness of the flesh, for it is as nothing beside the fulfillment of the manifest destiny. Do not allow fear or disgust to give you cause to falter. This enemy must die. For the honor of Unva. The specter of rotting death turned his gaze upon Okirla as the commander charged to meet him. Twin pulse staffs charged and ready to deal death. A heartbeat later they came alive in his hands, erupting with bright, searing power. Flashing pulses speared into the thing, a vertical rain that hammered into his seeping armor and sent clouds of glistening black feathers twisting into the air. For all the damage his opponent sustained, Okirla could not fail to notice that he barely acknowledged the assault. His vast body rocked and swayed beneath the assault, fairly punished but far from made a ruin. Despite the sheer bulk of the daemon's armor, most shots drove easily into the putrescent stuff of his body, and there they became as glowing embers, smoldering deep within the craters they had made. The impacts continued up the daemon's monolithic body and into his helmed head. Despite catching several shots in the face, the rotting hulk bore on, bringing his massive scythe to bear as he readied himself to meet the charging Shaskaon. Okirla held his breath as he flung himself at his opponent, both staffs twirling in his hands in readiness. He ducked beneath the swing and thrust the head of each deep into the daemon's chest, feeling the double impact of both blows shudder down his arms. A huge boot came up at him and smashed him away, though his grip held. His weapons gave out a horrible sucking sound as they came free, trailing black, glistening slime and smoldering filth. He stumbled back and fell, rolling over and up onto his feet. His warriors charged past and launched themselves at the oversized horror, incited by the slight done to their commander. The scythe swung again and parted flesh and armor rolled away, sloughing and degrading beneath the weapon's terrible effects. Okirla righted himself and watched as the daemon snatched one of his warriors of his feet and hefted him into the air, pestilent fingers wrapped around the Shaskaon's head. The Tau screamed. As the touch shredded his flesh, a chain reaction that began at his head and traveled down the length of his body. Even armor dulled and disintegrated, as if the natural process of degradation of millennia had been speeded up and given immediate effect. "Null drones on me," he called, recognizing the being as heavily influenced by the powers of that unknown place known as the Vashanan. The warrior's ravaged body fell apart and the beast cast his blackened skull aside as more of the Shaskaon joined the combat. He took a single step forward and swept the scythe through them as if they were less than nothing. Okirla slipped through the falling bodies and launched himself through the air to land a powerful kick in his opponent's midriff. He felt his boot sink into armor with an almost sponge-like quality. But the daemon staggered back, allowing him time to land and swing one staff across his enemy's chest and then follow with another. The scythe hunted for him and he twisted around its questing blade, his reaction time greater than that of his opponent. The move brought him around the beast and he drove one staff forward, biting deep into his enemy's neck. The monster gave out a cry of angered pain and shrugged one vast shoulder. This was easily enough to snap the haft of the staff, and Okirla staggered back, leaving the charged head of the weapon embedded in the side of the daemon's neck. He circled around the back of the rotting fiend and unleashed another salvo of blasts into his back, shredding feathers and armor. The flies that surrounded the daemon reacted angrily to this, as if they existed only to guard their master's rear. Millions of insects spiraled through the air to harass Okirla, yet more pouring from the craters made by his weapon. He hacked and coughed, choking on the living miasma, and even then he could feel his body weakening at the plagues and poxes carried by the swarm. He felt the wall rush to meet his back even as he realized he was stumbling, falling. The blow served to shake him to his senses. He could not beat this thing. He knew that. Part of him had known that the moment he had set eyes on it. "What madness is this?" he said over the link, though in truth he knew that he spoke to himself. "Unva, hear me. We cannot win this, my lord. We cannot beat this evil. Unva." In desperation he rolled aside as the terrible scythe smashed into the wall, carving a huge section of it free. The slab fell backwards and crashed into the trench beyond. Okir Law acted then in a way he had never done before. Shame and desperation coursed through him. As he rose, ignoring the cries of his warriors as they were torn apart by the vile, decomposing monstrosity, he turned and ran, leaping through the breach and out beyond the reach of the huge weapon. Somewhere to his left, something monstrous bellowed its bloodlust out into the trenches as it charged through wall after wall, reaping its quota of skulls for its infernal master. Far off to the right another warrior god drew screams of terror from human and Tau alike as it slashed its way through the darkness wrapped around it, its inhuman howl driving warriors mad with terror. Something else roared far beyond his position, its sonorous voice giving praise to dark gods. Beyond Okir Law's understanding with words that sent spasms of pain through his muscles and waves of black oblivion through his mind. The Monto had come. Part 173. A Clash of Brothers. Today will be a day of unmatchable glory, Rabut Guilliman said to the figure by his side. That it will, my lord. Bile answered with a smile, his age-old features wrinkling beneath the expression. The apothecary shot a narrow-eyed glance at the warrior at the Primarchus' side, the smile still lingering upon his lips. Berolinus answered only with a scowl, his face set in stone. The Orca continued to glide smoothly through the streets of the city, hovering just above the ground, so as to keep in line with rest of the advancing forces. Guilliman rode the gentle rocking of the craft, one hand tight around the handrail before him, the other resting on the pommel of his sheathed sword. Bile passed beyond him and removed his rubberized smock, casting it into the gloom of the craft's interior. He proceeded to pull his surgeon's gloves off and did the same with them. Number of his Tau retainers were waiting nearby, laden with separated segments of armor and other various pieces of equipment. They said nothing to their superior and nor did Bile communicate with them as he stepped forward and began to carefully select piece after piece, starting with the large breastplate. I trust my commander feels himself in full control of his enhancements, he asked, sliding the two-part piece in place over his head and then activating the seal clasps beneath each arm with his thumbs. The plates hissed tight together around his torso, humming softly as the inbuilt shield generator came online. Of course. You have done well, Bile. I am greatly pleased by your work. The apothecary tilted his head in gratitude at the Primarchus' praise. Then I am satisfied. I hear the forces we approach at this time are rumored to include the space wolves amongst them. It would be good to see the wolf himself at their head. It would please me to see my lord take his revenge against Leman Russ for his earlier offense. Both Guilliman and Bile turned their attention towards Berolinus, who had until now remained silent. The warrior's face was aglow with anger, an anger that he had thus far managed to keep below the surface until this latest comment. Such an affront to my Primarchus' dignity can barely be called an offense, Bile. The wolf took his arm and broke his blessed blade. Russ cannot suffer enough for what he has done. Guilliman held up a hand to quiet his companion's rage. Suffer he shall, Berolinus. I will break him slowly for what he did to me, make no mistake. Do not concern yourself with Russ, my son. Your nemesis is to be the chaplain. The Start's face slackened as he heard this. When he replied it was as if he dared not utter the name out loud, for to speak it so brought a red flush of shame to his cheeks. Codion. Yes. I have heard much of this warrior through the eyes and ears of my intelligence network. Chaplain, an ultramarine chaplain. A brother of yours, no less. Yes, my lord. I know that you are hesitant to speak of this Codion and I understand that, Berolinus. As the father of the Ultramarines, your shame is mine. Our chapter stood firm in the face of the heresy, when so many others fell from the light of truth. It was always my proudest claim that the Ultramarines were above such concepts as betrayal and sin. You yourself are a living testament to that fact. You cannot concern yourself with such failures, my lord. Bile said, sliding an armored vambrace over his thickly muscled arm. You could hardly influence the passage of millennia, caught and incapacitated as you were. Guilliman's face tightened as he heard this and he raised a finger at the apothecary. Hardly the point, Bile. I molded my chapter so as to withstand such things in my absence. Never once did I fear the ending of my own life, for I was confident in the knowledge that the Ultramarines would be able to function perfectly without me. I see now just how wrong I was to place my trust in my chapter. I am betrayed. I do not believe that, my lord. Berolinis stepped between Bile and Guilliman, his scarred face set in stone. I cannot be unique. I refuse to believe that. I believe that there are others like me within the Alliance. True Ultramarines, brothers incensed by Calgar's betrayal. True, most were probably too weak of will to question his decision to leave you behind, warriors like Codian, but there has too many who did question this. Guilliman snapped a hand up to silence the Astarte, and Berolinis was stunned to see anger in his expression. I will not hear this, Berolinis. I concur that there must have been those who did not agree with Calgar's decision, but, at the end of it all, it was his decision to make. As chapter master, his will was to be obeyed above all else. The chain of command is all, as written in the Codex. I respect your decision to leave those you knew as brothers behind and seek me out, Berolinis, but had I not been restored, I would have expected you to ally yourself with Calgar. I don't understand. Rules, Berolinis. The rules of the Codex. That the Ultramarines complied with Calgar's decision to abandon Makaraj, to abandon me, does not disinnure me. The fault lies only with Calgar and his ability to lead my chapter. It matters not whether there are those still beneath him who would gladly join our forces, given the chance. Calgar has set the path that has led them to damnation and ruin. They will die with him. As you wish. Berolinis answered, bowing his head in acquiescence. Seeing this exchange, Bile could not prevent a muted smile from spreading across his lips. He locked the last of his armor in place, and then inspected the suit, pleased by what he saw. The endgame fast approaches, my lord. Unva can only be angered by the continued arrival of these new allied forces. I have heard that even the Eldar have made a reappearance, as well as the orcs. Indeed, Bile. Orcs, as you say. The very species that you promised had been brought to heel. When this is over, you will be made to answer for that. For the first time since the conversation had begun, Bile's almost constant smile faded. The Tau around him sank away, fearful of even the hint of the Primarch's wrath. It was the intervention of one of the old kind that saw the orcs restored, Primarch, I am sure of it. The Hrud too. I found an artifact of Hrud design on board the ship, within Bile laboratory, no less. Soon after I discovered that the Orc Primus specimen had been taken. Guilliman's face flushed with anger as he heard this, his dark eyes widening. Taken? Damn you, Bile, you did not think to inform me of this. I did not see it as important in the greater scheme of things, my lord. I informed the security forces. Of course, but the Hrud are as devious as they are vile. You know yourself that their kind has plagued our ships for years. Did not see it as important? What else have these Demzenos uncovered, Bile? What other secrets have they compromised? Bile did not answer. He shot a wide-eyed glance at Berolinis, as if he dared not speak in the warrior's presence. Leave us. Guilliman ordered, casting around to face the start. I would speak with the apothecary. Alone. Go now. Berolinis responded immediately with a bow, bewildered by his Primarch's sudden outburst. He exited the hold, followed closely by Bile's retainers. The bulkhead sealed behind the exiting figures. With a hiss, and Guilliman and Bile were left alone. Is he secure? The Primarch asked, his voice a low growl. For your sake, Bile, he had better be. He is, my lord, you have my word on that. It was my first act upon discovering this breach to ensure that his containment had not been tampered with. The stasis locks were and still are utterly secure. As a precaution, I even installed several more. I can assure you that he is exactly where he should be. Guilliman's anger visibly subsided as he heard this, the color in his face fading. As he spoke next, the confusion displayed by his face was matched with that in his voice. Good, good. For so long he has been my greatest prize and my darkest secret. It was but for the grace of the Emperor that the Tau did not discover him when they found me. The disappearance of the Alpha Legion has long troubled me, Bile, and when I heard this, I thought perhaps that they had somehow discovered him. You may rest easy, Primarch. Whatever the reasons behind the evaporation of the Legion, it has nothing to do with him. He is still with us, locked away where none may find him. Guilliman gave out a long sigh of relief and lowered himself onto the seating bench, the metal groaning beneath his bulk. He ran a hand through his tight, golden hair, his fingers hovering as they found the diamond-shaped growth set into his forehead. The Tau, Bile. You were with the Tau when they found me on Macridge. That is true, Lord. Bile answered, taking a seat beside the Primarch and causing the bench to protest. Further, so too were the warriors of the Alpha Legion. It took no small amount of faith for me to finally accept both you and the Alpha Legion as allies, given your shared past. Were it not for the purity of UnVA's vision, for the greatness of the Tau VA itself, we may yet have continued to be mortal enemies. UnVA's light banishes the shadows of doubt and hostility from the hearts of all. Bile answered. His wisdom teaches us that even the greatest of enemies can be united under one banner if the cause is just. Indeed. There is something that I must know, though. Something that troubles me greatly. Do you think they knew? Is that why the Alpha Legion joined the Unity? To seek him out. They did not know, Primarch. No one did. He would have remained hidden away, far beneath the surface of Macridge for all time, had you yourself not revealed the secret of his existence. Guilliman nodded slowly, taking a measure of comfort in the apothecary's answer. Then I will dwell on it no further, Bile, and trust your knowledge. The knowledge of his existence was so sensitive that only myself and a handful of my most loyal warriors knew of the truth. When the last of those warriors died, that secret was mine alone to bear. And now we share it, Primarch, and for that I am humbled. Gain, I give you this solemn vow. No one beyond this room knows that Lefarius did not die on Escrator. And they must never learn of it. Guilliman answered quietly. Now do you see? Secrets within secrets. Lies within lies. This is your Primarch. This is the duplicitous filth you serve. Barolinus inhaled sharply through his teeth and shivered, the act so sudden and unexpected that the surrounding Tau reeled away from him. None of them had heard this, save for him. Despite the soundproof seal of the bulkhead, he alone had been witness to this revelation, thanks in no small part to the mysterious influence of the voice. His first reaction was to dismiss what he had heard as lies, generated by the damned voice, but even as he thought this, at the very core of his being, he did not believe it. I hear those thoughts, Barolinus, and I understand that some truths are almost impossible to accept. But accept them you must. Do you see now how little your loyalty means to him? I know that you could be trusted to hold such information and never reveal it, should your Primarch request it. Why does he distrust you so? You have done nothing to cause him to doubt your loyalty. Shut up. Barolinus hissed beneath his breath. The Tau around him jumped again. The eagle on his shoulder flapped its wings, disturbed by its master's agitation. I cannot, Lurum, for I need you to see and accept the truth. This Bile, this companion your Primarch holds in such esteem. Did you know that he was once a traitor, a servant of the Chaos Gods? You heard yourself what Guilliman said? Such a dark, profane past this Bile has, and yet your Primarch, your own Gene Father, chooses to confide his greatest secrets with Bile, whilst at the same time keeping one of his own in the dark. I am different, Lurum. I trust you. I reveal things to you that no other can. You and I share a special bond, and were it not for the corruption that Bile put into you, then I could make you greater even than this thing that calls itself a Primarch, this deluded lie of a being. Don't you see what Bile has done, Lurum? Let down your walls of faith and let me show you the truth of Rabut Guilliman. Let me show you the lie. Never. Barolinus replied, focusing every last vestige of mental will in order to quell the incessant voice. He felt the presence squirming as it was forced deep into the darkest abysses of his mind, far enough away so that its mocking tones could not be heard. "You cannot suppress me forever, Luram," the voice called as it faded away. "Sooner or later I will open your eyes, and when I do, you will see the truth. You will see the true." Berolinis shook himself and ran a hand across his face, shaking with the effort of quieting his own personal daemon. Rabut Gilliman was his primarch, now and always. He would not allow this damned voice to change that. Nothing would change that. Plus. Not long now, he told himself. He turned away from the activities of the surrounding defenders and slipped into the shadows of a nearby doorway. Soon Gilliman and his forces would arrive here, and then he would find himself involved in the greatest battle of his life to date. The prospect of this chilled Kodian to the bone. Of all the dangers he had thus far faced, and of all the incredible things he had seen and done since his awakening in this dark time, facing the primarch of his chapter was by far the most daunting of them all. Without the presence of Ka, he could not help but feel somewhat lost, especially considering the fact that he may never see the ancient being again. The dawn blade quaked gently in his grasp, as ever empathic to his feelings. He took a seat on the stone step and regarded the archaic weapon that had come to be in his possession. At this moment in time it looked no different to any other Crozius Arcanum, and he found a measure of comfort in this familiarity, for he knew that its current appearance was for his benefit alone. "You still in there?" he said softly, checking his surroundings in order to ensure that no one was aware of his speaking. "Who or whatever you are, I would speak with you." For a short while there was no response, and Kodian was almost convinced that the presence within the blade had indeed abandoned it and abandoned him. "I am. It has been a while since last we spoke." Despite himself he felt some relief at hearing the voice. A soft and iridescent shimmer of color passed over the winged golden skull as the voice buzzed through his mind. Now that he had called upon the presence, Kodian wasn't exactly sure why. He could not think of what to say. This mattered little. The voice was able to read his thoughts. "You are troubled. I sense that this is because you have grown used to guidance and instruction. With Ka gone, you seek that from me." He opened his mouth to deny this, only to find that he could not. The voice was right, in a way. So many were the secrets and mysteries of this galaxy-spanning war that he found himself unsure of what to do next. He told the voice this much. "I feel overwhelmed by fate. It is almost as if I am so encumbered by it that I fear making my own decisions. Does that make sense?" "It does. Do not concern yourself, Kodian. Have faith in your own abilities, they have got you this far." "I disagree. I have got this far only through the guidance of other, greater minds. I feel little more than an instrument, a tool with which those far beyond and above me work to drive the events of this war. I no longer feel in control of my own destiny." "Then you are mistaken. You would be surprised to learn just how much of all this is through your own doing. You have a powerful mind, Kodian. Why do you think that you were chosen for this role? You have been shown so much, and yet there are things you have yet to learn. It is of no small coincidence that you were the one to free the knowledge from the mind of Luther. That knowledge has been both a blessing and a curse on me. I feel its weight every waking hour. Luther's legacy has threatened to overwhelm my mind more than once." "Luther's legacy?" "Oh no, Kodian, you mistake his gift. The knowledge was never Luther's to give. You cannot understand at this time what I mean by that, but Luther was merely the vessel for that knowledge, or rather, his death was the key that unlocked it." Kodian gave a short, humorless laugh as he heard this. He shook his head, confounded once more by the sheer enigma of the myriad mysteries that surrounded his role, whatever that role was. Luther's legacy was something different, a gift that as yet cannot be revealed. You will learn of it, in time. In time, yes. Always in time. Is my psyche so fragile that I cannot be trusted to know these secrets? Ahead of schedule. In short, yes. There are myriad reasons why this is so, but foremost amongst them is your own ability to process this information. The human mind is a fragile thing, Codian. I cannot risk fracturing it. You have still yet to reveal who or what you are, entity. For all I know, you could be some daemon of the warp, slowly corrupting me to the cause of your foul gods. Or perhaps you are me, perhaps. My mind has indeed shattered beneath the weight of this cursed knowledge, and I speak but to myself. You are closer to the truth than you think. Then reveal that truth to me, damn it. Codian raged, rising sharply to his feet. I cannot. Then what good are you to me? At first, the voice was silent. Then it replied, and when it did so, Codian found the answer to far from anything he had expected. I can show you something that will affect the outcome of this war. I can show you something that you did not know you were capable of. I can show you what I am capable of. Then do it. Very well. Where would you like to go, Codian? What? The question was a simple one. Where would you like to go? Picture it in your mind and it will be so. Codian's eyes narrowed as he heard this. Another riddle. Another mystery. Devoid of imagination in the face of this strange instruction, he peered out across the square, fixing his gaze upon the opposing pavement. Very well. There. Take me. The void opened up all around him and swallowed him whole. He felt the icy fingers of darkness engulf him, passing through him as if he were insubstantial. For an instant, all was darkness, and it was a darkness so vast and endless that it was as if he had been vomited out into the depths of desolate space, a place where the light of the stars did not shine, where nothing existed. And then. There. He rocked on his feet, a sudden feeling of motion pulling at his body. He had moved. He had moved without moving. Just as the voice had said, he had pictured this spot in his mind and now he was here. Blessed Emperor, he breathed. Did I just do that? We did. The voice replied. Part 174. The Spirit Within. Leman Russ froze. To the casual observer this would have been a reaction they could barely have noticed. To the wolves around him it was as obvious as if he had howled at the top of his voice. As one they froze with him, their collective senses catching the change in their Primarch. Most of them readied their weapons as if to counter some unseen threat. Russ turned slowly, sniffing the air as he did so. He raised a hand to stay his men. A point in the air before him imploded, turning black with swirling shadows. The anomaly swirled in on itself and then vomited forth a figure. Chaplain. Russ uttered, even as the start emerged. Codian stepped out into the road, his bolt pistol and combat weapon held at the ready. If he felt any surprise at Russ's apparent lack of surprise, he did not show it. Primarch. It is good to see you unharmed and victorious, he said, bowing deeply to the towering figure. Slow, curious smile spread across the Primarch's bristled face, exposing glinting fangs. Codian. How did you? His eyes fell upon the Dawnblade as he spoke, and what he saw there caused his voice to fade. In fact no, don't tell me. That weapon you hold, the thing that pretends to be Imperial. It reeks of the warp. Of the Eldar, too. How did you manage to get it to do that? I know that you are no psyker. I am not utterly sure myself. The chaplain replied. I couldn't tell you how it works, only that it does. One of Russ's warriors stepped forward to interject, suspicion writ large across his ancient, craggy face. The wolf was old, his braided hair and beard ice white. His punished armor was covered in what Codian took to be runes of the Fenritian language, worked in bone into his archaic armor. To unfold a passage through the warp takes years of practice, and even then is only those possessed of psychic power are capable of such a feat. You are no psyker, as my Primarch says. I see your soul is dim, chained within your flesh, and yet the Empyrean saturates your form. Such a combination is impossible. What do you hide? I hide nothing. Codian answered, audibly offended by the rune priest's accusation. You lie, Ultramarine. There is much shielded about you. There is only darkness where there should be light. I see the souls of men as clear as men see their own reflection. Yours is hidden to me, and by powers that even I cannot identify. In reply, Kodian held up the alien weapon, allowing its golden head to glint beneath the sun. This is the Dawnblade. It protects me, armors me both body and soul. I am pleased to see that it is effective against intrusions that I could not deny through physical force alone. To his surprise, a twisted smile crept slowly across the rune priest's wizened face. Ha! Do not take offense at my words, chaplain. I am of the 13th Company. I have probably spent longer in the presence of the warp's influence than your bloodline has existed. I know that you are no psyker, and I know that no mere man or Astarte is able to call upon the tides of the warp without much influence, practice, or discipline. We learned our skills from the Eldar, and it was knowledge that came at a high price. You are fortunate in that it would seem that these skills have been gifted to you voluntarily. Perhaps the rumors that surround you do have a basis in truth after all. In response to this, Kodian turned the Dawnblade over in his hand in order to present it for the priest's examination. This weapon may be alien in design, true, but it serves our cause. It is far more powerful than you may realize. The rune priest looked to Russ then, an almost mischievous twinkle in his eye. It would surprise you to learn just how much we of the 13th Company know of the secrets of this galaxy and the realm beyond it. For almost 11 millennia we were abroad in the vastness of the Empyrean. Do you really think that we spent so long searching for our Primarch? Do enough, Grajeda. Russ growled, the mere presence of his voice staying the rune priest's tongue. Now is not the time. Grajeda snarled and bowed his head to his Primarch's wishes. With that he swept his furred cloak aside and left the discussion, barking orders to the warriors around him as he did so. Russ watched him leave and then looked to Kodian. Guilliman's forces grow near, chaplain. This will be a hard fight. It will test us all, and many of us may not survive it. Even I may not survive it. Even as he made this ominous claim, there was a smile upon the wolf's lips, and this made it clear to Kodian that Leman Russ did not fear death. We are warriors, Primarch, all of us. Death in battle is the fate that awaits all our kind. Well said, chaplain, but neither of us can afford to ignore the truth of what is to come. Rabut. Guilliman is your Primarch, no matter how far he has fallen. Who and what he is represents the very foundation of all that you are, Kodian. Tell me, are you truly ready to face him as an enemy? Can you assure me that you are prepared for this? As prepared as ever I can be, Kodian answered. Without the concealment of his helm, the chaplain was unable to hide the discomfort that such considerations brought to him. That aside, the conviction in his voice was unmistakable. Guilliman is the enemy now. This fact must take precedence above all else. He is my Primarch, but the Emperor is my master, dead or otherwise. There can be no greater allegiance than that. Spoken like a true son of the Imperium. Guilliman may be your Primarch, Kodian, but you must understand that the thing we are set to face is not your Primarch. I know my brother's scent, I know all that he is, and what the Tau have created is something that is as far removed from Rabut Guilliman as any living thing. It is a puppet, a creature that has no place in this existence of ours. Whoever it was has long been lost to us. We must show it no compassion. It must be destroyed. I understand. No, chaplain, you do not. But you will. I see that now. For now, it is enough for me to know that you have faith enough to see this through. The conversation between Russ and Kodian came to an end then, interrupted by the reverberating hypersonic crack of weapons discharge. Both warriors spun around in time to see a column of dust rising from one of the buildings at the head of the defense lines. Russ's eyes widened and his lips drew back over his teeth, his face a mixture of surprise and battle lust. He is here. The traitor is here. Yet more high-pitched screams and dull explosions echoed through the air as Kodian and Russ responded to the threat. Kodian's link came alive unbidden, all at once filled with the alarm of hundreds of Alliance defenders responding to the attacking forces of the enemy. Russ and his wolves exploded into action as one, falling into squads that quickly headed out to where the action was. The feral wolfen howled in bloodlust and loped ahead of the others, raking the ground with their clawed hands as they used them for additional locomotive effect. No other space wolf was able to match the supernatural speed of the wolfen, not even the mounted bike riders. As one, the chapter flowed like water draining from some burst dam towards the conflict, bound by some collective and potent bloodlust to seek out and slay the enemies of the Emperor. Russ himself drove his heels into the ground and accelerated beyond the realms of Codian's ability to follow his progress, becoming a blur of motion as he thundered across the wide square towards the legions of the Unity. The impact of his feet against the flags was tremendous, the only thing that gave even a clue as to the fact that the Primarch's form did not glide across the ground. Codian threw himself around and sprinted after the departing Primarch, the Dawnblade shuddering in his grasp as if unable to contain its vigor at meeting the enemy. Units from all over the area responded at the same time to the as yet unseen challenge. Winged Eldar swooped in from the tops of the buildings, descending in great flocks to meet the enemy. Mounted Astaroths roared past him, their bikes drowning out all other noise as they tore across the square. Whirlwind tanks cycled their launchers in readiness, sentinel systems hunting for targets amongst the buildings. "What are you doing?" The voice took him by surprise as it cut through the clamor of battle to reach his ears clearly. He slowed, his eyes narrowing, and looked to the Dawnblade. "I am joining this battle. Why do you run, Chaplain? Have I taught you nothing?" Codian was about to argue when he realized that the voice was right. His response had been an instinctive one. The voice was right. He would never catch Russ and his warriors, not on foot. Nor did he need to. He held the Dawnblade up and concentrated. At first he was not sure what to visualize, for he knew where he wanted to be but he did not know the look of the area. Again, the voice sensed his thoughts. "This is far from an exact science, Chaplain. Let your desires take you where you need to be. You don't have to focus on the blade. It is merely a tool, a vessel for the power. This is not easy for me. I am in start. I am not used to such arcane activities. Then you must grow used to them. Your fate depends on it. Think of Russ and you will find him." Many more questions formed in the chaplain's mind but he swept them aside. Now was not the time to dwell or hesitate. Codian closed his eyes and thought of the Primarch. And was gone. The passage of time was instantaneous. He felt a pull at the core of his being and felt the terrible, endless cold envelop him once again. Then the sensation was gone and he opened his eyes, the sounds of battle at once intensifying all around him. The enemy filled his gaze. Tau warriors and machines were everywhere to be seen, as far as the eye could see. The Unity forces filled the wide road ahead, a vast tide that surged towards him. He felt his dual pulses quicken as he regarded the scene, his lust for battle growing in tandem with them. The Unity forces advanced in their thousands. Missiles and energy flashes swept past him into the oncoming enemy, scything down squads and blowing huge gaps in the tide. The efforts of the Tau mirrored those of the defenders as pulse fire and heavier munitions exploded from the Unity lines to rake the gathered defenders. Buildings exploded behind him, huge fireballs tearing chunks the size of Rhino PCs free. Vast sections of rockcrete wall slammed into the ground, throwing up clouds of choking dust. Alliance soldiers cried out as they were crushed or engulfed. Armor squealed as it was flattened by these falling man-made boulders. Some way to his left a Predator felt the bite of the Unity's guns. The impact of the hit gave off a resounding ring and the tank lurched back, spinning around almost 90 degrees under the force of the impact. Its front armor imploded, giving out a pained groan as the thick plates bent inwards. After the shell, the tank did not suffer for long. A second later the tank exploded in spectacular fashion as its magazines detonated. The turret shot straight up into the air like a rocket, spinning crazily, guns and all. The entire vehicle visibly bulged. And then came apart beneath a huge explosion that sent armor plating scything into the surrounding walls. Kodian fell to the ground instinctively as a huge chunk of shrapnel twisted by overhead. Yet more rail cannon shells screamed by him, drawing glowing circles through the air in their wake as they shed the magnetic charge of their super acceleration. A shadow fell over him and he rolled, rising as he did so. Chaplain! Damn, but I'll have to get one of those things for myself. Russ towered over him even as he rose to his full height. Tiny particles of stone pattered across the chaplain's armored legs, literally stripped from the ground by the force of the Primarchus. Deceleration. Russ slid his spear free of its place at his back and twisted it around in readiness to meet the enemy. It was then that Kodian realized that only he and Russ stood at the fore of the defense lines, caught between the vast and deadly exchange of fire. Kodian could hardly disguise the look that passed over his face at this. As Russ noticed, he grinned. Trust me, Kodian, now is not the time for you to die. Let that knowledge empower you. This moment, in this fight, you are immortal. He assumed that the Primarch referred to his destiny, though the consideration of this fact did little to appease the inherent sense of danger. Russ displayed no signs of concern at their current situation. His eyes were wide, ablaze with excitement. He leapt to one side as a rail cannon shell flashed by him, the force of its passage almost pulling Kodian off his feet. Today will be a glorious day, he bellowed, thrusting the spear above his head. Today will be a day of legend. Kodian braced himself, his weapons at the ready. Do not forget what we can do, the voice said to him. Remember, Kodian. Remember all we have done and all we have yet to do. You will survive this, and only then will your true work begin. I know who you are, Kodian whispered beneath his breath, then, raising his bold pistol up level with his eye. In response to this, the dawn blade shifted in his grasp. I know now, though I understand little of how you came to be here with me, trapped in this blade. I should have known that I had not seen the last of you, Cypher. The pistol rocked in his hand as it fired. The bolt shell covered the gap in seconds, the chaplain's aim immaculate. The small vision slit of the hammerhead shattered beneath the impact and thick glass blew inwards. The hovering tank slid to one side, its nose scraping against the ground. The combination of impact and speed caused the tank to lip over onto its back and into a violent roll. Armor squealed and flew apart as the hammerhead turned end over end, shedding its engines and crushing many of the smaller advancing vehicles. Fine shot, Russ cried, lowering himself into a crouch. But far too impersonal a kill. With that he launched himself forward and sprinted towards the enemy, his spear swinging in his hand. A host of Tau armor advanced ahead of the infantry forces, fast and lithe, spitting out deadly fire into the Alliance positions. Russ found his first target within moments of charging. He raised his arms up to cover his face, lowered his head, and literally ran into the hammerhead. The entire frontal hull of the tank squealed as it curled around the Primarch's implacable form, the impact causing the nose of the craft to crumple and compress. The hammerhead came to an abrupt stop, its rear end rising sharply as momentum fought to counter its sudden arrest. Russ could not be moved more than a few paces back, his armored boots shattering the surface of the ground as they dug in. The hammerhead crashed back down, its engines still whining. Russ gave out a cry of joy as he hauled the ruined front end of the tank up and flipped the hammerhead onto its back, crushing the turret and the rail cannon mounted there. Other craft smashed into the upturned hammerhead, their pilots unable to respond in time to avoid the obstacle. Russ stepped to the side and thrust his spear out to catch another tank as it sped by. The tip raked a deep gouge through the side-mounted engine, almost bisecting it. The resultant explosion consumed what was left and sent the hammerhead lurching away into several other craft, causing yet another pileup. Kodian set off in a sprint after the fearless Primarch, his progress bringing him face to face with one of the Tau's troop carriers. The cannons set into the frontal fins of the craft spun out a screen of bright pulse fire his way, and yet he managed to avoid most of it, those shots that did find their mark ringing off the layers of powerful protection that shielded him. His earlier success urged him to repeat his bold efforts, and so he fired at the pilot's compartment. hoping to slow the skimmer's progress. The shot detonated against the smooth armored hull, missing its intended target. "Come now, Chaplin. We can do better than that." Kodian hissed his displeasure through bared teeth and tried again, aiming as steadily as his progress would allow. He fired off another salvo of rounds that raked across the vision slit and finally punctured the glass. The devilfish slowed, falling sharply to bounce across the ground. The chaplain increased his pace to its maximum and leapt into the air as the craft skidded towards him. He landed on the sloping nose and ran up onto the top of the hull. He turned the Dawnblade around in his hand and then drove it deep into the closed turret with seconds to spare. The devilfish bounced again, almost throwing him off. His feet slid away from him and he hung on for dear life, fighting to climb back onto the carrier amid the bone-jarring impacts. After what seemed an age he managed to haul himself back up onto the stricken vehicle. Whatever damage he had caused with the bolt was starting to affect its performance now as its progress began to slow. He steadied himself and then worked the thrumming Crozius free. As he had hoped, the hole it had left behind was sizable enough. He wedged his pistol beneath his arm and then pulled a frag grenade from his belt, one of only two that he had left. He primed it and dropped it through the hole. And then rose, turning sharply to face the next oncoming vehicle. The resultant explosion blossomed out of the punished turret as he leapt through the air and landed on the devilfish behind, the craft slowed in turn by the plight of its companion before it. He hit the hull running, fighting to keep his balance, as the turret before him sprang open and a figure emerged. This one was human, UVESA, and an officer by the looks of his markings and weapon. The soldier's eyes widened as he looked upon the hulking marine standing before him. The plasma pistol in his hand whined as it powered up, ready for a shot. Kodian lunged forward and crushed the man with the flat of his armored boot, pulverizing bone to jelly. The body lurched back and the pistol spun up into the air. "Take it." The voice hit him with a strength that far exceeded any other incident of communication. He felt compelled to obey, almost helpless to resist. As if to urge him on further, the Dawnblade leapt from his grasp and twisted away out of sight. Kodian snatched the pistol from the air and brought it towards him. Almost at the same time he felt something tug gently at the scabbard at his side, and was unsurprised despite the strangeness of the event to see the Dawnblade nestled in its leather casing once more. Kodian did not think as he acted. He thrust both pistols into the turret ring and fired again and again, sending a hail of death into the belly of the craft. He saw bodies fall and break apart in between the bright discharges. Within seconds, the entire squad within were little more than a pulverized mess of scorched flesh, armor, and bone. Much better, Chaplain. The steadfast purity of the bolt shell, tempered by the unpredictable fire of plasma, darkness and light. Do you remember those words? I do, and I give you this one warning. Do not attempt to remake me in your own image, Cypher. I am Dalo Kodian, chaplain of the Ultramarines, not the spirit of some ancient corrupted dark angel. Given form. I am not you. You are mistaken, Kodian. You are far more than the original sum of your parts. You will come to see that, given time. For now, embrace the weapons you hold. Become one with them. Know them as you would your own flesh, and let my spirit merge with yours. Why, Ghost? We have an enemy to lay waste to, Chaplain. Let me show you just how deadly we can be. Kodian rose, both pistols smoldering his hands, and looked out upon the endless tide of war. Machines still surging towards the Alliance lines. Despite his reservations, there was a part of him that knew, deep down, that he could trust the word of the Spectre, a part of him that was able to imagine the power that Cypher could invest in him if their spirits were joined, if only temporarily. Very well. Even as he spoke he felt Cypher's influence flood into his body and mind. It was a sensation that defied explanation. His entire body ached as it fought to understand the forces coursing through it. And his mind reeled. Although he trusted the ghost, he could not help but feel tainted by what was happening to him. He felt the distinct change that Cypher's influence brought to him immediately. He felt his body change, his strength grow and his perception alter. HNNGH. So this is what it feels like to be possessed. I am no daemon of the warp, Codion, you know that. I am no malign enemy force, come to swallow your soul. I am the strength that will guide your hand, the power that will forge your destiny. I am nothing. The chaplain replied, lowering his body in readiness to leap from the hull of the devilfish. You are nothing now. I am Codion. I am the prophet. My message, only death. With that he launched himself into the air, pistols at the ready, and was gone. Part 175. Punishment. If it's grey, make it pay. Gazhgul roared, sweeping one huge claw over his head and out towards the enemy. The cry caused a deafening maelstrom of guttural roars to rise up from the surrounding orcs. The green tide flooded past him, so thick that it almost swept the warlord up and carried him forth. Crude bladed weapons rang as they clashed against one another. Simple but fearsome shootas thundered unbidden, releasing shells into the air as the fingers of their owners tightened in uncontained excitement. The power of the Wa'ak flowed through the orc hordes, unrestrained and all-encompassing. Gazhgul threw back his head and let out a bellow of absolute release, feeling the collective power pour through him and out into the orcs around him. He lowered his gaze then and, eyes blazing with power, looked out towards the enemy. To him these things were weak and brazen, diluted copies of all they should have been. They were shells. Impervious to the Wa'ak, their corrupt bodies and minds dulled to withstand its effects. They were an affront to him and to all his kind, for they were made in his image and yet they were not orcs. Whatever they were was unclear, but they were not orcs. Kill 'em all. Rip 'em to shreds. He cried, lumbering forward. The mega armor he wore squealed in protest as he advanced, hissing great gouts of steam from the pressure release valves set into points across its bulk. Unfettered energies coursed across the thick plates, coruscating from point to point. The mechs had done well. Through mere presence alone he had succeeded in unlocking all their greatest secrets and they had rewarded him justly for his gift. The thrill of the coming battle seized him, sending shudders of anticipation through his slab-like muscles. Dolita is mine. New York a so much as looks his way gets his EAD snipped clean off. You hear me? Dolita ov disrabble is mine. Omog Drak shuddered, unable to explain the strange and sudden reaction. He heaved his armored bulk up onto the pile of corpses at his feet and peered out over the heads of his boys and above the walls of the trenches, struggling to see into the distance. He did not even know why he did this, only that the unexplained sensation compelled him to do so. One of his boys noticed this and frowned, his black eyes narrowing. He swept the horsetail scalp lock stapled to the side of his head aside and followed his commander's gaze, though standing on the trench floor as he was, he could see little. What is it, boss? Omog Drak grumbled beneath his breath, the sound deep and seismic, and shook his head. HGGGN. Nuffin. Somefin. I dunno. Somefin's got my bone rattlin'. You feel it? The knob shrugged his oversized shoulders, clearly bewildered by his commander's claims. I got me an urge to smash Eads, that's all. We only got a few more waltz and we through to 'em, boss. Duh. Boys are keen. Omog Drak snarled and booted the knob in the head, sending him tumbling across the rubble-strewn floor of the trench. Den let's get to it. He bellowed, shaking his arms above his head. Thoughts of the mysterious sensation were swept away as the lust for battle drove itself to the fore of his mind, compelled by the mention of battle. Is with me? Come on, boys, for de greater good. De greater good. Came the reply, issued from uncountable orc voices. Omog Drak turned, leapt clear of the steaming pile of corpses and charged headlong into the wall, the resultant impact drawing huge cracks along its surface and sending a pall of loosened rockcrete dust out into the trench. Cries of glee rose up from the orcs about him and Omog Drak stumbled back, shaking the dust loose from his head. The blow had weakened the trench wall and, although he had almost dashed his Brains loose in the process, he could see that it would not take much to bring it down. What ya all waitin' for? Ruddy invitation. EAD's down in charge. All across the trench, the orcs came alive at Omog Drak's command. Line of heads lowered and the walls resonated first with the thunder of feet and second with the dull, seismic rumble of heads, striking the thick barrier. Many orcs died within seconds of the assault, skulls shattered. Despite this the wall shivered, huge cracks snaking across its length. Such was the force of the collective impact that huge chunks began to fall away, a process further agitated by the victorious stamping of feet along the line. Let's obey it, Omog Drak cried, raising the thick, multi-barreled custom pulse blaster riveted to his right arm. The weapon's multiple barrels cycled, the noise shrill and high-pitched. A hail of pulse fire hammered into the weakened surface before him and the wall exploded inwards, showering the war boss with a cloud of debris. Charge. The entire wall fell back as far as the eye could see as orcs charged through it, surging into the trench beyond. Hundreds of Alliance defenders were waiting for them. Guns erupted along the line. Fire scythed into grey armored bodies and cut hundreds down mid-charge. The trenches were wide but far from wide enough to keep the orcs at a relatively safe distance. The majority of men and women here were of the guard, with a scattering of arbits, militia, and even poorly armed civilians. Squad sergeants drew their combat weapons and gave the order to meet the attackers face to face. But their efforts were little more than useless. The orcs descended upon the hapless soldiers and butchered them without mercy, ending hundreds of lives in seconds. We own these ruddy trenches. One of the exultant knobs hollered, gleefully hacking a small group of guard soldiers into pieces. Omog Drak snarled as he heard this. He stomped over to the knob, ignoring the bite of las gunfire as it raked across his armor, and planted a headbutt on the knob that was violent enough to drive the orc to his knees, his ruined face gouting blood. No we don't. Da Ferials own it. Da Ferials own everything we see. We take what we take for unva. Da master of everything. Don't you forget it. Orc. The voice drove its way into Omog Drak's simple mind with a force that caused the orc's black eyes to widen. A glimmer of recognition ignited in his brain, for it was a voice he had heard before. A voice he knew, uttered by a being whose death he thirsted for above all others. You. The huge warrior leapt from the wall before him and landed in the trench, his weight quaking the ground. The mighty hammer in his hands was easily the size of a well-developed orc, its thick head shimmering with threatening power. Orc. Fukin said again, his voice as deep as the rumble of a distant artillery report. I spared you once, if only to show you the futility of this war. I will not do so again. Glee writ large across his face, Omog Drak dismissed the threat with utter nonchalance and shifted his bulk around, ready to meet the towering Primarch. We got a score to settle, you and me. Fukin snorted and swung his hammer before him, drawing a shimmering arc of energy in the air. Between them, a clear challenge to the orc. Your kind truly are stupid. You do not realize just how totally overwhelmed you are about to become. Codian landed on the sloping nose of the two-man Tetra, his weight causing the fast skimmer to sink sharply. Its underside scraped the ground and he rolled over off its back, firing with both pistols as he did so. The shots tore through the two Tau warriors in the vehicle and sent it spinning away, out of control. He landed on the road running, barely breaking his stride. His bolt pistol was empty, he knew that by the number of shots he had used up. He skidded to a halt and fell to one knee, placing the plasma pistol on the ground, and ejected the clip whilst using his free hand to find another. More of the light craft were sliding towards him. Underslung pulse rifles spat bright death his way, and he slid the clip home just in time to retrieve his other sidearm and rolled sideways, clear of the energized explosions stitching a path towards him. The roll brought him up onto one knee and he fired, swiftly moving his guns in a line before him. Shots exploded across the smooth noses of three of the Tetras and sent two of them into a forward roll. The third exploded, its violent death pushing the others away to the side as they tumbled on. He rose sharply and crossed his arms before his face as the fireball bore down upon him. In that instant he realized that there was nothing he could do, no way to get clear of the imminent death heading towards him. He didn't know if even the dual protection of his rosary ooze and the dawn blade would be able to save him from this. Not your time, Prophet. Not yet. Cypher's disembodied voice thundered through his thoughts, dispelling all other noise as it did so. He felt a pull and opened his eyes, his arms slowly falling. Nothing. Nothing but darkness. No sight. No sound. No sensation. What is this? He said, realizing even as he spoke that he heard his own voice only in his mind, for this oblivion he found himself in allowed no instance of sound. Is this death? Am I dead? No, Prophet. This is salvation. There can be no death for you while ever you have a destiny to realize. Then where am I, ghost? Nowhere. You are simply gone. I can't let you die, Kodian. I can't allow you a final death, not until this is over. Why do you think I came to you after my own demise? I could not die until my own work was complete. I will say again. I am not you, Cypher. It is all relative, Prophet. Do you even know who you are anymore? Enough. Take me back or let me die. Of course. You were never gone, Kodian, not in the eyes of those who seek to kill you. Let them see what you have become, and only then will they begin to understand how futile it is to seek your death. Stay vigilant. Kodian gasped as his senses were returned to him. Light and noise poured into his mind and he staggered, feeling heat wash over him. He turned and watched as the fireball rolled on. Its path had taken it directly through him, or rather, taken it over the spot upon which he stood. He was unharmed. Chaplain. Russ hurtled by him and swung an arm forward. The spear left his grasp and flew through the air to embed itself deep within the right-hand thruster of another hammerhead. The rear of the engine exploded outwards in a wash of flame, but the spear remained embedded in the tortured metal grill. The wolf sprinted towards the stricken skimmer and leapt the last few feet, landing both his fists hard upon the tip of its nose. The craft dipped sharply and then bounced back up, the impact ringing against the ground. Russ punched the buckled nose again and again, each blow tearing thick-plated armor free. A punch sent the forward scanning array spinning through the air. He leapt up onto the hull and brought a foot down into the pilot's compartment, the blow causing the metal to cave inwards. Far from finished with his target, he rolled along the top of the craft as it began to turn to the right, grabbed hold of one of the turret-mounted fusion cannons and swung up onto the left engine. He grabbed the large cannon with both hands and pulled back, tearing it free of its moorings with what appeared to be little effort. Sparks flew from the exposed joint as he flung the cannon aside and looked to Kodian, his face alight with the thrill of the hunt. What are you waiting for, Kodian? Don't waste time waiting for Guilliman, not when there are so many of his lapdogs to make a merry ruin of. A good number of the Alliance warriors had joined the fight by now. Bikes roared past him, their riders firing upon the passing skimmers. Eldar missiles rained down from the surrounding buildings. He set off running to his left, both pistols raised. Targets were so thick here that he barely had time to choose where to aim. He simply fired before him as he headed sidelong towards the edge of the road, landing shot after shot upon the mercifully light-armored war machines. There was no doubt about it, he thought as he reached the pavement and ducked down behind a thick stone bench. Cypher's influence had brought him a greatly improved eye for accuracy. He himself had never been a slouch with either the bolter or its smaller translation, the bolt pistol, but he could already tell that his ability to seek out and hit the best part of any given target had vastly increased. Cypher had provided him with an ability to put down most targets, whether infantry or armor, armed with little more than a brace of pistols. He reloaded the bolt pistol once again and quickly checked the plasma weapon. There was still a good amount of energy in the ammunition canister. With that he rose and ran back out into the street, guns blazing. There were plenty of targets still to choose A host of smaller skimmers literally swarmed around the larger tanks and troop carriers now. He sighted several small gunships, larger than the sleek two-man Tetras but markedly smaller than the tanks. He recognized their design from his mission on Vanphilos. They were Piranha, the dedicated hunter scout craft of the Unity. He almost felt their bite a heartbeat later as a railgun shell cracked into the wall behind him and dragged him back towards it, the ancient brickwork there shattering beneath the impact. He sighted the offending craft and fired the plasma pistol, his arm moving faster than he himself had ever thought possible. White-hot plasma sheared through the side of the craft's semi-open canopy and scoured the Tau pilot's head and torso from existence. The death of the pilot sent the craft into a rapid acceleration that drove it into the rear of a devilfish, a violent contact that shunted both craft away down the road and out of his immediate attention. He saw Russ again then as the Primarch leapt into the road and snatched at another of the speeding craft. He caught the curved stabilizer support that connected the vehicle's frontal fin to its rear fuselage and hauled it around, his sheer inhuman strength sending it spinning across the road and into the walls of another of the city's edifices. By the teeth of the Kraken! The living legend exclaimed stridently. How in the Emperor's name did these scrawny aliens and their flimsy war machines manage to swamp this galaxy so? Primarch! Codian's warning came too late even for the celebrated reactions of the father of the Space Wolves. Russ turned in time to see the vast shape bearing down upon him, casting a huge shadow over his armored form with its great bulk. Russ' eyes widened and his lips slid back over his teeth as the Megalodon bore down upon him, moving with a speed that far belied its overwhelming size. He let the spear clatter to the floor and slammed his palms into the war machine's hull, attempting to stop its progress through sheer strength alone. His feet skidded across the road surface, sending fragments of armored stone spinning away. The nose of the Megalodon groaned beneath his arms, the thick plates buckling. Codian ran out into the road towards the Primarch, fearing that the mighty machine would crush Russ. Such was the size of the Megalodon that its primary weapons, a brace of huge turret-mounted rail cannons, were simply too long to turn and track him, even if the hovering tank's gunners had desired to do so. Unfortunately, the thing's cannons were far from the only weapons it possessed. Its angular sides bristled with all manner of sponsons and turrets, each of which held guns and launchers of seemingly infinite variety. Missiles puffed free and twisted towards him. Pulse fire blazed a path ahead of them, bright and searing and fast, too fast. He leapt clear of the chasing fire as it stitched across the road and panged against his armor, drawing flares of energy from his rosary ooze field. He sprinted towards the Megalodon, taking a wide path that saw the small but intelligent missiles veer towards him. His pistols sang as he plucked them from the air, one by one, turning each one into explosive puffs of fire and shrapnel. One of the missiles slid beneath his valiant defense and slammed into his shoulder. The explosion blew him clean off his feet and sent him twisting through the air. He was vaguely aware of the sensation of incredible pain, of fire and agony and blindness, of the floor rising to meet his back with violent force. Don't let go, Prophet. Fight it. Never let go. His eyes sprang open to look upon the skies. The passage of time since the hit escaped him, and he found he could not tell how long he had been laid prone on the surface of the road, aching from head to toe. He raised his arms first and was surprised to see that not only were they still intact but he had managed to hold on to the pistols, despite the power of the blast. Never let go. Steel and fire, Prophet. Steel and fire. My body is steel, and my vengeance, fire. Codian uttered, rising to his feet. Crid smoke curled from his armor, a byproduct of the tremendous discharge of power from his rosary ooze, power that had saved him yet again. It was only as he cycled his left arm and felt the dull pulse of pain that still lingered there that he noticed his shoulder guard. The ultramarine symbol painted there had been partially scoured away by the detonation of the missile. The guard itself sported a large dent, and at its center he could see that the ceramite had actually been pierced. A thick trickle of congealed blood ran from beneath the plate down his arm. He realized then that he had come closer to death than he had been thus far. The hit had almost killed him. "I never said you were indestructible, Kodian," the voice said in his ear. "The layers of protection afforded to you can only last so long and take so much before they fail. Your ability to survive this depends wholly upon your ability to fight, to best your opponent." Kodian did not reply. He thrust his weapons out before him and set off towards the Megalodon, soon picking up a swift pace. Whatever unseen intelligence lay behind the many weapons systems must have assumed that they had dispatched their target. Now that he was back on his feet, launchers and guns swiveled to track him, whining as they powered up. Before any of them found the chance to fire, the Megalodon lurched, its sudden deceleration sending a metallic groan of complaint through the superstructure of the craft. Shots that had been locked into place speared by him, their trajectories interrupted by the abrupt occurrence. A fusion blast hissed by his head, close enough to scald his skin and singe the dark hair of his beard. He put a plasma round through the cannon and bore on, firing his bolt pistol at the rotating guns fighting to pursue him. Many of the smaller weapons were heavy drone-mounted, each unit slaved specifically to the operation of the system under its charge. Encouraged by the chaplain's approach, many of these drones began to swivel-detach from their mounts. Clusters of the hovering domes came away from the Megalodon like the seed pods of some vast, ripe metallic plant. Marker lights speared through the air at him, questing for his running form. He reached the shadow of the craft as the drones filled the air above him. It had come to a total standstill now, its curved underside hovering inches above the road. Another groan shuddered through its bulk as Kodian pressed his back against it and fired out and up, picking drones from the air. The tank trembled, a violent and sudden movement, as if it had been struck by some silent but powerful artillery hit. Kodian fired again and again, hitting a target with every shot and sending drones tumbling from the air, but his efforts were set to be overwhelmed within seconds. Red beams stabbed through the hail of fire and struck his armor. Shadows fell upon him as the drones descended. Weapons were trained on him. He threw himself forward and leapt up onto the dome of the nearest one, his weight causing the thing to drop sharply. Its motors whined as it fought to rise in defiance, but this had been his intent. He jumped onto another, using the first as a springboard, and continued to rise, firing downwards as he did so. Soon he was level with the hull of the Megalodon and he hurled himself onto the tank, his boots ringing against the smooth metal. Kodian fought to maintain his balance as he landed before one of the many thruster intakes set into the hull here. Though the tank had ceased in its progress, the engines were still working, drawing air into the thruster cavities, and he fought against the pull of the rushing air. Without though he fired a brace of plasma rounds into the grill. The glowing blast slid between the thick slats of metal and disappeared. Fire erupted from within a moment later as he ran across the gently curving hull, avoiding the searing wash of flame by a hair's breadth. Burst cannons rotated after him, spitting energy rounds at his sprinting form. He threw himself into a forward roll and came up firing, his aim proving true once again. There was no mistaking the fact that his ballistic skills were improving swiftly with the passage of time, and he knew that this was far more than a simple improvement through practice. It was as if some part of him could sense where to position his hands for greatest effect even before his eyes were able to assess the target. Up ahead was the main turret of the tank, the huge twin cannons stretching all the way from that point and continuing on over his head. He had never before seen weapons so mighty mounted on anything less than a Titan or a starship, and he could well imagine their power. The turret itself was large enough to house its own curved view slit, and he fired off a swift combination of bolt and plasma that soon saw it shattered and laid to ruin. He knew then that this was where he was headed. Fire chased him as he ran towards his destination, but he was fast to track. He ran beneath the cannons and around it, finding the metal access steps worked into the back of the large, circular construct. The chaplain holstered his bolt pistol for the first time since his alteration and threw himself up the steps, realizing that any moment could see the guns of the war machine find him. He reached the crest and drew the dawn blade, feeling the familiar weight and shape of the weapon almost as a comfort in his hand. The weapon came alive at his touch, its winged head pulsing with deadly energies. He drew back his arm and smashed it again and again into the thick dome, buckling the metal. The hatch seals soon came away beneath the assault, unable to withstand the punishment for long, and then next blow saw the tortured metal bounce clear of the turret ring and slide away. Kodian did not hesitate. He thrust his arm into the hot gloom and fired several blasts of plasma into the bunker-sized control space. He heard clear screams of agony as those inside the space died. Human screams. There was no part of him that felt even a shred of remorse at the deaths of those traitors within. If nothing else, this craft had now lost the use of its most powerful armament. And he was far from done yet. He sheathed the Dawnblade once more and leapt down into the hidden space as Eldar missiles began to rain down upon the smaller guns around him, slowly but surely stripping away the machine's offensive capabilities. What the hell is happening out there? Makarios slammed his fists down hard on the thick armrests of his control chair, his eyes wide with burning anger. Human and Tau crew members scurried past his vision. It was clear that none of them were willing to attract the commander's attention, for no one had the answers he craved. The Megalodon before them had stalled minutes earlier, the arrest of its advance an abrupt and undesired occurrence. The Nan-Rymar's prow had almost scudded into the rear of the Kaiskir Kath. This was not how Makarios ran his war machines. He looked on as explosions blossomed along the length of the Megalodon before him, quaking the stricken craft. Why does El Merco not respond? The idiot is allowing his machine to be taken apart, piece by piece. Try to raise him again. No response, Gushio. The communications officer answered a moment later. I can't seem to raise the Kaiskir Kath's array. It may have been destroyed. Unacceptable. This part of the street is not wide enough for us to pass. Raise the master of munitions and relay this order. Target the Kaiskir Kath. I want her out of my path. We have a damn war to win. Commander, the communications officer began, his voice unsteady with disbelief. Do it. Makarios spat in reply. For the greater good. Part 176. The knowledge of the ignorant. The Ziggurat Imperialis the Imperial Palace area, unknown He knew. Centurion Care Valadimus knew all the secrets of this benighted hidden world. He had known of the vaults for centuries, for he was of the companions. Only those closest to the Emperor were honored with the truth of things, the truth of everything, for that was their privilege and their burden in equal measure. He had known of the existence of these vaults, of what they contained and why they were here. He had known why the Emperor had hidden them from the eyes of all others, and had intended beyond his physical death to keep the knowledge of their existence from even the High Lords. He had known everything. He had known of the inevitability of this terrible war. He had known of the existence of the Void Champions and of the Phoenix Lords. He had known that the Emperor would die, and that death would be brought about by one of the most evil and secret beings that had ever existed. Truly, there was nothing that he had not learned following his induction into the Companions, for the very purpose of that inner circle was to safeguard that knowledge. Yes, he knew, if one could truly make such a claim, to know all that there was to know. He knew the darkest, most secret truth of the Emperor. He even knew the truth of his own fate. Care Valadimus was fated to die here within the palace, far away from the eyes of the warring forces outside. He knew that, and yet he was not afraid. He jogged towards the nearest gap he could find and ground to a halt, his bronzed skin glistening with perspiration. He deactivated his burning sword and ejected the spent clip of the bolter, letting it fall away to his feet. He fixed a fresh clip in its place and then turned to look down the half-lit passage to where the sounds of battle and the constant strobe of weapons fire could be found. Custodes threw themselves around the corner into the tunnel. Some retreated in order to rearm and reload. Others fell back through injury, limping or staggering beneath the weight of their terrible injuries. All were battered and bloodied through their exertions, their golden armor rent, buckled, and scorched by the attentions of the evil enemy. Other custodes filled the passage either side of the arch, ready to throw themselves into the battle and replace those who had fallen back. They would never give up, he knew that. Not one of them would even falter, not until they had achieved what they fought for or death claimed them. A part of him felt guilt at witnessing this indomitable determination. A part of him longed to cry out to these warriors, to tell them everything, but he knew he could not. Destiny was destiny, and the destiny of every custode here was already set in stone, as per the wishes of his eternal master. Such was the burden placed upon him that almost felt as if his mighty heart would break. How could he tell these warriors, these brothers, that they did not fight for victory against this ancient and terrible enemy? How could he tell them that all they fought for here was time? How could he possibly reveal that they were fated to give their lives only to delay the champions of the enemy and their legions enough so that the millennial plans of the emperor could be realized? He could not. None could know. A powerful explosion tore through the space beyond, throwing dust and custodes into the passage. The enemy were relentless, indomitable even in the face of the emperor's mightiest warriors. He could not guess at how many of his brothers had just perished beyond his sight, but he felt the collective psychic weight of those deaths as a dark ache in his soul. Custodes cried out for revenge as they picked themselves up from the floor and retrieved their weapons, the fires of their rage flickering as ethereal manifestations about their heads. More warriors surged past him to join the fray, eager to avenge their lost companions. He dusted off his grime-caked armor and activated his sword once again, a fresh look of determination crossing over his face. Keep your minds sharp, brothers. I need augurs at every junction within 20 meters of that chamber. We can't rely on the walls to keep them in, we have learned that much to our cost. A number of the warriors moved to stand before him at this request and he greeted them with a grateful nod of the head. Stay vigilant, but do not overstretch yourselves. I don't need to tell you that the Void Champions will burn your minds out if you leave your senses unguarded. The first sign of trouble, signal me. The warriors dispersed, beating their fists against their chests in salute. Valadimus pushed through those that ran by him towards the contested area, his sword at the ready. He could feel them, even from this distance. He could feel the toxic void of their existence as a dark and hollow ache at the center of his mind. He and his brothers were counted amongst the most potent psychers within the Imperium, and yet it was only through the sheer weight of their combined psychic presence that any of them could even stand to face the Void Champions. He had witnessed many of his brothers suffer horrific deaths at the hands of these abominations. Singled out, their minds had been scoured from their bodies, cut free by the nullifying effects of the enemy commanders and crushed into nothing, into absolute oblivion. It was a fate worse than death and a fate that transcended the end of physical life, for to suffer it was as to have never existed at all, to have one's immortal soul unwritten from existence. Valadimus shuddered at the very thought of such a fate, the consideration of it enough to cause trepidation to any psychic being. "As you will, my emperor," he whispered beneath his breath. "So I obey. So we all obey. .. The chamber was in utter darkness now that the guardians of the emperor had abandoned it. The only light source present came from the softly pulsing glow of the being that drifted delicately through its vast, empty space, a glow that caused the drifting dust to sparkle like particles of gold. Maffei ran past it a lone hand through the swirling motes, his touch causing the eddies to spiral and drift around it as if alive. He chuckled softly to himself, the sound reverberating around the seemingly endless cavern again and again despite its muted volume. Up ahead, it awaited him, empty and inviting. Clothed in darkness as it was, the golden throne shone as it caught the glow of the approaching god, its ancient, flawless surface reflecting the unnatural light. His prize. His destiny. After so long, it was to be his. A little further along he paused, drifting to a halt, his long feet hanging above the polished floor. For a moment he was utterly still, and then he turned his head slightly to peer out into the black void. Behind him, his one visible eye ablaze with malice despite the smile upon his lips. This is getting tedious, Sluggy. You continue to hound me and yet you endlessly fail to act. Almost lost amid the wall of blackness, the shadows seethed. It galls me to admit as much, but you and I are more alike than you realize, Maferan. Our actions are rarely seen to have consequence, when in fact we work beyond the sight of mortal life to realize our goals. How can you be so sure that I have thus far failed to act? Words. Maferan answered, looking back towards the throne. Suggestion. Implied threat. I do not doubt that you, your kind and your children have many plans and schemes in motion at this present time. In fact, I fully expect this to be the case. It is not that I do not suspect, Ka. I simply do not care. You are nothing to me, not now, not ever. You sound so sure of yourself. So confident. LLUC is your prize before you and you assume that you have succeeded. You underestimate me, Yamko. You underestimate us all. Perhaps. But it is as I said before, Ka. I simply do not care. Ultimate power is destined to be mine and I will take it. I stand to gain everything and I will risk everything I am to take it. Stop me, Ka, if you think you can. That is why you are here, after all, is it not? To stop me? You really think that you have the power to do so, don't you? The shadows bulged outwards, taking on a humanoid form. Huge black eyes glistened beneath the deceiver's glow. We have had this conversation before. Gia is one of us now. Maferan spat, his aura of luminescence flaring in empathy with his rising tone. Yes, she managed to find the strength and the means to destroy us. Look what it did to her, Ka. Look what it made her become. Don't you see the irony in that? That which she took from us, she herself replaced. You cannot unmake my kind, we who found existence at the very birth of these stars. Even in death we find a way to reinvent our existence. Gia is not Slahi. She is broken, her mind lost forever, but she is not of your ilk. For all her power, she is broken, a fragment of all she was. Just like you. Just like all your kind. Cain. Isha. Vol. Even. Sigarik. So long flitting from shadow to warp-tainted shadow, so long cowering in the webway. Such isolation plays tricks on the mind, Ka. We shattered your kind. We broke your collective back. Across our knee and left you ravaged, bleeding in the dust. Broken, disjointed, done. Indeed therein lies the irony of your own words, Yamko. Ka replied, the emotion in his voice taking on a strange and unidentifiable tone. Fragments, my brothers and sisters have become. It will be but a fragment that seals your own doom for all time. I promise you this, Maferan. Long ago we learned that power and strength are not enough to destroy your kind. You will be scoured from this existence for all time with but a sliver of hope. Just as Cain was tainted by the insidious corruption of Faltoric, so too will you suffer a similar fate. Maferan snorted in derision as he heard this. Beyond the vast space between the two ancient beings, Ka's eyes narrowed. What is this, Slahi? What manner of multi-layered threat I see it now. I am required to do is doubt, yes? To ponder, to reassess. He spread an arm as if to present the throne to Ka, a dazzling smile splitting his features wide open. What terrible, ingenious design lies in wait to pounce, to lay me low even now, on the very eve of my ascension? What millennial scheme is set to seal my doom? You haven't come here to fight me. No, you are here to warn me, to reveal that brilliant and unexpected fate I am unable to avoid. He clasped his hands together and began to drift towards the old one, an expression of mock excitement and false glee dominating his liquid face. Please Ka, say it. Utter that ominous warning, burning with an inner satisfaction as you do so. Revel in that revelation, goad me, arrogant, ignorant megalomaniac that I am, into taking the bait. Say it. Demand it of me. Call my bluff. Ka did not respond. He simply continued to stare at his primordial nemesis, the hatred in his eyes beyond palpable. "Do it, Yamko," the deceiver uttered, his voice altered so as to be an exact, tone-perfect match to Ka's own. "Take the throne, I dare you. Take the throne, close the trap and seal your fate." Again, his voice altered back to its original form. "I gave birth to the concept of deceit, Ka. I am the father of misdirection. The master of illusion. I am all these concepts and more, for such concepts came into being at my own creation, and that creation was formed from the very birth of the universe. I am the Alpha and the Omega, to quote one long-lost human term. I am the first, Ka. There are none superior to me. Such arrogance will prove to be your downfall," the Old One replied. Maferan gave a curt laugh and swept his palms open slowly before him. "Do not debase yourself, my old enemy. Accept your fate. The stars themselves are my eyes. The solar winds bear the whispers of all to my ears. There is no plan, singular or multifaceted, that could ever have escaped me. My claims scream arrogance, yes, but it is a justified arrogance. I speak not with the voice of one utterly deluded so as to be rendered insensible by my own delusions of grandeur. I speak the truth. You know that as well as I. This device." He swept around to present the throne to Ka once more. "This golden throne, seat of the Emperor. It cannot harm me. I know it as sure as I know my own thoughts. I see it laid bare before me and there is nothing about it that can possibly do me harm. My knowledge is omnipresent. Tainted by the power of the warp as you are, I see that of you also. You can hurt me, Ka, but you will not. You would not lower yourself to this, for you know that I cannot be stopped, not by you. Not by any force or individual or sentience in or beyond this chamber. In a universe of such infinite diversity, my kind has no equal. There are none to even compare to us." Ka remained motionless where he was as the egotistical being began to drift slowly backwards, his arms still outstretched, towards the throne. Towards his manifest destiny. "I know of Ennead, Ka. I know Cain stirs as we speak, ready to rise from the burning ashes of oblivion. I know of the coming of the scions of the Chaos Gods, and of the long-lost prize they bring. I even know that, despite my best efforts, the talismans of Vol, those powerful weapons I fought so long and hard to see destroyed, lie in wait far beyond my sphere of influence, ready to be called upon once again. I know, my age-old enemy. I know. Do you not see where all this is going? I care for none of it. All your efforts thus far have ultimately been wasted, as valiant as they were. Let go, Yamko. Accept the inevitable conclusion of this war. Enough." For long moments Ka did not speak. He simply looked as Maferan drifted towards the throne, and gently lowered himself into a seated position. Arcs of crackling energy sprang from the device as he took his place. Maferan merely chuckled at the apparent assault, as if the fingers of force were almost pleasurable to him. Only then did the Old One reveal that it was his turn to smile. "I came here neither to stop you nor to persuade you to desist, Yamko. It was never our intent to prevent this moment. I simply needed to be here to see with my own eyes the destiny that we had mapped out for you manifest itself. Take the throne. Use it, become all you desire. None of it matters. There are no schemes, no designs on your existence to be realized. That which needed to be done to you has already been done. The past hides secrets well, Maferan. Your fate was sealed long, long ago, and you don't even realize it yet." Despite himself, a look of anger fought to assert itself upon the Citan's malevolent face. He curled his talons around the armrests of the throne as if to assert his ownership upon his captured trophy. Pathetic. Desperate and pathetic. I have heard enough. Do not presume. Enjoy your absolute dominance. Ka replied, cutting the shimmering being's rant short. Try not to let the inevitability of your fate spoil the moment. We will face one another again before this is Over. The dark being did not allow Mafaran time to answer. He turned towards the endless darkness. And simply disappeared. +++. He disappeared. Centurion, he is gone. Valadimus clapped a hand against the pauldron of the alarmed custode and pushed past him, his gaze running across the glistening walls. He was a powerful psyker, one of the best amongst the custodes, and yet despite his abilities he could not see with his mind beyond the physical barrier of the wall. He did try several times to do so, but his mind clouded at each attempt. To attempt to use mind sight to hunt a void champion was a useless endeavor, at least if used directly. Valadimus knew exactly what his warrior had experienced. A lessening of that black cloud, an alleviation of pain and pressure. The target, or at least one of them, had moved. He quickly gathered a number of his warriors around him and set off towards the nearest arch. Intent on investigating this ominous change. He had advanced only a few paces when the wall behind him exploded out into the corridor, dousing lights, and throwing choking dust into the confined space. He threw himself around in time to see the huge shape loom from the obscuring cloud. Emerald light flared in a custode was cleaved in two, his armor offering no resistance whatsoever. The dead warriors' brothers lunged at the colossus, guardian spears to the fore. Bolter fire hammered into the thing and drove it back. Then they were upon it. Keep your distance. Drive it back into the chamber where we can better meet it with our blades. Even as he issued the order, Valadimus knew it would do little good. Powerful blades were driven deep into its armored body, and yet it advanced still, ignoring the power coursing through it. One blow smashed a custode to the ground. Another drove a victim clean through the wall. The centurion did not pause to consider his own fate as he charged, his blazing sword held ready to exact revenge. The void champion met him, blade against blade, and the centurion's sword fell in two. He stepped back and flung the remainder of the weapon at his foe. His eyes shone with power and, though the use of his abilities caused him to shudder in agony, the force he added to the throw drove what was left of his sword deep into the void champion's chest. He unleashed another surge of will, his hands outstretched, and the void champion fell onto its knees. Its armor groaned and buckled beneath the immense pressure. The walls around it cracked, the ancient stone blocks shifting back as if pushed outwards. The pariah lord shook beneath the assault but managed to push 1 foot forward. Its heel pressed firmly against the ground, it began to rise, tremors passing through its armored bulk. The Warishith's energized blade sputtered and fizzed like some malfunctioning strip light. The floor itself sank beneath its struggling form, dust and mortar flakes puffing into the air as the stone surface was pushed down. Blood ran freely from Valadimus' eyes and nose as he fought with every last ounce of his mental strength to assert his will upon the champion. Within moments the whites of his eyes had become crimson, awash with ruptured vessels. His armored fingers grew blackened and scorched. Casus Magog fixed him with a stare of calculating, emotionless emerald steel and rose. Valadimus gasped, the crux of his powers reached. Dispelled by the soulless void of the champion's existence. His influence was shattered. The blast tore stones from the walls and blew the limp bodies of the dead custodes clear down the corridor. Valadimus himself was hurled back by the force of the backlash, and this at least saved his life. Magog stepped forward and carved a flawless line through the floor upon which the centurion had stood a second before. He advanced, drawing slashes through the ceiling, floor, and walls around him, chasing the custode's tumbling form. The centurion came down hard on his back and rolled up onto his feet into the crowding custodes that had gathered in horror to witness the fight. S1, brothers! He shouted, focusing his mind once again. Those around him needed no explanation as they made to obey. The Void Champion's advance accelerated into a bounding run as he charged the custode lines, his Warishith swinging before him. Raw psychic energy exploded from the custode collective and slammed into Magog. This time, however, it seemed as if the abomination had anticipated the attack. He drove his heels into the floor and stood firm against the assault. The deluge of power tore at him, quaking his mighty form. Armor plate flaked away, and the air around him shimmered like desert heat, but he stood firm. LL must die. The terrible champion uttered, taking a labored step forward. Life must be made to kneel before him. Life must end, or be consumed. Defiance is senseless. He lunged forward and Custodes reeled in his presence. Valadimus cried out with the pain that Magog's presence brought him and felt many hands dragging him back away from danger. Before he had even the chance to protest, he found himself pulled through the archway and into the vast space of the chamber beyond. Custode bodies closed the gap behind him, warriors he knew would die within moments for their unshakable bravery. Centurion. He cast around to see that more of the warriors all around him, filling the subterranean hall as far as the sparse light would allow him to see. And at the center of it all. We have him, Centurion. We have him. Exosus Gog writhed and thrashed at the heart of the chamber like an enraged beast. His warriors drew whirls of energy through the darkness as he fought to connect with the tumbling, darting shapes all around him. The Phoenix Lords of the Eldar slid around the towering monster like mist, twisting and slashing as they dodged blow after blow. The sight of it took the Centurion's breath away, if only for a moment. Despite the danger of the situation, Valadimus stood transfixed. Azurman was the coldest and most calculating of all of them, though his efforts were not without passion. Rod straight he stood in the face of the enemy, his lithe body shifting in short flashes of movement as he evaded the blows of his quarry. His pulsing sword flashed out again and again to parry Gog's huge scythe, not at the blade but at the base of it, where the unconquerable influence of its field was unable to eat through the living Eldar blade. Both Janzar and Karandras were far more aggressive and animated in their attacks. Both circled the Void Champion like hunting predators, fast and low, each strike delivered to perfection. Fuegan stood at the outer edges of the conflict, firing burst after burst of lethal superheated fire at the enraged monster. The bone-white mass of Gog bore several blackened craters where even the unknown but powerful properties of his Necrontyr-forged armor had almost failed. Valadimus saw all this and dared to dream of the defeat of the encumbered Void Champion. Close this combat down. Seal this chamber as best you can and move in. We cannot allow him to escape. As the custodes around him mobilized to follow his orders, he nodded to himself, adding expectation to his voice and hope to his expression. He was satisfied that the lie was passable. His brothers had no reason to doubt him. He caught sight of Zerlios then, their eyes meeting across the dim space of the cavern. Like him, Zerlios was of the companions. Like him, Zerlios knew the truth. We have it. His brother Centurion cried, breaking eye contact as he started forward. The beast is ours. This is a glorious day. Valadimus waited until the forces within the chamber had wholly turned their attention to the fight. And only then did he allow the radiant determination to drain away. He let out a long breath, pain creasing his visage. Like Zerlios, he knew that victory was not within their grasp. He knew that Gog would not fall. Not yet, not here. They were coming. A quick glance beyond the conflict to one of the many arches that lined the chamber served only to ensure this fact beyond all doubt. They were already here. Part 177. Beginnings. Codian blew the bulkhead door into a smoking ruin and kicked aside what little twisted metal remained. He stepped through the breach, sweeping his bolt pistol from left to right as he fired. Bodies thrashed as they fell, a victim falling to every well-placed shot. He put a round of plasma into the back of the last man to die as the traitor attempted to escape through an adjoining door. The man's body erupted in flame as he was torn apart, his flight cut murderously short. This was the bridge of the mighty tank, he could see that straight away. The chamber was set into a raised blister beneath the vast guns, and the wide view screen afforded the crew here a commanding view of the road ahead. The tank's crew were dead to a man now. He suspected that the many spaces within this Leviathan contained many more, but he knew he did not have time to hunt them all down. He did not need to. He regarded the sprawling control bank before him for no more than a few moments before setting his guns to work on its many switches and levers. Sparks and debris flew as he methodically tore the bank apart, sowing ruin all about him. The entire Megalodon rocked then, and at first he thought that this shift had something to do with his attack. He stepped back, feeling the chamber move around him. The war machine was still active. Somehow, it was still moving. Another lurch, this time accompanied by a long, mournful groan of shifting metal. The chamber lifted and then fell once again, the impact resonating throughout the superstructure of the tank. Although the controls were so much scrap now, the many screens and readouts arranged around the bridge still continued to function. One of these screens in particular caught his eye. At the top right-hand corner of the screen, the readout displayed what looked to him to be a representation of a Tau drone, its designation no doubt marked by the unreadable symbols cycling beneath it. The view was of the foremost section of the tank. Red symbols pulsed at the bottom of the screen as the unit shifted its view from left to right, hunting for whatever target it had detected. Russ loomed large before him then, and the symbols grew a deep crimson, their intermittent flashing ceasing. The Primarch was covered from head to foot in dust and grime. His hair was matted, and what skin Kodian could see sported lesions and abrasions. Despite himself, Kodian could not help but smile. The Primarch was still alive and, as far as he could see, unharmed. He had been crushed by one of the largest land war machines the chaplain had ever encountered and survived. He had actually lifted the damn thing off him. Kodian. Beware, Prophet. Death is coming. Kodian started as he heard the warning. The caution in Cypher's voice was genuine and evident, so much so that he did not pause to question it. The Megalodon rocked once again, but this time it was an altogether more violent shift. The noise was tremendous, indescribable. A haze of energy washed over the thick glass screen before him and dissipated, leaving behind a charged mist in its wake, like steam rising from the hull of a transorbital lander. Alarm systems raged all across the chamber in the wake of the hit. Many of the screens were now filled with nothing but static snow and flickering lines. The shields have fallen, Kodian. This craft will not survive another hit. Go. Leave now. Kodian exhaled hard and closed his eyes. A part of him had known that this kind of situation would present itself soon enough, and yet he had tried his best to avoid it. The power. The ability. He did not even know what to call it. Whatever it was a gift that he did not want. He wasn't even sure whether or not it was Cypher's spirit or the Dawnblade itself that gave him the ability to leap through the warp from point to point. All he did know was that it was an unnatural ability, sorcery even. His greatest fear of all was that this war and the destiny that bound him to it was beginning to corrupt him one cell at a time. He also knew that he would never make it out of this machine and find his way to safety in time. The enemy prepares to fire again, Kodian. You are fast running out of time. The chaplain swept the voice from his mind and concentrated, fighting to envisage the street beyond the meters of armored shell around him. Darkness. Utter, soul-numbing cold. Light. His feet hit the ground running even as he opened his eyes. He was on the street, just as he had wished, the Megalodon a good 100 meters or so behind him. Another craft almost identical to the one he had just exited loomed large before him, its gigantic prow filling his gaze. The twin cannons above it erupted with a scream that rose in an instant to an inaudible pain in his ears. Both barrels erupted with a bright, wickering energy that warped the air around it, the sheer force they released as such that the cannons looked almost to vibrate themselves apart for a fleeting second. 100 meters would not be enough. He had witnessed firsthand the devastation these alien cannons could cause, and it was a miracle that the shields of the craft's hull had withstood the first attack. The hit had overloaded them, and the Megalodon would not survive another. He knew what he had to do then, and for the first time he did not pause to consider his actions. Darkness. Light. He gasped, the air that he drew into his lungs dry and stale. Particles skittered across his face and stung his eyes. He blinked and held an arm up to his face, instinct driving him to protect himself from the howling dust storm. Utter confusion threatened to overwhelm him. He had no idea where the demmed sorcery had taken him, only that he was far from Terra. He had not envisaged this or any destination when he had jumped. The dust storm raged about him, obscuring almost every feature of this mysterious place. He looked into the skies and could see the glow from some nearby sun, large in the sky, but pale in comparison with Terra's own. Indescribably monolithic structures rose all about him, their dark vastness made hazy by the abrasive gale. This is wrong, Codian. You are not meant to be here. Leave now, Chaplain. This is not your time. He could not breathe. The air was thin and choking. He was suffocating. Darkness. Light. He fell to his knees, retching. Sand flaked away from his armor and hissed across the cold grill beneath him. For long moments he fought to force air into his lungs, just as his eyes fought to weather the transition from the almost blinding light of the alien sun to the cool darkness of this new place. He blinked the sand from his eyes and rose, his pistols at the ready. His feet rang against the metal beneath them as he stumbled around, and, as his vision began to return, he could make out shapes. Man-made shapes. Consoles. Monitors. Bulkheads. The Tau war machine. He was inside the Megalodon. The thought exploded through his mind and dispelled whatever confusion still remained. He dropped sharply onto one knee and spread his arms wide, turning slowly at the waist so as to cover every angle. There was no crew to be found, reeling in surprise. Only silence. Silence, and this cannot be. He had been mistaken. This wasn't the interior of the Megalodon. This wasn't even Terra. What is happening to me, Cypher? He whispered, the spark of recognition growing ever larger in his mind with each passing moment. I am here. Why am I here? I cannot answer that, Chaplain. This is your doing. I have no control over your actions, instinctive or otherwise. He was back where it had all begun. He deactivated his pistols and placed them at his sides. It was only as he came to holster the plasma pistol that he realized he could not. It had no holster. He placed the weapon down on the nearest console and moved towards the control bank. A short search revealed the activation rune for the interior lights and he pressed it. Dormant glow globes set into the curved ceiling flickered and came online, revealing his surroundings in greater detail. What he saw there drove him to his knees. I am dead. He whispered, pain stealing the weight from his voice. Emperor, I am dead. This cannot be real. 10 armored bodies lay still within the restraints of the SUS and benches arranged in a circle at the center of the small hold. 10 Asteroutes, Ultramarines all, immobile and unconscious. Alive. He was back in the life pod of the Guilliman's Wrath. Cypher, tell me what is happening to me? How can this be possible? He uttered, brushing the floor and the surrounding machines with his fingertips as if to convince himself of their existence. Holy Terra, this is the end. My mind has finally broken. There can be no other explanation. No, Chaplain, this is real. Impossible. Codian roared, rising to his feet. He crossed the distance in a second and stood at the center of the sleeping Asteroutes, his arms spread wide. How can this be real? How can this possibly be? He extended a quivering finger towards one of the dormant figures. The cold, emotionless visage of the skull helm stared back up at him, its gleaming bone covered with a fine layer of glittering crystalline dust. That is me. Dalo Codian, Chaplain of the Ultramarines. Survivor of the death of the Guilliman's Wrath. How can I be here in the same space twice, Cypher? How is that possible? Your instincts have brought you here, Chaplain. Something inside you, some part of the knowledge you hold, has urged you to this place. Some part of the knowledge? This was your legacy, Cypher. How can you not know the answers? You fail to fully understand the gift you were given. The weight of knowledge you were given is vast and far from linear. Your questions are your own, Codian, as are the answers you seek. Some part of your subconscious knew to guide you here. Through both space and time, it would seem. You never warned me of this, Cypher. You never said I could do this. When one uses the power of the warp, there are no physical barriers that cannot be breached. The warp does not obey temporal laws. The warp obeys no law. By why? Codian cried, shaking his fists in frustration. Why here? Why now? Look within yourself for the answers. You are the prophet. The prophet. Codian echoed, spitting the word from his mouth like venom. How that damned title plagues me. Why, Cypher? What sermon do I have to give? What message do I carry? I am no prophet. I do not know what I am anymore. You are the prophet, Codian. Do you not see the truth of it yet? One must know, chaplain. One must carry the truth of all things. One must teach. One must act. You are that man, Dalo Codian. How else can you prepare the galaxy for the coming of the Citan? One must act, Cypher had said. Questions rampaged through his mind at the situation he found himself in. Why would his own instincts have brought him here? It was as he was considering all this that the realization finally broke through the storm of confusion in his tortured mind and shone the light of truth. He had crossed not only space but time. He had broken what both sanity and reality told him were the most irrefutable laws of existence to be here. I am here to save them, he said, moving back towards the control bank. One must act, you said. Why else would I have come here, if not to save my brothers from this ignoble fate? You said yourself that I alone am responsible for my being here. You cannot help them. This craft drifts through the warp still, chaplain, lost deep within its vastness. Revive them now and they will suffer a long and agonizing death, you included. This simple craft does not have the ability to enter and exit the warp of its own accord. You cannot know this, but it is only through the sacrifice of one of your brothers that any of you still live. Codian withdrew from the console as he heard this and turned to the 10 sleeping figures. He walked back over to them, still unable to believe what his eyes told him. The slightest shimmer of ghostly energy at the corner of his eye attracted his attention. He looked to the still form of the Astarte laid at his side. Crucis. The old librarian's lined face twitched as Codian whispered his name. The hazy light shimmered about his face once again and then faded. The tiny runes of power set into the metal hood that surrounded his head pulsed, and the intricate crystalline circuitry there glittered. Your librarian brother fights to keep the presence of you all from the predators of this terrible sea of souls and daemons. He has done so ever since this craft was caught in the migrating currents of the warp stream. The effort is killing him, chaplain. His mind is being stripped away, layer by layer. Codian felt a darkness cloud his mind and his heart as he thought back to the attempt to revive the brave librarian. He could not have known that it was Crucis that had saved them all, and that he had given his life and his soul to see them carried safely through the warp. You have my thanks, epistolary Crucis, he whispered, laying a hand upon the golden eagle set into the librarian's chest. I pray that your soul finds its way to the Emperor's side. With that Codian turned his attention to the others, his own alter ego included. What can I do, Cypher? How can I stand here and know that most of these Marines will not survive this journey? I cannot stand by and let my brothers die, not even. His eyes fell upon one individual and his voice died away. Barolinus. Traitor to the Emperor. He hissed through bared teeth and moved to stand above the young warrior. To imagine what this Marine would do, what he would become. He drew the Dawnblade from his belt and the weapon came alive in his hand. I may not be able to save the others, brother, but I can save you. I can ensure that you never gain the opportunity to forfeit your soul. No. You must not kill him. I cannot let him live. Codian spat. I won't let him betray us. We cannot interfere with the strands of fate that have been woven to bring us to this point and beyond. You must understand that. Do you not see? Everything that you know of the future beyond this point has already happened, Codian. It may seem plausible to you now but it cannot be. Barolinus survives, you know that. If you were fated to kill him now, then he would have already been dead the moment you opened your eyes. You cannot kill him. You did not kill him. But why? Why would I let him live when I know what fate has in store for him? Why should I let him live when the others are fated to die? I have to leave Croesus to suffer so that we may live. I have to do nothing and allow my captain and my brothers to die, and yet I cannot end the life of a traitor. What sense is there in any of this? You are the prophet. You must teach. You must act. Then let me act. Cody raged, bringing the dawn blade level with Berolinis's face. The blade quivered and shrunk away from the marine, as if unwilling to do him harm. Cody gave a curt, humorless laugh, as if this far from surprised him. What surprised him even more was when the living weapon pulled at his grasp, attracted towards the dormant ultramarine captain. What is this? He whispered. Fate. Cypher replied. As you teach, prophet, so must you learn. The truth is yours to reveal. At first Cody made to speak, to probe, and to question the phantom once again, but the pull of the weapon was strong enough so stay his tongue. He allowed the dawn blade to pull him towards Artemin, the glowing head almost brushing his armored gauntlet. This warrior, chaplain. His name was Artemin. He never made it out of here alive, did he? No. 5 of them were dead long before I opened my eyes. How did you know that? I never mentioned any of this to you. I am in your head, chaplain. Some memories linger long after others have faded. Tell me, how well did you know him? He was my battle brother, Ghost. We fought side by side for many years. I don't doubt that, but I will ask again. How well did you know him? This is absurd. I have answered your question, Cypher. We were part of the same company for over 3 decades. Then tell me of your history together. We need to know why Artemin and these others had to die. Chaplain. Don't you see that? Something killed them during your time in the warp. That same something drove your brother Croesus to fight above and beyond his abilities to ensure that you were delivered from this fate. Cody, this is the past. This has already happened. So I will ask you one more time, and then together, we will work to uncover the truth. The truth of what? Why you killed him, Cody. Why you killed them all. Cody fought for a long time to find the words to answer the accusing spirit. They would not come. After a while he cast the dawn blade onto the floor and strode over to the craft's single control chair. He spun the chair around and sat down in silence, his eyes wide. There was no situation imaginable that could bring about the conclusion offered by Cypher. Why would he kill his own brothers? Why would he kill ultramarines utterly loyal to their chapter, Imperium and Emperor? Why would he end their lives and allow Berolinus to live? Could it really be that even this, his salvation from certain death at the hands of the Eldar and the subsequent 6th-century exile within the warp, was part of the millennial plan? I fear that I may have exceeded the limits of my imagination, he admitted, running his hands through his hair. Part of me knows the answer, I feel that much. Part of me believes you. Artemin. Panus. Laco. Vertium and Maximus. All of them were brothers, all of them loyal and true. I never questioned their deaths, Cypher, but something inside has never allowed me to forget them. There has to be clues here. Something that would explain what has to happen. What of your epistolary, chaplain? It is clear that he survived this, or else you would not be standing here. Did he wake? Did he speak to you? LL is lost. That is as much as he managed to say before he died. There was nothing more. Then the clue must lie elsewhere. Nares seemed to sense something. Anaris. That word. Codion's eyes narrowed as he repeated it again, over and over in his mind. As he did so he fancied he could feel something shift within his mind, and it wasn't until he felt the presence of Cypher recoil and self-chastisement that he remembered he had heard it before. Nares. That is the name of the Dawnblade. I remember I remember the vision of the falcon. The whispers of the Eldar ghosts if the Isharia The clash of alien gods. In my dream the Dawnblade was the greatest weapon ever created by the Eldar Smith god. Yes, I know the legend. Could you imagine if such a legend held truth? That you held in your hand a blade once wielded by a god? Perhaps a measure of that god's power yet remains within the blade. Enough to give it life. Ah, I see it now. At that moment it changed, became something else. It took the form of its bearer's allegiances. What was once alien is now a mighty symbol of the Imperium. Such irony. Once again, I find myself suspicious of what you truly know, Cypher. First the ghost of the Farseer, Eldrad, and now you. This blade is more than a powerful and ancient alien weapon, isn't it? This blade is the key. The key to all this. You are correct, but this is not the time for such discussions. We must. The blade is the key, Codian said again. He moved to retrieve it from the floor once again and found himself surprised when it slid towards him and then leapt into his grasp. He held it up to his face in order to examine it, as if he expected to find his answers etched into its flawless surface. The blade knows. It was trying to tell us something. Something about Rutiman. Whatever it was, you spoke of 5 names. 5 dead Astaroths, killed to prevent something. Why? These 5, Chaplain? Show them to me. Codian stepped between the sleeping warriors, naming those he knew were fated to die here as he passed. Well, you know Rutiman. Umbraz, Laner. He paused and let out a sigh as he gestured at the next Astarte laid beside him. Myself. I assume that you know enough about this one. More than you realize. Vertium. Lako. Solid and dependable Marines, both of them. They joined Rutiman's honor guard together following the losses incurred during the Ankalan schism 2 years earlier. Panus was the company's standard bearer, a role he had maintained for the last 8 years prior to the attack on the Guilliman's Wrath. Barolinus, you know, of course. He was the only Marine present that was not a part of Rutiman's personal squad. And the final Astarte. Maximus. He is, perhaps the most seasoned veteran amongst Rutiman's squad. He was Rutiman's champion, and one of the greatest warriors I have ever had the privilege to fight beside. What of his history? I oversaw the inclusion of Maximus into Rutiman's squad myself. He was by that time already a celebrated warrior. He was the lone survivor of the command squad of one Captain Louiseau of the 4th Company. He came to be reassigned to Artemin. In time, he would have made the rank of captain, I am sure. There followed a pause of silence for several moments. How old was this warrior? He was old. It was said that he had obtained the status of company champion during the wars of the Scarus cleansing almost 2 centuries before. This campaign saw the Ultramarines undertake a purge of the Vrox system and its colonies following the rebellion of Vrox Prime. Incidentally, the original Vrox campaign was undertaken by the Dark Angels, who subsequently disappeared from the system following the conclusion of the war for Vrox Prime. What relevance has this? It would seem that the link is to be found in the histories of the Marines in question. You say that one of them, this Panus, was the company's standard bearer. Yes. Where is the company standard? Codian glanced around the small hold of the craft and then shrugged. There was no sign of it. From what I recall, he did not carry it with him. What relevance is this? He is the standard bearer, Chaplain. Cypher, these warriors, and I escaped from the Wrath with minutes to spare. I found them as I moved through the ship in my search for Artemin. They were searching for me. We barely made it to the pod in time before the ship began to come apart around us. Again I will say it. He is the standard bearer. Is that not one of the greatest honors a Marine can hold? I myself have seen Astaroths give their lives to save banners fallen in battle. Would he really have abandoned it, even in the face of impending doom? Is that the way of an Ultramarine? Codian's eyes narrowed at this. As much as he was loath to admit it, the ghost was right. This was the first time he had ever seen Panus without the standard by his side. A feeling of deep unease began to settle over him. This champion, Maximus. You say that he was a survivor, a lone survivor of some campaign that originally involved the Dark Angels. What enemy forces were present during this original war? It was a war against the Traders of Chaos. I do not remember specific details. His voice trailed away then and he moved towards the sleeping champion. Maximus's hands were folded across his chest, his mighty sword and his ancient plasma pistol ever in his grasp. The Dawnblade pulled in his hand as he neared. No. I cannot believe such things to be possible. Trust your instincts, Codian. They have yet to fail you. With Ratiman, the blade hovered near the champion's armored right gauntlet. Codian reached down and gently removed the exquisite pistol. He could tell from its artifice that it was incredibly old, thousands of years old. He placed it on the seat at the champion's side and then unfastened the gauntlet and removed it, revealing the warrior's hand. There was nothing immediate to be seen. The Dawnblade pulled his hand down, a soft light emanating from it as it descended. As it neared the exposed skin, something was revealed in the hazy ethereal glow. Mark, a symbol, tattooed into the flesh of the champion's hand. Emperor, no. Visible only by the strange light given off by the Dawnblade, the mark could clearly be seen. A three-headed reptilian beast. The mark of the Hydra. The mark of the Alpha Legion. Codian withdrew, almost stumbling as he did so. Maximus was not an ultramarine. He never had been. No matter the myriad arguments that his own sense of logic fired through his brain, the truth was clear. This is madness, Cypher. Do you realize what must have taken to place these traitors amongst us? If they are all truly of the Alpha Legion, then some of them would have been amongst us for hundreds of years. How is that possible? Only the Legion themselves could answer that. I have to know. Codian whispered. I have to be sure. It took only a few minutes for him to investigate the others. He had to uncover the truth. One by one. He removed the right gauntlet of each Marine, himself included. His findings were exactly as he had feared. Arteman, Panus, Laco, Maximus, Vertium. All bore the exact same mark, branded by some invisible means into their skin. The others were clear of the mark of the Legion, and for this he gave thanks. Even Barolinus. He had fully expected the warrior to be one of the insidious traitors but was not unduly surprised when he discovered that not to be the case. Barolinus was a true ultramarine, and this fact at least explained to him why he had abandoned them to seek out the Primarch. The evidence was clear to him now. He knew what he had to do, and he knew why these warriors had to die. One by one, in complete silence, he moved amongst the traitors, the Dawnblade in his hand. One by one they died, in peace and in silence, their life force drawn into the blade. They were never to complete whatever foul plan they had long worked to realize. Codian slid the Dawnblade back into its holster and shook his head slowly, feeling no better for what he had done. Truth be told, he wasn't sure what he felt about this. He pondered upon his emotions as he picked up the false champion's ornate pistol and made to remove its still full ammunition canister. Take it. It is a fine weapon, far better quality than the guard issue piece. Take the spare canisters. And the weapon's holster, too. Better that you gain something, anything, from this experience. This made sense. He set about retrieving the items, though his mind was still on what he had discovered here. There is much of this that still makes little sense. Why the Alpha Legion? The more I consider all the facts, the deeper this seems to go. Perhaps the Eldar attacked the Wrath of Guilliman because of me. I could be the one responsible for the destruction of the ship. It is possible. Perhaps the Alpha Legion spies were the ones responsible for your ship's destruction. Codian. The plan may have been to manufacture a situation that would allow them to remove you. The Eldar may have been the ones fighting to extract you. They may have even foreseen all of this, and known that their actions would see you thrown into the tides of the warp and placed far from the attentions of those who were aware of your destiny. We must accept that there are some things we will never know. We are done here, he answered, fastening the pistol's strap around his waist. I have had enough of this place. We leave. Take heart in the knowledge of the fact that you have maintained your destiny, even if that destiny makes little sense. You are the prophet, de Locodian, a role that cannot be explained. I fear that you will only fully understand all that you are destined to be once this war is over and your task complete. I told you that it was your role to act. Here, you have acted. The future will be the better for it. To act, yes. And to teach. Codian replied. That was what you said. With that he walked over to Barolinus and lingered there for a long moment, his eyes fixed upon the slumbering warrior. Cypher's words were wise, his guidance true. It was as the phantom said. His role, the role of the prophet, was so complex that no one man could ever fully explain it. His was a role fabricated by beings so old and ancient that they were beyond comprehension. To try and understand it was a futile task. The role was his and his alone. He could not be told what he was expected to achieve or how to achieve it. Those decisions were his alone to make. Little by little, he began to understand that. After a while he leaned close to the marine's ear, and whispered. Rabut Guilliman. Guilliman is your primarch, Barolinus. Guilliman is the light of your existence. You must find him. You must strive to seek him out no matter what you have to do. I cannot tell you why this is so, for even I do not know the answer. All I know is that it must be done, and you are the one to do it. Find him. With that he rose and nodded. I am done here, Cypher. I have a war to win. The shadows tore him from the hold of the lifepod, and he was gone. Part 178. Recall. Armored boots rang against solid metal as the darkness peeled away. He felt the impact and fell forward, the surface bearing enough of an inclination to throw his balance. Codian rolled head over heels and came up onto his feet in time to see the megalodon before him meet its annihilation. Twin supersonic thunderclaps burst across the surrounding buildings, shattering hundreds of windows simultaneously. The entire rear end of the megalodon shattered, almost like glass, as the full force of the shells assailed it. The passage of the shells created a series of chain reactions that tore the whole craft apart, inch by inch, metal shredding and squealing from stern to bow. Metal squealed and groaned as the twisted remains were pulled in after the shells, the forces created by their passing so great that the largest pieces buckled and folded in on themselves. A mighty vortex of swirling debris spiraled after the powerful shells, growing as it sucked every particle of loose wreckage after it. Russ! He cried, scouring the scene for any sign of the Primarch. He could see nothing. Had Russ survived the first attack, only to be killed by this? He drew both his pistols and investigated the surrounding hull for the nearest access point. As his new acquisition whined to life, he felt the rising power vibrate through his armored fingers with some satisfaction. Cypher had been right, this was indeed a far superior example. He had briefly considered using his new ability to throw himself beyond the thick hull and into the craft, but he chose not to do so. The power was still a great mystery to him, and he did not want to risk leaping into such a confined space, only to emerge half inside some interior bulkhead. There. The hatch was small, not initially designed for a marine's power-armored bulk, but it looked large enough to accommodate him. A single plasma shot blasted the hatch in. Metal rang and energy flared beneath the blast, washing over his feet and sending an uncomfortable charge through his armor. The megalodon's protective field. Fortunately for him, the field seemed to be geared more towards repelling far more powerful attacks and less to preventing close-quarter harassment. His entry was not a smooth one. The edges of the hole rang against his armor as he passed. He landed and almost lost his footing as the warped and smoldering hatch slid beneath his feet. He found himself in some kind of short and narrow corridor, featureless save for the few bulkhead doors set into its length. He moved to the first of them and banged the back of his fist against the hatch button. The metal slid aside and he pushed through into the space beyond. Bodies rose before him and he put them to death with a series of swift shots from his bolt pistol. Blood sprayed and sparks flew as the human crew were put to death. Kodian waited for the smoke to clear and then investigated the cramped space. The cabin was only a few feet wide but looked to stretch a good way along the length of the tank. He peered down the console-filled passage and saw others rising from their seats, gunners, he guessed, throwing aside headsets and reaching for secreted weapons. He cut them down without mercy and with a speed none could match. Here in this confined space, there was no escape from the bit of his guns. In no time at all, the only thing left alive in the gunnery corridor was him. The rest of this tank's crew had to be aware of his presence now. He knew that every moment counted. He ran down the corridor, his guns to the fore, covering every niche and hatch as he passed. He knew nothing of the layout of the hold and had no idea where this would lead him. He just kept on running until he reached the end of the space. Another hatch. He hammered an elbow into the button and passed through into an intersection that saw access ladders leading above and below the deck he stood on. He heard shouts filtering up and down from all over the craft, fearful and confused. The crew of the Megalodon knew that they had an enemy in their midst now. Impossible. Makarios spat, rising to his feet. Tau and human crew members scattered about him, animated by the shrill cries of a dozen alarms. Worried faces filled his vision as he swept his cloak aside and drew his pulse pistol, his pale features alight with indignation. The intruders have passed through the left side gunnery station, Lord. We are attempting to track their progress now. Sound the general alert. LL crew to arms. This ends now. Makarios raged. The Nan Armir is mine. And I will not suffer this. Hunt them down like dogs. Bring me their damned heads. Bodies filtered through the hatch of the bridge and he followed, pushing aside those who were not fast enough to exit before him. As he passed through the opening he slowed, feeling the press of bodies surge back into him. Gunfire thundered through the hold ahead, each burst deafening in his ears. Bright weapons discharge flashed through the confined space. He could not see what was happening ahead, but it was obvious that the enemy were fighting their way to the bridge. Bring them down, he commanded, fighting to get a glimpse of the insolent attackers. The bright flash of pulse fire flashed through the gloom, rendering his ability to see beyond the immediate bodies useless. The spaces of the Megalodon were near useless for this kind of close-quarter fighting. No matter how undesirable the option was, he knew that they had little choice. Draw them back this way. We will make our stand on the bridge. He turned and ran back through the hatch into the chamber beyond. From here there was no way to run, but that did not matter. There was only one way to enter and exit the bridge, and the attackers would have to pass through here if they wanted to take the Nan Rymr. The bridge crew were the first to filter back into the space, and as they did so Makarios ordered them into their positions. Open communications with the rest of the craft. I want every surviving crew member to respond to this attack. Activate and release all defense drones. Varso, bring the interior surveillance online and show us who we're dealing with. Everyone else move back. Move back. Keep that hatch covered. Damn it. Bodies jostled for room as they poured through onto the bridge and spread through the space. Makarios braced himself and raised his pistol, ready to meet the threat. No sooner had he leveled the weapon with his eye than a bright ball of plasma punched through the hatch and cut a host of fleeing UVESA to pieces. The shot carried on into the bridge and exploded against the bulkhead wall, causing Makarios to throw himself to the side in order to avoid the white-hot backlash. He landed hard and rolled up onto his knees as shots hammered through the hatch, cutting more of his crew down. Others reeled before the assault, bolt shells exploding all about them. Press forward and counter them. I won't stand for this intrusion. I am Makarios. I am. The dark shape thundered through the hatch and into the defending soldiers and crew, gunfire exploding before his blurred outline. Shells scythed through Makarios's men, and the pulse fire that met the murderous attacker broke against his armored form in miniature starbursts, unable to penetrate it. Makarios rose and fired, each shot an extension of his own burning anger. At the same time he twisted the rune at his belt and the wreathed helm fastened there fell into his grasp. He swung the helm onto his head. A brief film of shimmering energy washed over his outline like glass catching sunlight, fingers of electric charge crackling about the golden artifact. In those next passing seconds he caught his first true glimpse of the intruder. He was an Astarte. Clothed in the armor of a chaplain, his bare face twisted in absolute rage. Their eyes met then and the warrior closed in on him, swatting aside those that did not fall to his guns. "You have made a mistake, Imperial traitor," Makarios uttered, casting the useless pistol aside and drawing the golden staff from his back. He flicked the clasp at his neck and his crimson cloak fluttered to the floor, just as the rampaging attacker brought his hands together and put a storm of bolt and plasma through the torso of the last remaining member of his crew. The chaplain did not answer him. He fixed his hateful eyes on the Gushio and made his intentions perfectly clear. Bolt pistol raised in readiness, he took a step forwards and fired. Makarios was already advancing upon him as the bolt shell slammed into his chest and exploded. Light and flame flared across his charging form as the ancient helm of Makarios devoured the explosive and concussive forces assailing him. The shot did not even slow him down. The foul traitor had not expected this to happen, he could tell that. Nor had he expected the sheer ferocity of his charge. Makarios was upon his foe within the space of a heartbeat and he swept his staff down into the armor at the marine's shoulder, the blow a solid connection. Opposing energies burst across the point of impact and threw both combatants back several paces. Makarios drove his heels into the floor and arrested his momentum as the chaplain lurched back into the bulkhead, his weight crushing several control panels and throwing sparks across the tight space. Starts. Brigand fools who think themselves above those who carry naught but the flesh and blood they were born with to battle, he shouted, advancing upon his opponent once again. He spied the pistol as it levelled on him and brought the head of the staff down to drive the shot into the floor. Swift kick connected with the chaplain's face and another with his opposing arm, far from enough to injure the marine but sufficient enough to keep the fearsome plasma pistol at bay. The chaplain's legs scissored beneath him and Makarios was thrown over onto his back. He landed hard and rolled instinctively, avoiding the descending heel and the deep dent it left behind. He was on his feet just as the chaplain rose and, unwilling to allow the traitor even a moment's opportunity, he rained a punishing series of blows down upon him. The marine countered each one with the armor of his vambraces. Despite his strength and skill, Makarios could see that the chaplain was also protected by far more than armor. A vast arm swept out and punched his staff aside, the blow powerful enough to almost dislocate the limb. He cried out and staggered to the left as the chaplain followed with an elbow that sent him sprawling across the bridge and into his command chair. There was no time to hesitate, no time to allow disorientation and distraction to better him. He threw himself away as plasma tore the chair apart, rolled over, and came up onto his feet once again. Bolt shells smashed him into the main control bank and he felt the breath surge from his lungs. Then the chaplain was upon him, his dark visage filling his gaze, those hateful eyes blazing with the desire to bring about his doom. Makarios drove both feet into the marine's stomach but the BD did not even flinch. He tried again, hammering blows into the most vulnerable point available to him, but still his opponent did not show any signs of discomfort. Then the pistols found him, their dual barrels hovering inches from his face. He thrust the staff forward like a spear and caught the chaplain full in the face. The armored brute pitched back as Makarios slid under and around him. He wrapped both hands around the staff and bludgeoned the fiend across the back 3 times. His fourth attempt rang against the chaplain's arm and he realized too late that he had left his guard open. White-hot plasma scoured the detail of everything before him from his eyes and sent pain lancing through him, total and overwhelming. He was only barely aware of the brief sensation of weightlessness that preceded the impact of his body hitting the floor. He remained there for what seemed an age, caught fast in the suffocating embrace of utter agony, his every nerve afire. Then he was airborne once again, armored fingers wrapped around his neck and then released. Another impact, jarring and pregnant with agony. Plus. Kodian plucked the enemy commander from the floor and flung him across the bridge into the main view screen. The golden armored warrior hit the glass with a bone-wrenching thud and slid down onto the ruined console, hazy smoke curling from his punished form. The man was strong for a human, and fast, though to look upon his unnaturally pale, almost gray skin betrayed the fact that he was something more than human. He had no idea who this warrior was or what manner of standing he held within the Unity. Truth be told, he did not care. He was the enemy, just another pawn of the Unity. Just another obstacle to overcome, another life to end. He was nothing. He drew the bolt pistol from its holster once again and rearmed it. The man was well protected. Almost as well as himself, but sooner or later that protection had to fail. It could not keep him safe forever. The commander's eyes were open and he was starting to stir, although it was clear that he was in great pain. He had managed to push himself up onto his hands when the light beyond the view screen faded and a ringing impact jarred the megalodon around him. The thick glass shattered and huge fingers wrapped around the man's neck as Kodian looked on. He was pulled from the bridge like a rag doll, out into the hull of the war machine. Pulled into the presence of Leman Russ. The Primarch lifted the Gushio up to his scowling face and gave a low, rumbling grunt of contempt. Little thing, he growled, inspecting the resurrected Lord Solar as if he were some intriguing curiosity. False flesh wrapped in the pomp of the guard and the sterile trappings of the Tau. You reek of plundered cells and dust-laden tombs. Faded and diluted. Is this what the Unity is reduced to? Makarios did not answer, nor could he have if he had desired it. He spat in the Primarch's face, his last, defiant act. Russ flicked his wrist and snapped the man's neck with ease, ignoring the counteractive energies that snaked across his hand and arm. With that he cast the broken body aside, and Gushio Urvir. Makarios Shoka was no more. Kodian climbed out through the shattered view screen and nodded to the Primarch, the expression on his face making no secret of the fact that he was glad to see Russ alive. I had thought you lost when the guns of this monster destroyed its sister craft. It is good to see that the celebrated Leman Russ continues to live up to his legend. Russ smiled and bowed his head. Forgive my interference in your hunt, Chaplain, but the destruction of that craft was an uncomfortable experience and I had to exact my revenge in some form. I assumed that the fool is just killed was the commander of this gunship. That he was, and I can barely fail to forgive the intrusion of a Primarch. Well said. Back to the hunt then. Russ raised his spear and leapt from the hull of the Megalodon, Kodian close behind. They landed on the road and into the frenetic chaos of the fight. Bikes roared past them, bolters blazing. Drone fighters soared by overhead, spinning trails of searing pulse fire into the Alliance ranks. He landed before the broken body of the Gushio and rose, his ascension slow and deliberate. Animalistic senses attuned above and beyond any possible human level drew his attention up and out into the carnage. Recognition flashed across his feral eyes. Nimel. Rabut Gilliman uttered, raising the point of Gisilas out at the tensed Primarch. Makarios will be the last brother of the Unity ever to fall to your hand. Wide smile split the wolf's lips as he heard this. He mirrored Gilliman's threat as he thrust the head of his spear out at the creature he had once called brother. I bested you once before and left you teetering on the brink of death, my sibling. I took your arm as a warning, Gilliman. I knew your chaos-tainted lapdog would give it back to you. That which I will take from you here and now shall never be regained. You are a lie, something that should never have been. I will rectify that mistake. Kodian rose slowly as he took in both the exchange and the sight of his Primarch, his heart's pounding in his chest. He had always known that this confrontation would occur, for such an incident was the stuff of fate, but nothing could have prepared him for the sheer weight of it. Gilliman's black eyes flicked towards him, their movement visible only by the glint of light shifting across their surface. Chaplain. he uttered. The transformation on his face from smile to sneer was so subtle as to be hardly noticeable. I am by no means a vindictive man, but I will enjoy watching you die, traitor. You are a chaplain, a champion of the imperial creed. You could have brought the light of truth to so many, you could have saved the soul of the Imperium, but you have not. All you have done is play herald to its annihilation. Codion shook his head slowly as he heard this. He holstered his bolt pistol and drew an arras, ready to see his destiny through to the end. As he did so, his final fears were confirmed before his eyes. The hovering craft behind the Primarch bore another figure from the gaping hatch set into its side. His brother, the traitor, Berolinus, the warrior he himself had betrayed. Berolinus said nothing. His eyes never once left Codion as he raised the head of the mighty thunder hammer up and pointed it out at the chaplain, the challenge clear. The stuff of legend, Russ uttered in his ear, his voice rich with a barely disguised thirst for combat. That is our lot, chaplain, you see. To fight the fights that are remembered across the ages. Our Imperium has survived to this day only through the preservation of such legends and the inspiration they generate. Inspiration is strength, and a desire to continue, to persist, to survive. The future is built on the foundation of legend, for these are the only such foundations strong enough to support it. There was something in the way that Russ spoke that gave him pause to consider the Primarch's words. He realized then that the wolf had intended to impart something of great import, something he himself had to remember. Russ saw this consideration on the chaplain's face and nodded slowly. You are the prophet, Codion. One who has so much to teach can only be taught himself by a pantheon of all. You are the book, the account, the witness to destiny. You are the message. The message for who, Russ? For all of us. Came the Primarch's enigmatic reply. Codion heard this and froze. That was it. That was the moment. I know, he whispered to himself. I know my purpose. I see now what I have to do. Part 179. To face a destiny. A profound realization flooded through Codion as he came to understand all that was expected of him now. It was a realization that swept through him, blasting aside the shadows of doubt and confusion from his mind with the light of comprehension and truth. Many were the varied and complex facts that tumbled together to form avenues of destiny in his mind. It was as if that one core realization, the discovery of the truth behind his own existence, had been the key. The discovery of his true identity had unlocked something unprecedented deep within him. He was the prophet. He was the message. He had not carried on the tides of fate here to this future nightmare time in order to teach. He had been brought here to learn. To witness. He could not die here, just as Cypher had said, because it was not his lot to die before the conclusion of this war. It was his lot to bear witness to all that had passed and all that was yet fated to pass, from the moment he opened his eyes to the death of the final Citan. This last consideration swirled around his head as a mental echo, the sheer absurdity of its implications barely comprehensible. To dare to even dream, at long last, of an end to these godlike beings, was a consideration that almost caused him to feel foolish despite himself. It was possible now. He could see that for truly the first time. Up until this point he had allowed himself to be led in both thought and action, content enough to trust the fate that hung around his neck like a leash to guide him ever on his path. Only now did he see the full truth of things. Only now did he realize that this was not how it had to be. His was not a destiny of obeying the choices of other powerful, aloof, and more enigmatic entities. His destiny was his own. It always had been. There was a way. There was a way for all this to end. Each and every one of the 4 Citan could be destroyed and for all time. The imminent threat of the battle around him faded away like the dispersal of smoke into the open air. Sights and sounds faded into oblivion, leaving only him and his thoughts behind. Codion realized that this was of his own doing. He could feel his mind reeling, synapses flaring and parting as his entire brain fought to reconfigure itself to better accommodate the boundless information coursing through it. The myriad strands of destiny that were ever bound to him remained, yes, but they were forever changed now. Now he could see them, stretched out like stands of spider silk in his mind's eye. He could see now that there was no mysteries to his fate, to where his existence intended him to go, and what it intended him to do. He could see the many points far in the past that he had played his part in shaping this final war. One particular vision flashed by him faster than the mortal mind was able to process. Even Kodian caught only the merest glimpse of what the thought contained, but it was enough. It was enough. The deceiver, the ancient creature known as Mepharan. He had just witnessed his end. Kodian saw then that even gods could fall victim to the viper's strike. The blade he had come to know as Nari's shivered in his hand as he saw this, and so he dismissed the thought. It was at this point that Kodian fought to understand exactly what it was he had become. He was no longer human, and far even from Astarte. He was no longer strictly mortal, and yet he knew that it was possible for him to die. He was still a living, breathing being, and yet his soul had become something much more than the sum of its parts. He began to understand this. Everything he was witnessing, all these illusory scenes of past, present and future, they were actual memories. His memories. How this could be possible he did not know, but he could not doubt that this was the truth. Somehow his mind was able to show him much of the life he had yet to lead, as if his psyche and his physical self were somehow connected only by the faintest of tethers. All these were memories of events that had already happened in various points along the timeline of his existence, most of which his physical self had yet to experience. At the center of it all, the voice. That ubiquitous, ever-changing presence. It was no accident that this Anaris had long seemed to be the vessel fated to deliver the voice and all its wisdom to him. Anaris was that vessel, in a far more literal sense. The last, coveted treasure of a dead god. He was the prophet. Who or whatever he had once been was long gone now. He had been Dalo. Kodian, once. No longer. And so at last, you understand, said the voice in his head. I do. And I see all that must yet be done. You may go now, ghost, back into that vast abyss beyond, to where your final fate awaits you. Cypher did not answer. He did not need to. Kodian took his next breath and knew then that the phantom was simply gone. What witchery is this? Russ growled by his side. The Primarch raised his head slightly as if in response to some sudden and quite unpleasant odor. The crackle of mine speak singes my nasal hairs, chaplain. Witchcraft has a smell all of its own. Destiny, Primarch. It is time to take the reins of destiny in hand. Many more of the huge Megalodon war machines had choked the highway beyond, unable to advance due to the demise of the Nan Armir. The death of Makarius had robbed them of their commander. Each of the lesser commanders of the crafts milled about in confusion, fighting to decide their next move. The rain of Eldar missiles continued to descend from their hidden positions high above, sowing ruin and panic amongst the trapped war machines. There was a commotion behind them, and Kodian turned in time to see a short but bulky shape pushing its way through the assembled space wolves. Grungy shoved his squat frame out onto the road amid a flurry of unintelligible curses. Bruised and caked in grime, he wiped the back of his hand across his face and grinned at Kodian. Now this should be a bloody fight. Not one to miss, that's for sure. And here we have him. Kodian followed the demiurge's gaze and looked on to see a brace of figures exit the hovering orca behind the Primarch, shouting orders into the confusion. He recognized Berolinas immediately, though the other towering warrior was not as easily identified. There was something familiar with the strange many-armed device hardwired into his back, something that set his memories tingling. None of this situation mattered at all to the opposing Primarches, it seemed. Russ and Guilliman were, at that very moment, the only two warriors upon the battlefield. Kodian knew that the coming fight would be made legend in the days and years to come. He watched as his former brother moved to stand behind his Primarch, hate radiating from his Scarred features. The thirst upon his face was clear to see and to read. Kodian understood that hate. Now, where before its manifestation had been utterly unfathomable to him. Berolinis hated him with all his heart because he had abandoned his Primarch to this fate. He hated him for his inability to find courage enough to fight to recover his Primarch from the clutches of his Xenos captors. Most of all though, and he saw the truth of it only now, was that he hated Kodian for what he had done to him. Somewhere, locked deep within the core of his being, he knew. He knew that it had been the chaplain's voice whispered in his ear, the one voice he knew that he would be honor-bound to obey. Kodian had put him in this position, and Berolinis would be sure to make him pay for that. Towering above him, Russ could not help but take delight in the current situation. He spread his arms wide as if to present both the city and the situation to his erstwhile brother. You honor me with your continued self-defilement, brother. I sense the new strength that courses through you. That you would allow what little of yourself that remained to be scourged by the genetic filth of the Tau just to better face me in glorious combat is humbling. Your sacrifice is not lost on me, my brother. Enough of your prattle, Russ. This ends here and now. Guilliman answered, the anger inside him as such that he looked to grow before the eyes of the others. Guilliman smiled then and turned, raising his blade up and out to where the buildings continued to rain down their fiery death upon the retreating megalodons. You and your inequitable hordes have done well here, Russ. Many of the Unity's commanders have fallen to brutal and surprisingly well-placed attacks. You see yourself upon the cusp of victory now, a victory that must be assured. You have defeated my master's plans, have you not? Look around you. See the destruction your Eldar allies rain down upon us. Russ let out a low growl at this, almost too quiet for Kodian to catch. He was surprised to find himself responding in such a likewise feral manner. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, agitated by the wolf's own reaction. It was a reaction that bore no link with what Guilliman had said. Russ had sensed something. Berolinis twitched at his lord's side, visibly eager to exact his long-awaited revenge. Guilliman placed the flat of his blade across the warrior's chest, a clear order for him to stay his hand. I can forgive you, brother, he said, flashing a look at Kodian after he had spoken. I can forgive you. Also, my wayward son. You have fought long and fought well in this war, but you are far from veterans of it. You really do not see the truth of it, do you? Shut up and face me, false one. Russ snapped, readying his weapon to strike. Guilliman merely smiled and shook his head slowly. Behind him the spider-limbed warrior clad in hulking Tau armor mirrored his expression and turned his gaze to the skies, as if searching for something. Or rather, searching for the lack of it. Guilliman raised his free hand up and then slowly closed his fist, ensuring that both those present caught the gesture. Behind Russ, the gathered wolves shifted in agitation. Silenced. As simple as that. Kodian realized what Guilliman had meant moments later. He took a step back and began to scan the surrounding buildings. The Eldar launchers had fallen silent, every last one of them. As he continued to search for any signs of the hidden warriors, he caught sight of something falling towards the ground, so tiny at first that it could barely be seen. Within moments it had become a black speck, growing by the second. Guilliman, Russ, Bile, and Kodian all followed the thing's descent until it finally crashed into the ground before them, the ringing impact throwing the twisted object high into the air before it came down once again and settled into a spinning rotation. Kodian had never seen its like before, but he knew what it was. It had been a helm, clearly Eldar in design. Someone or something had found the Dark Reapers. Guilliman proudly regarded the thing for a moment and then looked back to Russ, his dark eyes shining with menace and glee. Can you feel that, Russ? I know you can. You are an animal, after all, with an animal's senses. I know. You can taste the panic in the air. We are the Unity, brother. We are the conquerors of the stars. It does not matter how many guns you turn upon us, how many blades are raised in defiance. Let all The corners of this galaxy pour their tides of defiant filth from the shadows and turn them upon us. None of it matters. None of it. System by system, world by world, we have stripped away all defiance. Even Terra herself trembles. Beneath our might, its every last bastion scoured of rebellion. We are the unity, Russ, and we cannot be beaten. And yet we have continued to best you. Codian spat in answer. This, Guilliman turned his gaze to the chaplain and gave a curt laugh. Chaplain, you are so out of your depth here that you are barely able to comprehend it. For close to 1,000 years the Tau have infiltrated the cities of the Imperium in order to train for this day. Do you really think this galaxy was conquered by the armies of the Fire Caste, or by the Kroot or the Vespid? Bloody hell, Codian heard Grungy whisper. The Demiurge's face widened as he heard this, a look of mounting elation passing over his face. They're here. Codian, they're here, at last. Thor's beard, we finally have a real bloody fight on our hands. Who's here, Grungy? Codian answered, every muscle in his body tightening. The Mon Corst Law. I should have known. The BD has brought them here to Terra. Codian did not have the time to pursue his current line of questioning. He looked on as Guilliman raised his sword and brought it down in a chopping motion, signaling the attack. Russ let out a howl of release and charged, his passing so swift and violent that Codian's body rocked in his wake. Guilliman advanced immediately and the two met to trade their first blows before any other warrior present had even time to react. Codian caught sight of Grungy as he launched himself past, animated by the coming fight. 1,000 thoughts rampaged through his mind as he responded to the sudden activity. The trap had been set. Despite everything, despite the best efforts of the Alliance and the bravery and sacrifice of those who had given their lives to see this defiant counterattack realized, Guilliman's plan had never once been affected. The more he considered this, the more he understood, the facts unraveling in his mind at a dizzying rate. The Unity's pause in hostilities had been designed to serve a single purpose. Russ's wolves surged by him, a tide of charging bodies borne upon a burning tide of bloodlust and hatred. He fought to keep himself from being carried along by the irresistible hordes, but seconds later he knew he stood little chance of success. He had to get clear of here. He had to. Darkness. Light. He launched himself from the darkness and back out onto the street, guns questing for targets. Russ's wolves had pushed far beyond Guilliman's front lines and were even now surging around the still retreating megalodons in order to reach the as yet unseen attackers. Guilliman and Russ were still locked in vicious combat at the other end of the urban arena, a fight so brutal and inhuman that the two warriors were little more than a single compact blur of arms, legs, and flashing weapons. The epiphany had been the key, he realized that now, and had triggered some vast and fundamental change in his mind. The knowledge was his now following the retreat of Cypher's spirit. He was the prophet, the key itself, master of past, present, and future. He saw it all, saw everything he needed to see. Now he saw the truth of this, and only now did he begin to truly understand just how the Tau had managed to conquer the galaxy so totally. They had been doing so long before even the infamous Damocles Gulf Crusade. The Tau hadn't conquered world after world through military might or even the promise of unified peace, not at first. They had conquered from within, from the deepest shadows, working upwards like a cancer until that world was theirs. They had conquered in ways that had ensured no possibility of resistance. They had subdued entire populations a city at a time through a combination of terror, murder, analysis and might, and all this had occurred far from the gaze of the Imperium. They had come to know the ways of the Imperial machine better than the Imperials themselves. When one's every secret is exposed to the enemy, when there are no advantages left, then you are totally at the mercy of that enemy. The Tau military machine, for all its strength and power and proficiency, was merely a veneer. The Tau he had thought he had known in his time were far from the true race he faced now. The Imperium had fallen for this facade, a fatal mistake. Everything about the Tau was a lie. Only now was he witnessing the truth for the first time. The fight for the defense of the imperial palace had been one of the greatest and most intense campaigns he had ever taken part in, and yet, for all its scale and desperation, he had not once paused to consider the bigger picture. Terra was a planet under siege, the last surviving bastion of the Imperium, and yet the invasion had been centered upon this one strategic point. The palace was the seat of the Emperor and the ultimate goal of the Unity, but it was not the only goal. Far beyond the eyes of any of those millions of brave defenders, of the Alliance and the Eldar and the countless other forces that had come to try and prevent this cataclysm, the rest of the world had suffered the same fate. Terra was a world of billions, literally teeming with human life. The Tau had come and they had conquered these scattered bastions one by one. No matter the numbers of the Unity here in the assault on the Imperial City, they had been but the tip of the iceberg. A world had been subdued in days by sheer weight of numbers. The truth behind the delay had become apparent now. The Unity had never intended to breach the defenses of the palace with their initial push. The defense of the Emperor had been the prime concern of every member of the Alliance, and the commanders of the Unity knew that the greatest and most powerful elements of the Alliance had converged here in order to ensure that the palace would not fall, despite the fact that the Emperor himself no longer existed here in any physical form. The enemy had known that this would happen. They had known all along that the might of the Alliance would be applied to the defense of this city. Now the rest of the world had fallen, and the true might of the Unity was here to finish the job. Now the true war for survival would begin. Codian scoured his surroundings for any sign of the enemy, fighting to see beyond the crush of wolf bodies. Grungy was lost once again amidst the carnage, and Russ and Guilliman were still locked in mortal combat. He knew he had to help the wolf, he had to ensure that Guilliman did not make good on his promise of revenge, and yet there was one thought foremost in his mind as he struggled to plan his next move. Berolinus. His lost brother. He knew now that he was responsible for Berolinus's betrayal, at least in part. What still escaped him was why he had instigated this, and now was hardly the time to try and uncover the truth. The scream of rage preceded the growing blur of blue armor before him, and he turned to meet the threat, guns held at the ready. "Traitor BD!" Berolinus cried, swinging his hammer in a long, sweeping arc towards his foe. Codian threw himself away from the blow and fired a salvo of bolts at the charging warrior. Explosions impacted against the shield fastened to the Ultramarine's arm, and he twisted around, bringing the hammer around for another strike. Codian mirrored the move, twisting around the blow so close that the head of the hammer schemed his back. He came about and fired again, driving a bolt into the warrior's shoulder plate. Berolinus staggered back and raised the shield up to guard his face and torso as more bolt rounds hammered into him. Codian pressed forward, recognizing the advantage. Despite the danger of the situation, he was still unable to fully commit himself to the fight. Berolinus was his brother and his comrade, the aggression and hatred in his heart fueled by Codian's actions. As such, the chaplain could not fully justify the hostility required to see this fight through to the end. He paused, a mere momentary lapse of concentration, but one that allowed his opponent to recover. Berolinus charged forward and shouldered the chaplain back, the blow almost throwing Codian off his feet. He recovered and replied with a furious salvo of bolt and plasma as he fought his momentum. Berolinus's shield hazed beneath the assault but held firm, its artifice clearly hard to match. A shrill cry assailed his ears, and he felt the sting of razor-sharp claws slice across the back of his head. His opponent's avian familiar flashed by overhead as Berolinus recovered and came at him again, twirling his crackling hammer about him. Codian's eyes widened as the deadly head grew closer by the second, its energies leaving after images seared into his retinas. Berolinus had grown so strong, so fast. He closed his eyes and threw himself through the warp. Part 180. Temporal glimpses. He knew the place even as he felt his feet hit the parched dust. The familiar heat blasted against his bare face and caused the coolant systems built within his armor to increase their output. He felt his trachea close against the thick, dusty atmosphere as his multi-lung fought to keep him from choking. His instincts had brought him back here, to this unknown planet far from Terra. The dust storms continued to rage still, yet this time they did not seem to be half as violent. Damn it! Cypher, it has happened again. Why? Cypher. There came no answer. He had feared that this would happen ever since he had felt the Phantom's presence slip away on Terra. Here and now he felt that he needed Cypher's guidance more than ever, and yet a part of him knew that this guidance had become a thing of the past. The past. As he rolled the words around in his mind, he felt the significance of them. Something inside him told him that this was the past, a time long before he or any of those he knew had existed. Still, the question remained. Why here? What did this place mean to him? What did destiny have in store for him here? The mysterious edifices that surrounded the rocky valley here were far more visible now. They were truly immense, possessed of a scale the likes of which he had never seen before. They looked as if they were each carved from a single block of obsidian stone, although he knew that this defied all laws of possibility. He could also tell that they were incredibly ancient, primeval even. But why? What was their significance? Why did he keep finding himself drawn back to this long-dead world? Something beyond the roving dust clouds caused him to start. He cast around in time to see some vast column of crackling emerald energy spear upwards from the tip of one of the obelisks and lance up through the clouds. Who are you? The voice came from behind him. At first his mind refused to allow him to believe of its existence, but he threw himself around anyway, both pistols ready to bring down a target he did not believe existed. The figure was standing a good 10 meters away from him, partially obscured by the swirling dust. Codian saw immediately that he was a marine, clad in armor as dark as his, and wearing tattered ivory robes that whipped about his tall form. Cypher. No. He soon saw that this warrior was not the long-dead Cypher, though he did bear many similarities to him. The warrior wore a helm that covered his face, its eyes pulsing with a soft yellow light. He held a bolter across his chest, and Codian could see the hilt of a power sword at his waist. A quick check of his immediate surroundings suggested to the chaplain that the warrior was alone. Who are you? The marine asked again. You are not one of us. You should not be here. The marine's voice held a gaunt, ghostly tone, not quite natural. Codian could not quite recognize the pattern of his armor and could see no markings of allegiance. My name is Codian, and you are correct, stranger. I should not be here. I do not know this place. The lone marine considered Codian's answer for a time, standing silent like a statue as he weathered the dust storm. You should leave, Codian. I know you now. You are the one they call the Prophet. You should leave this place now and not return until it is time. Time for what, stranger? What significance does this place have? Even as he asked the question, Codian considered the strangeness of it. Even as he spoke he could feel the answer boiling through the compacted mass of information in his mind. The answer came to him then, as clear as if he had always known it. Despite himself, he allowed a muted smile of realization to pass over his lips and he lowered his gaze to where the blade Anaris lay dormant at his side. I am the Prophet. The dark armored marine started as he heard this, the glow of his vision slits intensifying. I know who you are, guardian of this lost place. You are Steelan, the one who will call all those of your kind here when it is time to secure the destiny of the enemy. The marine nodded at this, clearly accepting Codian's introduction as the Prophet without argument. Then you have come from the end time, Prophet. When that war is over, when destiny has been realized, you will return here to complete the cycle and sow the seed of that same destiny. Codian tilted his head. Until that time, Steelan. Remain vigilant. The marine saluted Codian with his bolter and then looked on as the chaplain turned into the storm. The first dark fingers of energy curling about his body. Prophet. Codian looked back as the darkness came to envelop him. At first, the warrior named Astlan paused, as if trying to find the words to say. Tell him, Prophet. Tell him of what we are to do here, if you can. We were his truest sons, once. Tell him why this had to be. You have my word. Kodian answered, and was gone. Plus. The tremendous noise of the battle hit him like a sledgehammer as he poured back out onto the street, fighting to maintain his balance. Charging bodies hurtled by him, connecting with his armor, and throwing him from side to side. Every transition brought with it a period of intense disorientation, a sensation he could not avoid. He shoved his way through the fighting bodies and headed towards the nearest building with a renewed desperation, for he knew that he had to get his bearings here or suffer the consequences of his situation. These things were consummate killers, each and every last one of them. He ducked low as a blade arm slashed for his face and countered with a bolt to the warrior's midriff. The shot was enough to send it rolling away, blood and other fluids spinning away into the press, the blades of its segmented armor slashing at all those it passed. He saw a break in the throng and concentrated on the wall ahead, imagining the abandoned spaces beyond. He had little choice but to act. Utter blackness gave way to a half-lit gloom and he allowed himself a sigh of relief upon finding that his jump had been successful. He steadied himself and came to a stop against a nearby wall, the weight of his arrest sending spidery cracks up the plaster. From in here he could hear the sounds of battle still, though they were muted by the thickness of the ancient walls. The room had long since been deserted, its inhabitants no doubt driven towards the relative safety of the palace defenses. Here, at least, he had time to gather his thoughts. Once again his inherited powers had taken him to a place not of his bidding. He had not thought of where he intended to go, and as a result he had been taken back to that strange and ancient dead world. He understood the significance of that place now. He understood its link to him and what he was destined to do there. What had seemed as a random event at the time now made sense. Some nameless presence deep within him was trying to tell him something, trying to prepare him for what lay ahead. The more he considered all this, the more the protective layers of his mind continued to peel back, to reveal the millennial truths of his existence as the prophet. His was a fight that was far from rooted in the present, even now. No longer was his fate a linear thing, the passage of time his guide to the events that would shape the outcome of this war. No, he was master of his own destiny now. His was the ability to choose when to fight the battles he needed to fight. Right now, beyond these walls, Russ and Guilliman were fighting to the death. His brother Barolinus was even now hunting through the warring hordes, intent on exacting revenge upon him for a crime he was barely aware of. Right now, the true armies of the Tau were sowing death and destruction through the beleaguered alliance ranks. Once the Kodian of old would have questioned why no one had thought to inform him of the truth behind the Tau's real power. Someone or something had ensured that this induced ignorance had endured, despite all that he had seen and done since his arrival in this time. He rose from the wall, his eyes narrowing. Such deceptions were beyond him now. There were no answers hidden from him. All he had to do was recognize the questions. "UBD," he whispered, hissing the curse through bared teeth. "It is time we had words." The dull implosion of his jump rang through the empty room, the action of it casting the hazy darkness out like the spreading petals of some cancerous flower. The sound faded away into a soft silence, a silence that existed for no longer than a few fleeting seconds. Another explosion of shadow and deep noise, and the figures tumbled through the room, knocking aside tables and chairs as they did so. The mass of limbs crashed into the wall and Kodian was up on his feet in an instant, guns ready. His companion was faster. Thurgil's ironclad. "What the hell is this?" Grungy spat, bringing his axe hand to a stop inches from Kodian's chest. "I almost put a bloody ventilation shaft through your bloody ribs, Longshank. What the hell was that? Snatching me up from the middle of a battle. The last thing you do to a Tau Slayer is try and pull him clear of a fight when he has the red veil over his eyes. Shut up." Kodian's answer held such cold menace that even Grungy found he could not resist the urge to fall silent. His scarred face creased, his augmetic shining as his brow furrowed. Though he was still Panting hard from his exertions, his breathing began to shallow. What is this, Kodian? I know, Grungy. I know who you are. The demiurge emitted a nasal hiss and shook his head, his single eye ever darting from side to side at each muffled explosion or war cry beyond the walls. I should think you do. We've been through bloody enough. I'm serious, Kodian, get me back out. There. The Monkorst Law, demiurge. That is what you called them. Do you remember that? Do you remember that slip of the tongue? Yes. They're here, they are here. All traces of his anger died away, literally draining from his arms and face. He looked back towards the chaplain, his expression suddenly neutral. Slip of the tongue, you say? HGGN. Kodian. The chaplain stepped forward and shook his head slowly. No. No more lies, Grungy. No more deceit. I have called you a brother for so long now, and I would have the truth from you. I have long since learned that coincidence does not exist here. It is time for you to talk. Grungy eyed the chaplain coolly. Every last trace of his former desperation had melted away. His body language had changed. To Kodian's eyes, it was as if another entity possessed the body of his battle brother. For the first time, Kodian did not recognize the being behind the demiurge's gaze. It is worth even opening my mouth, Kodian? You are the prophet. You know the truth of things, I see that now. I do, Grungy. I know something was done to me to prevent me being made aware of what you call the Monkorst Law. These warriors have conquered worlds and systems for the unity, and yet I have never once even heard of them before this day. They are the true power behind the unity and the deadliest warriors the enemy have at their disposal. Not once have I heard mention of them since my arrival here. Not once have I seen them or even witnessed anything to suggest their existence. And yet they are responsible for almost every victory the Tau have gained these past centuries. How absurd is that, Grungy? How is such a thing even possible? Misdirection. Grungy answered, his gruff voice strangely quiet. Misinformation. Manipulation. Kodian gave a short, humorless laugh and began to pace before the short alien. Yes, and no. I am beginning to understand things so much better than before, demiurge, and I am learning fast. This is more than simple coincidence, Grungy, so much more. This secret army, it was blocked from my mind. The truth has been staring me in the face all along, only I was unable to see it. Misdirection be damned, Grungy. You did this to me, UBD. You did this to me. First the demiurge seemed as if he would attempt to deny the chaplain's accusations. He opened his mouth to speak, lowered his gaze and then emitted a long, surrendering sigh. They called it mnemonic cell layering. I won't pretend to understand the exact mechanics of it, Kodian. It isn't my place to know the reasons behind everything. They told me where to find you. Where the warp would spit you out. I found you and I used the device they gave me to bring you to consciousness. The thing put the I don't know the block inside your mind. Kodian did not reply as the demiurge walked over to the wall and slid down it, every last trace of the ubiquitous fire in his soul extinguished now. The chaplain looked upon Thurgus Grungy then and realized that he recognized nothing of the warrior he thought he had known. What are you, Grungy? Tell me the truth. I am the last of my kind, Kodian. I did not lie about that. My hatred for the Tau is no falsehood. Either. I was dead once, chaplain, can you believe that? I am no survivor. The Tau exterminated me. Just as they exterminated all my kind. I was dead and gone and they brought me back to life, just like that. He hissed through his teeth and rose, though his head remained lowered in shame, a shame hidden by the twisted braids of red hair hanging loose across his face and shoulders. I asked them time and time again why they could not restore my lost people, chaplain, they who hold the power to restore life. Do you know what they told me? It would upset the balance. They could not risk doing harm to the balance of the universe. They told me this as if I would find it a comfort. So, You are an agent of the Cabal? Grungy lifted his gaze as he heard this and met the chaplain with an expression of genuine surprise. You know? HGGN, of course you know. You are the Prophet, are you not? Yes, I am an agent of the Cabal. They remade me, Codian. They made me faster, stronger, better than anything I ever was before. They are a collective of BDS who care nothing for the fates of those they manipulate to serve their own ends. They would have seen your precious Imperium wiped from existence if they had succeeded in doing things all their own way. Do you know that? Prophet or no, I doubt you know the full truth of the Cabal, Codian. Everything you thought you knew of chaos is a lie. Ever. Codian held up a hand to silence the demiurge. Grungy did not resist. I tire of these endless intrigues, Grungy. There is still so much for me to uncover, and yet I am not interested in the machinations of beings that will always be far beyond my comprehension. I have fought and fought to uncover all the pieces of this puzzle I was created to solve. The puzzle is all that matters to me at this time. I know what I have to do now. I know almost everything I need to know. There is only one piece of this puzzle left to solve, the final piece of the key that will unlock the gates of Destiny's path and open the way for me. Grungy heard this and his brow furrowed. I am the Prophet. Codian answered. To teach, I must learn. I cannot be told. I must strive to learn. I must earn the answers, not simply be given them, and only then can I use the knowledge given to me to make the choices I must make. I don't expect you to fully understand that, but this is how it has to be for me. You are the last piece of that puzzle, Grungy. You hold the answers I seek. With you lies the foundation stone of all this, of all the knowledge I possess. I need you to tell me what you know, and that knowledge will be complete. Destiny's circle will be completed, and I will bring this war to an end. Grungy shrugged. What do you need to know? I will tell you all I can. Tell me of the Moncorst Law. Tell me why you were made to scour them from my mind. Tell me the real truth behind the destruction of the Guilliman's Wrath, of the Ulfa Legion and the Eldar. Connect all those pieces for me, and let me end this damned war. Very well. Grungy answered. Tell me, what do you remember of the events that led to the destruction of your ship? Codian thought back to that long-lost time, back to that far-gone past. As he did so he could feel a dull pressure in his mind, a fleeting sensation that seemed to pass almost as soon as it had occurred. We were part of a force formed to respond to a threat on the edges of the eastern fringe. Stop there. Grungy said, so abruptly that the chaplain's voice died in his throat. The demiurge shook his head slowly. What I am about to tell you is information that was given to me by the Cabal, prior to my finding you. This is all I know. There was a world, Codian, that your kind called Necromunda. A hive world, teeming with billions of your kind. It was discovered by your Inquisition that the ruling nobles of every single hive were trading in what your kind called Xenos technologies. These hunting rigs were a combination of powerful armor and weapons systems, far more technologically advanced than anything the Imperium possessed at the time. These nobles were using them to hunt other humans for sport, and the suits were even able to record these brutal hunts. What they didn't realize was that these hunting rigs were actually of Tau design, a creation known as the 15-0, and that the Tau were using them to spy on the human populaces of these hives. So you see, even as the human race thought that they were coming to understand this new and dynamic race better, they were already underestimating the Tau. Within a matter of a few decades, the planet of Necromunda was saturated with these suits, and Necromunda was to be but the first planet of the Imperium to be placed under total Tau scrutiny. As intriguing as this tale is, where does it lead, Grungy? You were on your way to pacify this world, Codian. You were part of a massive invasion force formed by one Inquisitor Chivok in response to the uncovered threat. Chivok. The utter disbelief in Codian's voice was genuine. Yes. You were fated to raise that world and scour every last trace of Tau corruption from it, Chaplain. But, as you know, this was not to be. You see, These suits were the dragon's primary weapon in the war against humanity. The Tau you all thought you knew were an illusion. An outward chimera of the real threat. The Imperium waged its wars of territory with the Tau, contesting system after system, world after world. All the while the insidious threat was continuing to grow beneath the spires of the Imperium's most populous hives. You see, the 15-0 suits were far more dangerous than any one of your kind could have imagined. They were designed to corrupt the wearer from within. Every kill the wearer made changed him or her. The wearer became stronger, faster, enhanced by the alien elixirs contained with the suits. Elixirs that contained Tau DNA. Codian blinked as he heard this, his dual pulses quickening. So, these Moncorst law. They are what? Hybrids. Grungy nodded. Slowly but surely, millions of human beings were altered. That is one of the fundamental truths that you must understand of the Tau, Codian. The Tau is not by any means a specific species. Don't you see that now? All the clues are there. They were created from the genetic stuff of many life forms. The Tau never had a basic genetic identity. The Tau are a collective unity. They are the unity. At last, Codian understood the final piece of the puzzle. He understood how the Tau had come to conquer a galaxy. Just like the Tyranids, that primeval race that consumed all other life, rendered it down and remade it as its own, so too the Tau had done so. They had spread like a disease through the stars, not conquering, but becoming. Just as billions of humans had joined the ranks of the Unity willingly, so trillions more had literally become part of the Tau race. Conquered, from within and without. Why was this not allowed to be stopped? Codian whispered, his voice all but stolen by disbelief. The destruction of Necromunda would have saved so many lives. Why, Grungy? Why was this allowed to happen? Because there could have been no other way, Codian. The Cabal understands these things far better than you or I ever could. If the invasion had been allowed to happen, if you and your forces had raised the world and uncovered the truth behind the 15-0, the entire balance of the Cabal's plans would have been altered. The Tau were a race created to aggressively adapt to any circumstance. Instead of conquering through subtly in those first few centuries, their advancements would have been overwhelming and aggressive, resulting in untold lost imperial lives. Thus the Tau's development was controlled and maintained at a steady rate. The Imperium would have burned itself out fighting an enemy that was forced to super-adapt. They would not have survived to fight this war. Your race would have been extinct long before now. And the Ulfa Legion? What part did they play in all this? They were working with the Cabal. They were the ones who disabled your ship, Codian. The Eldar attacked, creating the diversion. The Alpha Legion agents used the incident to smuggle you to safety. The rest is history. So why, Grungy, did I kill them? And why was I made to forget all details of this phantom mission? At this Grungy allowed himself an ironic grin. Gain, Codian, the ways of the Cabal are beyond either of us. They know the future of things. Do you remember our first encounter with the Nikasir? Remember how they saw something in you? It was something that they could not explain. Had your memories of that campaign not been locked away, they would have peeled the truth from your mind in an instant. They would have seen the truth, and from that moment on the dragon would have brought the entire weight of the Unity down on your head. You would not have survived to see this day. And so that is why the agents of the Ulfa Legion had to die. Yes. The Ulfa Legion have been key players in this war for longer than you could imagine, Codian. They knew, like me, of what would come to pass, and so they knew that they could not be allowed to survive the journey. And what about you, Demiurge? If you knew all this. Grungy raised his hand and tapped a finger against his forehead. Me? I'm just a crazy old Demiurge. Trying to read anything in here is like sifting through broken glass with your bare hands. HNNG, all they get from me is hate, Longshank. The Cabal didn't have to do much up here, this is all my own work. It's all about what you know, see, and how you can hide that from those who would read you. The mnemonic layering, Codian. What I am trying to say is that everything is always something more than it is. There are facets and layers to everything. He's no psyker, but you can't hide things from him, Codian. He knows your thoughts and your fears as well as you know them yourself. You can't let him see what is inside your head, not yet. Grungy sighed again, as if frustrated with his inability to explain the utmost complexities of the situation. Your mind is the machine, you see. LL of it, everything, it's all in your head. They made you question everything, every explanation, every revelation. You were conditioned to disbelieve. This way, as you learned the truth, your mind was made stronger. Impregnable, even to him. Him. Codian said. The deceiver. Yes. Forget this war, Chaplain. Forget the other Citan. The key to victory here is the deceiver. They told me to give you a message when we finally had this conversation. An important message. They said you would understand what it meant only once you had realized my true role in this. Then speak, Grungy. Twice more you will face him. You will use your heart and your instincts to determine these meetings. Both these encounters are to take place in the past, and will set in stone the events that will bring about the downfall of the Citan. I cannot tell you of the specifics of these events, but I can give you guidance on where to go from here. Then do so, Grungy. The throne of the Emperor, Codian. The throne is the key to Mafaran's downfall. Find the one called Ventress, and ask him of the fate of the throne of the Emperor. Find Ventress. You will understand. I promise you. Codian did not linger another moment within the empty space. Part 181. Set it off. The Eternity Wall Gate Uriel Ventress hauled the thick pole of the banner upright using the strength in his shoulder and pulled at the gilded tieback tassels. The thick and ancient cloth unfurled in the breeze, snapping like a hungry predator in readiness for the fight to come. He jammed the hilt of the pole down deep into the rubble at his feet and bore the weight of the leaning pole with unhidden pride. He was the ancient, and his charge was more precious and worthy than any other. The banner of the Lians. The symbol of mankind's unchallengeable unity. The banner shimmered above him as it rode the ripples of the winds, proud and displayed for all to see, ally and enemy alike. It was an undeniably beautiful thing, the banner of alliance. Resplendent at its center was the imperial aquila, exquisitely embroidered so as to appear as if it had been hewn from stone. Sat atop the eagle's twin heads was a single wreath of shimmering gold, bright and alive, that seemed to shed glittering particles of dust at the every movement of the standard. Ventress bathed in the beauty and power of the artifact, for truly it was a wonder of creation, a marvel constructed of the most secret technological methods the Imperium still possessed. He felt more alive and invigorated than he had done so in a long time. The lines of his face seemed softer, his hair thicker and streaked with the color he had once lost. Pride alone had begun to regenerate him. Even now the heaviest elements of the Eternity Wall Gate defense's forces were spreading out around him, ready to meet the coming of Guilliman's forces. Contact between the armies involved in the counter-attack and the defense command had become broken and intermittent, and yet Calgar was satisfied that everything was thus far going according to plan. More concerning were the lack of communications between the other bastion cities of Terra. Some continents had lost all communications, and those still able to send scattered reports via the astropathic web spoke of terrible loss. All the signs were clear. The vast, bulbous shapes of the Lamprey-class carriers had been spotted on the horizon hours before, heading in south from the mountain hives of the Shambal spires. The Reapers were heading for the Imperial City. In all likelihood, they were already here. A line of predators rumbled past, quaking the ground with their passage. The skies beyond were ominously dark, filled with palls of rising smoke from the unseen battle being played out ahead, a battle that he had no doubt was heading for them once again. What happened next would have brought a lesser man than the Ancient to his knees through shock or sheer fright. Ventress stood his ground, instinct causing his body to tense like a rock, as a pall of darkness unfurled before him and vomited forth a dark, armor-clad figure. Kodian. God Emperor. Uriel. There is no time. Kodian replied, sliding his pistols into their holsters so as to allow him to take the ancient by his arms. Listen to me very carefully. I need to know something, and apparently you are the man to ask. Whatever I can do, brother, but listen. The throne, Ventress. The golden throne. You were there when the emperor died, I know. That. What happened to the throne? It was Kodian. What is happening? Let me. What happened to the throne? Kodian shouted, his grip intensifying. Uriel's eyes widened at his brother's agitation. It was destroyed, my brother. Obliterated. I saw it happen from the shadows, from beyond the veil of reality. The Eldar's laughing god came and he warned us that the Citan were coming to destroy the Emperor. No lives were lost save for that of the Emperor, but the throne was destroyed. Kodian released his grip and stepped back, his face tight with concentration. The throne had been destroyed. How could this be feasible? Ka's greatest fear was that Mepharan would take the throne as his own and use its powers to ascend beyond the other Citan. How could this be, if the throne itself was gone? As ever, he had come across yet another enigma, a problem that made no sense to him. A problem he had to solve. Kodian. He looked up at the ancient through eyes hooded with confusion. Ventress clung to the pole of the standard still. He drew back his head and spoke. The being, Ka, told me something shortly after the death of the Emperor. He gave me a warning. Then, told me of a time when you would come to me, seeking my aid. He will need you, Uriel Ventress. He said. Do not fail him. Ka. Kodian whispered in answer, the veil of confusion lifting from his face. Of course. This has something to do with Ka. With that he took a step back and closed his eyes. Kodian was no ignorant fool. He knew that he possessed no psychic powers of any measurable volume, and the knowledge inside him told him that he never would. No, he was no psyker, he was so much more than that. He had powers that transcended such abilities, and he shared a link with the Old One that was strong enough to pierce his own mortal limitations. That, and he had the power of Anaris at his disposal. Use your instincts, Grungy had told him. He understood now what that meant. The powers he held were multifaceted, far beyond his abilities to understand. His instincts unlocked perhaps the most potent facet of those powers. He did not have to understand his every action. He just had to have faith. He closed his eyes, and whispered. Ka. He said. ND was gone. Plus. This time when the darkness peeled away, it did not completely leave. The air was cool here, dusty, and stale and endlessly recycled. Some part of him knew he had slipped beyond the veil of time once again, led by his instincts. His goal here was to find Ka, but most other details escaped him at this point. He did not know where or indeed when he was, but he had his suspicions. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to uncover the truth. Kodian? Stay where you are. Do not move or make a sound. He recognized the Ancient One's voice in his head and slowed. The sense of space around him was a palpable thing. He was on what appeared to be a raised dais of ancient stone spread across the top of some immense ziggurat. The edifice was inside what appeared to be a chamber so utterly cavernous that the curved walls beyond were visible only by the millions of tiny, twinkling lights spread across their surface. There were stairs before him leading down into the abyss, stairs wide enough to accommodate maybe 100 bodies standing side by side. Banners and standards flanked these stairs in their thousands, ancient beyond reckoning. Kodian had never once stood where he was before, but he knew this place almost immediately. He could feel its significance in all that he was. This was the throne room, and before him stood the mighty gates of that most holy sanctum. Those gates were open. The more Kodian investigated his surroundings, the more ominous the situation seemed to become. Sight and sound attracted his attention almost simultaneously as he stared at the towering gates. From this position he was unable to see beyond them into the Emperor's most holy sanctum, but he could see the intermittent pulses of light that stabbed through the gap, accompanied by the sounds of what could only be described as conflict. Just as he had suspected, there was war within the throne room of the Emperor. That thought sent hot lances of panic coursing through him, motivating his legs and driving him forward. Where were the custodes, those legendary guardians of the Emperor's mortal remains? There was no sign of them, not even a hint that they had ever been here. Kodian, wait. Trust me, you must approach no further. Ka's voice once again. He slowed, just as he was ordered, for despite the panic surging through him, he trusted the ancient being above all others. He slowed and moved towards the wall of the inner sanctum, the clamor of the fight beyond still strident and ominous. No sooner had he reached the dank ancient stone when the air grew black. Ka twisted his way into being before him, his long alien fingers spread in a plea of hesitation. You came, prophet, just as I knew you would. The change, I see it in you. You are of the future now. That is good. What is happening, Ka? Am I here? Is this the death of the Emperor? It is. Kodian, this is an event that must come to pass, you understand that? Kodian nodded, though it was clear by his expression that he was far from comfortable with the fact that his Emperor was about to die his final death. So, Mepharan is here. What of the custodes, Ka? Are they willing sacrifices in all this, or are they unaware of this plan? The custodes are safe, Kodian. They are far from here, for they are fated to take part in a different element of this war. No, Mepharan vents his rage upon nothing but shadows and phantoms. He will learn his folly soon enough. Ka extended a hand to touch Kodian's chest and closed his eyes, his dark aura spreading about him. You will not find victory here, Mepharan. Kodian stepped back at the sheer psychic power of Ka's words. He heard them clear enough but felt them 100 times stronger in his mind, a telltale sign that the warning had passed far beyond the walls and deep into the throne room. He waited in silence as the exchange continued. Though Ka remained locked in his psychic stasis, his aura continued to shift and swirl, as if animated by the being's powerful thoughts. No, but we can hurt you. We will breach your shining skin and send your essence back to the tomb. Mepharan. You will not consume him, and this war will play out without you. We do not need to kill you, evil one. All we have to do is remove you. Ka blinked then and the miasma about him died away. Kodian felt a pressure ease inside his skull. And he knew that the old one had broken contact. There. We have successfully angered him. Now that anger will cloud his mind and banish the reason from him. Is it wise to anger him so? Kodian asked. Your threats were bold, Ka, but you have told me yourself that it is unlikely you would ever be able to hurt him. I have seen the future, remember. This is not the last time you will visit Mepharan here. He must be forced to destroy the Emperor's body, Kodian, in order to truly release him. I know the story, Ka. He destroys the throne, the very same throne that he intends to use to give him the power to ascend. Ka shook his head slowly as he heard this, his dark eyes flashing with an enigmatic cunning. That he does, prophet. Brace yourself. No sooner had Ka spoke than a blinding burst of light poured from the chamber. The ancient walls shook beneath the power that was unleashed within, throwing dust and stone fragments over both of them. It is done. Ka said. The Emperor's mortal remains are no more. The throne's final hold upon your Emperor is gone. He is free now. Kodian's eyes widened as he heard this. Of course. The corruption within the throne. Its hold is broken now. Mepharan is denied his prize. Now all that remains is for us to convince him that his myriad plans can yet turn the situation in his favor. Once again the living darkness around Ka extended and he spoke with his mind. Fool! You know not what you have unleashed. You should have consumed him, Mepharan, as you had intended. Have you learned nothing since last we made war? You should have ended his existence. Instead, you have set him free. Kodian looked on as Ka fell silent. Somewhere beyond the wall, the deceiver continued to vent his rage at being denied. Yes, you have. Last, his legacy is complete. Let the remedy of life come. Ka said and then withdrew his mind. He opened his eyes and looked to Kodian. Now we make the bargain, prophet. I will ask that you give Naris to me. Kodian did as he was asked with question. He produced the weapon and handed it to Ka. To his amazement, the old one pressed it to his breast and the living weapon slid into the dark stuff of Ka's body. To protect the future, he whispered, folding his cloak of living darkness around himself. This will be my last great scheme, Kodian. You have thus far learned well, in that you have come to me here and now. You must continue to trust your instincts, and follow them wherever they choose to lead you. What happens to me now, Ka? What do I have to do? Nothing. The alien replied. Your presence here alone is enough to seal this bargain. You will understand when this is over, I promise you. Kodian shifted uneasily then as he felt something shift behind him. The pressure in the air changed, causing the hairs at the base of his neck to stand on end. He turned to look out into the darkness and there he saw another figure, its outline dancing at the very edges of his vision. The being was surrounded by light and yet he found he could not focus on any color or pattern its phantom form exuded, as if his mind was unable to hold on to the memory of what he was seeing for more than a passing moment. Sigarak. Do not fear him, chaplain. Together, the three of us will face Mephiran. Steel your heart and do not let him see fear in you. Remember, this is destiny. The huge doors of the chamber rocked before the three figures, causing Kodian to snap around. Blazing white light poured from within, a seething and angered radiance that bore the hovering figure of the deceiver forth like a storm surge, out onto the wide landing. Ka. The single word thundered through the cavernous space, resounding again and again within the endless darkness with thunderous resonance. The golden nightmare turned his blazing eyes upon the waiting trio and he raised a finger in accusation. Damn you, Slahi. You may think that your little game has given you the upper hand but you are wrong. This changes nothing. Nothing. Despite himself, Kodian could not help but withdraw before the deceiver's monstrous anger. Ka stood firm, displaying no outward signs of concern. The fact remains that you have destroyed his mortal remains and forever set him free from the insidious shackles of the throne, Mephiran. His final link to this existence is now severed. He is free, and beyond your abilities to reach him. You would do well to contemplate that. You pathetic fools. You really think that I am concerned that he is free? He is nothing to me. I no longer need him, Ka. All I need is the throne. The throne that you destroyed in anger. Your emotions have undone far more of your work than we ever could. Emotions. The deceiver uttered, the anger draining slowly from his face. Yes. You are correct, Ka. Emotions have the power to bring the greatest of schemes crashing down. Emotions have the power to turn absolute victory into utter defeat in the blink of an eye. Who do we have here? Kodian felt the world around him shrinking away as the deceiver turned his attention upon him, his terrible gaze enough to strip reality away. He gasped, feeling the ice-cold fingers of some vast, invisible hand wrap themselves around him and hoist him into the air, ensnared and helpless. I know this one. You have great expectations of him, Ka. Do not harm him. I warn you. Anger. Fear. Mephiran said, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Those fatal emotions. Bubbling to the surface. It has been long since I evoked such emotions in you, Ka. I am pleased to see that I am able to do so again. Harming him will not change these circumstances. You know that. I do not believe you, Slahi. I see how precious this creature is to you and your brother. Perhaps I could snuff him out like a candle here and now. Tell me, Ka, would your own myriad schemes allow for this? Do I really hold such an ace in my hand? Ah, yes, I see it. This is where the bargain is offered, old enemy, is it not? A deal, in exchange for the life of this insect. Please, do not let me hold back your tongue. There can be no deals. What is done, is done. Maferan's shining eyes flashed towards the ever-changing form of Sigarak. No deals? Bravo, Lord of the Webway, bravo. Such convincing steadfastness. You play an impressive part. The star god sighed and flicked his fingers open, an action that sent Kodian tumbling to Ka's feet. Come now, we have had our fun and played our games. You have my compliments, human. You play the part of the bargaining chip so very well, but my patience has reached its tolerances. The throne is destroyed and I commend you on that, both of you. One single facet of my plans has been removed, and so I must adapt them accordingly. This changes nothing. Of course, you are here to offer me an alternative, that, or attempt to stop me. I think we all know that the latter is the more absurd of the two. Remember the talismans of Vol, Yamko, and you may yet understand my offer. Ka replied. Hearing this clearly piqued the star god's interest. I remember. I orchestrated a war just to rid myself of those troublesome baubles, Ka. I couldn't have them lying in wait amongst the stars, ready for the return of your kind. They are gone now. Gone, yes. But far from destroyed. Maferan sighed again at this, as if frustrated by the simplicities of the conversation. I know that the talismans cannot be destroyed, Ka. Vol may have been amongst the weakest of your kind, but his weapons of war were impressive in their design, it pains me to admit. You see, I knew that I could not destroy them. Time and again, I tried, to no avail. Time and again I have obliterated them, only to look on helplessly as their remains are dragged back beyond the gates of Varl, to that place far beyond all the laws of time and space. I know that they are whole again, and awaiting your call. None of this concerns me. Then you know the secrets of the throne. Ka whispered, his voice dark. Of course. Like all of Vol's creations, it can never truly be destroyed. Do you not see it now, Ka? I did when I destroyed the throne was rid of my brother's malign influence. I feel even now. Knitting back together, shard by glittering shard. There is nothing you or I or anyone in existence can do to stop it from restoring itself. Do you not see the ironic beauty in that? It will take time, of course, but this war grinds on at a pace steady enough to accommodate that. I will have my prize in time for the coming of my brethren to this feast, and I will take ultimate power as my own. What bargain have you to present to me, Ka? I will simply take. You are wrong. Ka answered, moving to stand between Kodian and the shining abomination. I can offer more than you realize. Truce. Maferan laughed as he heard this, displaying both delight and a genuine surprise. Truce? Is this desperation, Ka? I must admit, I fail to recognize the motivations behind this latest twist. What manner of truce could you possibly offer me? You know my desires as well as I know them myself. There can be no fate except annihilation for any of you. We are enemies that share a common problem, Yamko. You are the weakest of the star gods. And you know that. The throne will reconstruct itself in time, but you will be forced to weather that time, Maferan. There are many factors that can yet affect your claim to this prize during that period. Dr. Oktir's legions stir even now, ready to burst forth from the heart of this palace and lay ruin to all within. They will come for the throne. Sneer crept over the Citan's face, the glow of his eyes flooding with a rich crimson anger. You know this is no idle threat. Ka continued. The Phoenix Lords of the Eldar have risen. Kain stirs in the Moliton hearts of the Avatars, ready to call his anger together and bring war to this galaxy. Once again. I could bring this war here to you, Maferan, if I wished it so. Do not doubt my words. The star god shrugged, displaying an indifference to Ka's threat. Then do so. You speak of deals and truces, and yet I see no possible motivation for this. I am set on the destruction of every life here on this miserable world. I will share my dominance with no one. Do not mistake my intentions, Maferan. We are at war and that will never change. LLIC is an opportunity to rid ourselves of our mutual enemies. I will humor you as far as to hear what you have to say then, Ka. Convince me, and you may even live to leave this place. We will not oppose your plans to take the throne. Kodian started forward as he heard this, his mouth falling open. Even as absolute disbelief hit him. Like a wave he faltered, an explosion of thoughts and information flooding through his mind. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. As it did so, his mind opened like the petals of a flower, revealing all the wonders and secrets of the knowledge inside him. He knew. He understood now, more totally than he could have ever imagined possible. He saw it all, from beginning to end, and he understood. His growth was complete, Ka's intentions providing the final key to his development and his ultimate destiny as the prophet of the Emperor. So total was this final revelation that Kodian fell to his knees. Neither Ka nor Sigarak so much as looked his way, for they had known all along that this moment would see his transformation complete. Mafetan's eyes flashed as they fell upon him and he smiled, clearly relishing what he took to be the chaplain's utter despair at Ka's apparent betrayal. We will not oppose you, Ka continued, because you are our best chance of destroying the other. Yamko. I will ensure that you are left to take the throne unhindered because I know that you need it to destroy the others, Maferan. Only you have the power to do so. Yes. I will destroy them, Ka, and I will consume you all when I have done so. And we will oppose you. Whatever the outcome of that final conflict, the other star gods will be dead and done forever, a fate that none of us can achieve alone. So you see, for now it makes sense that we work towards a mutual goal, for neither of us have any alternative. I am mystified, Maferan admitted. You really do think that there is a chance you will defeat me? When this is over, don't you? There will be a reckoning, Maferan. Leave this place now, and when you return you will do so unhindered. The Phoenix Lords and the Custodes will fight to keep Draktir's legions from this chamber. We will speak again one more time, when the throne is restored. For now, we are done. Still smiling, the deceiver swept a hand before him and his shining body exploded into a mist of glittering dust, leaving behind an afterimage of hazy white light. The deception was complete. He is gone. Kodian heard Sigarak utter in his mind, confirming that they were alone. The chaplain turned to Ka, a muted smile on his lips. He cannot comprehend our motives. I felt him then, only briefly. He tried to read us, didn't he? He tried to see what we had planned. He saw nothing, Ka replied. With that he reached a hand inside the fluid shadow of his chest and produced an Eris. Kodian took the living weapon gently and placed it back into its strap at his side. He saw nothing in the future to suggest any outcome save for his own victory. Maferan is a master of logic, the consummate lord of assessment and planning. He has considered the cause and effect of every possible scenario that can lead to the outcome of this war, and he can see only ultimate success. He cannot comprehend that which we have planned for him simply because the event that is to lead to his defeat has already taken place. You have already doomed him, Kodian. Therein lies the enigma of temporal causality. Kodian placed a hand on the Dawnblade as he heard this. His path was clear now. There were no more questions in his mind, no more secrets to be uncovered. He knew exactly what he had to do, in the end. For now, there were plenty more enemies to slay. Part 182. The Mighty. Leman Russ laughed out loud as he turned the blow aside and countered with the haft of his spear, driving the solid metal into Guilliman's face. His brother Primarch visibly shook beneath the power of the blow, and yet he displayed no pain, weathering the punishment as if it were no more than the most gentle breeze. Guilliman took a step back and slashed at Russ again, striking the head of the legendary spear. Another 3 blows rang against the ancient metal and sparks cascaded before the two combatants. The father of the Ultramarines swept his free hand out and batted the spear aside before stabbing with Gesilas, the strike driving deep into Russ's chest plate at his ribs. The wolf swatted the sword away and elbowed his opponent in the nose, using the distraction to throw himself into a twisting spin. He kicked out and sent Guilliman reeling with a foot to the chest. Ever one to utilize the advantage, Russ followed and jabbed the spear into Guilliman's stomach, driving the blade inches into the flexible armor weave there. Guilliman countered with a vicious swing that almost took Russ's head from his shoulders. The wolf threw himself to the side as the blade swept past his head, cleaving a good inch of hair from the top of his head. He pulled the spear free and rolled across the ground as Guilliman followed, swinging his sword again and again as he hunted for the life of his brother. "You have grown so fast, Robert," Russ called, leaping back up onto his feet. "This is more like it. Keep it up, brother." "You have no idea, brother," Guilliman replied, spitting the last word from his mouth with venomous gusto. Not even Russ could have expected the speed at which his opponent surged forward then, his vast armored bulk becoming a blur of inhuman motion. Guilliman swung his elbow out and caught Russ with a blow powerful enough to throw him through the air and clear across the street. The wolf crashed into the thick wall of the towering building, the impact sending huge cracks snaking across the ancient stonework. Russ bounced off the thick surface and fell forward, striking the railings there and crushing them beneath his weight. This second impact threw him back and he fell from sight into the recess at the base of the structure, dust and rubble falling about him. Guilliman turned to look upon Berolinis, his black eyes shining with undisguised bloodlust. He struck the back of his hand across the blade of Agislus, causing the metal to sing. "Russ's head will make a fine and worthy trophy for Arun, my ward, and you will stand at my side when I present it to him. Revel in this day, Berolinis. You will understand true glory before it is over." Berolinis fell to one knee at the word of his lord. He bowed his head and brought the haft of his hammer down hard against the ground in reverence. "Destroy the animal, my primarch," he called, his own desire to see the wolf destroyed mirrored in the shrill cries of his avian familiar. Around him, the myriad and inhuman warriors of the Mon Korstlaw surged forth to meet the alliance. Berolinis rose, his attention fixed fully on his primarch's hunt. These creatures were as nothing to him. Half-glimpsed armored shapes threw themselves past him and yet he paid them no heed. Like all the inhuman warriors that served the Unity, they were less than nothing to him. He held faith that Guilliman felt the same deep inside, that these beasts were as nothing to him. He shared the same cause as his primarch, the same ideals. Whatever fate awaited this myriad Xenos filth when the Unity found victory here, he could not guess. Delusion, Berolinis. Is your mind so corrupted by the alien cells that rampage through your body that you truly cannot see the lie of your own actions? Mankind will emerge triumphant. He spat, his face twisting in disgust at hearing the insidious voice. Once again. My lord Guilliman is no true slave to Xenos influence. He fights this war on his own terms, and with his own agenda. He is a primarch. He is beyond such things as true corruption. You will see. I will see nothing save for his death and yours, Berolinis. He is lost to the cause you think you still serve, just as you are. When you finally see that, when you see him fall, you too will be lost. Despair will break your will and you will become mine. Berolinis answered with a cry of rage and swung his hammer out to catch one of the passing warriors. The creature was a spindly, almost insectal thing, clad in spined and segmented armor plating. It cried out as the hammer smashed it from its feet and sent it spinning away amid a cloud of hissing blood mist. Never. I will never let you in. He started forward, eager to see his primarch finish the feral lord of the space wolves. Guilliman had reached the crushed railings and, his sword at the ready, peered down into the recess. He leapt down after Russ, his huge bulk disappearing only briefly. There followed a thunderous impact and his body rocketed up into the air, the sight of which caused Berolinis to skid to a halt. Russ leapt up from the hole and landed on the pavement, his canine eyes following the trajectory of his brother's flight. The ultramarine readied himself to meet Russ then, to continue his Primarchus fight, but the wolf did not even spare him a glance. He drove his heels into the ground and sprinted away, chasing the falling Guilliman, his attention fixed firmly on his brother's destruction. "Little traitor!" Voice uttered, low and powerful enough to cut through the clamor of the battle. Barolinus cast around intensed. The space wolf smiled as he looked upon the lone warrior, his single eye shining with anticipation of the fight to come. He raised his rune-etched frost fang in challenge and activated the blade, sending its teeth into a screaming blur of movement. "Test me, and I promise you I will make your end swift," Ragnar Blackmane said. Barolinus answered the challenge with a slowly spreading smile of his own, a smile that split his features a little too wide to be considered natural. "Test you? Wolf, I will annihilate you. .. Russ charged across the broken street, weaving his way past burning tanks and heaped bodies. Packs of his wolves roamed past, crying out his name with elation as he bounded by. The warriors of the enemy were thick on the ground here, advancing in irregular squads. He accelerated through them, smashing bodies aside with casual abandon in his eagerness to reach Guilliman. A hunter clad in thick armor turned to look back at him, the eyes almost hidden behind its visor widening. It raised an oversized gauntlet and levelled the bolt launchers clustered there at him. Russ punched the Orus aside and bore on, the thing's blood pattering gently across his face. He could not place these creatures. They were neither Tau nor human, their scent irregular, unnatural. In truth he cared nothing for what they had once been or indeed what they had become. They were nothing to him. No, that much was untrue. They were the enemy. Las fire studded into his back, barely enough for him to even sense. A dark shape swooped by. Overhead, borne on shining wings of edged steel. He leapt up into the air, feeling the power of the warp flow through him at his unconscious behest. It energized him, lifting him higher than any mortal creature of his dimensions had any right to propel itself through natural law. He caught the Yeld's leg and brought the warrior down with him to dash it across the surface of the road, dashing its body like driftwood. Its silvered pinions shattered and wickered away, flashing like mirrors in the sun. Ahead of him Guilliman rose from the rubble-strewn crater in the road, shrugging aside chunks of rockcrete in his annoyance. Russ cast the remains of the warrior at his fellow Primarch and caught him with a glancing blow that sent blood and viscera cascading across his armor. "Filthy degenerate animal!" Guilliman snarled, G-Sealis flashing in his hand as he brought the weapon to bear. Primarch met Primarch in a ferocious clash of colliding mass and ringing steel. Russ thrust the spear forth and Guilliman turned it aside with his blade before landing a vicious punch to the wolf's face. Russ staggered back and swept the spear out, drawing a red line across Guilliman's cheek. This did nothing to slow Guilliman. He leapt clear of the crater and brought Agislus down hard, so fast that Russ only had time to raise his arm in defense. The blade bit deep into the armor there, and Russ snarled in pain, much to his brother's delight. "Too long in the warp, Russ." Guilliman spat, driving his heel into his opponent's knee. The wolf fell, and Guilliman pressed home his weight against his sword, the metal keening against bone. "Too long have you spent honing your skills against the demonic and the unnatural. You fight like a beast, Russ, because that is what you are." Russ grunted with effort as he jabbed the spear at his sibling's head. Guilliman ducked right, easily avoiding the blow. He snatched at the haft of the spear and held firm, the metal creaking beneath his inhuman grip. "You were always so. Victory after victory you won for our father, and yet he never fully accepted you. Because of what you are. Uncivilized, coarse and feral. Did you truly never see this?" Russ's face quivered with effort as he forced Guilliman back, inch by tortuous inch. Dark blood ran from the cleft in his arm, bubbling beneath the powerful energy sheath of the blade. "Keep stoking the fires of my wrath, brother. It only makes me stronger." Guilliman smiled, his black eyes widening with fervor. "Stronger? You will never be stronger than I. I no longer draw my strength from the warp, Russ. The miracle of Unva's wisdom has made me faster, stronger and better than I ever was. Better than you ever could be. Russ let out a cry of rage and let go of the spear. He hammered his fist into Guilliman's stomach, a blow powerful enough to lift the larger warrior clear off his feet. He thrust his palm into Guilliman's sword arm and pushed the blade free before snatching the handle of his spear once again and using it as a lever to throw Guilliman over him and into the road. He threw himself around and brought his foot down to stamp on Guilliman's back, driving him further into the rockcrete. You spit on the Emperor's memory, Rabut. You have abandoned all that you are and all that he made you. Guilliman rolled and rose, avoiding the descending boot a second time. Russ stepped back, his spear once more in his possession. Wrong. I have seen myself improved, my father's work enhanced. The science of the Tao has seen to that. The science of the Tao has corrupted you utterly, brother. Russ replied, scorn heavy in his voice. So totally that you do not even know who you truly are anymore. Your existence makes as little sense as your motivations. This time it was Guilliman's turn to ignite with rage. He launched at Russ, a whirlwind of powerful strikes ringing against the wolf's defenses. For all their haughtiness, Guilliman's claims were true. His already phenomenal strength and speed had been further augmented by the attentions of bile. And this showed as he pushed his opponent back, step by step, each blow quaking Russ's armored body. The wolf's spear twirled in his hands as he countered each strike, but it was clear that he was pressed to do so, for every blow was a hair's breadth from besting him. Russ would not give up, even in the face of such a near-overwhelming assault. Slowly but surely Guilliman drove him back towards a towering and magnificent white marble edifice decorated with immense golden statues. Russ's back was almost touching the colossal plinth of the nearest sculpture when Guilliman saw his chance and made one final thrust, forcing all his power through his arm and into the sword. Agislus stabbed forward with such power and speed that it passed by Russ's defenses and sunk deep into his chest, stopping only when the golden hilt rang against his armor. Russ lurched back into the plinth with such violence that the massive pedestal rocked, the sword pinning him to the solid block of marble. His eyes widened in disbelief. I believe that we have been here before, Guilliman uttered, a malevolent smile splitting his lips. Plus. Codian spilled out into the city amid an explosion of shadow, his pistols ever drawn in readiness. He was growing more and more used to the transition, his senses affected less with each jump. His first task was to assess where his powers had brought him. Sure enough, he was back in the city. And his initial observations told him that he had successfully returned to his version of the present. Bodies were strewn all about him, a collection of Tao, human and other Xenos creatures. He recognized immediately that he had been brought to a different place. He stood on the edge of a sprawling plaza, paved in such a way as to suggest that this was a pedestrian area. A number of monolithic fountains ringed the square, so large that the thundering rumble of cascading water was a low and constant sound heard beneath the clamor of the war. It was clear that the bulk of the Unity forces had passed by here in their rush to meet the Alliance. Hundreds of Tau landers were scattered throughout the square and visible in the streets beyond. Most were ruined and burning, attacked and crippled where they had landed in order to disgorge their living cargo. Many were little more than lumpen, angular wrecks, laying awkwardly against the architecture of the scene or half buried in the rockcrete. They had been plucked from the skies by Alliance fire, though who or what had met the descent of these craft was not apparently clear. He set off towards the center of the plaza as he noticed a commotion amongst the ruination. Bright power fizzed and crackled out from the conflict to strike the detritus, powerful and hazy. He could feel the pressure of the discharges even from here, pushing against the center of his mind and quickening his breathing. Warp magics. The dawn blade clattered against his thigh armor as if to confirm this, responding to the awesome power being unleashed. Immediately he tensed, suspicious of those responsible for this, for despite all he had become he was neither a denizen of nor friend to the Empyrean and its influence. With some albeit begrudging relief he realized moments later that the figures gathered there were Eldar, tall-robed creatures whose outlines almost looked to shimmer. A number of them wore elaborate, crested helms, the bejeweled runes set into them blazing with energy. Others wore similar helms but of a more stunted design, and all were literally alight with the force of the warp. For a moment he considered accelerating his progress with his own inherited powers, and yet he dismissed this almost immediately. The Eldar were still an enigma to him despite their forced alliance, and the last thing he wanted to achieve was surprise on their part. He had no idea just how powerful these psychic individuals were, and images of his emerging form being torn apart by the sorcery of the startled aliens did not appeal to him. From what he was able to surmise, these Eldar were the ones responsible for the contiguous destruction here. Although there were no more of the Unity craft to be seen in the skies, they continued still, raking the downed landers with bolts of ethereal lightning, shimmering blue flame, and bursts of blinding energy. As he neared, one of the orbital ships imploded spectacularly, folding in on itself amid a dazzling display of flames and detonations. The air about it hazed, thinning beneath the barrage, as if the barriers between the realms themselves were being diluted by the assault. Enemy figures darted between the punished craft, still flitting figures backlit by the surrounding fires, and caught in the staccato flare of the Eldar Council's attacks. The gathering of alien witches stood firm, flicking tongues of blinding light out at the enemy warriors. As Codian neared, he caught sight of one of these creatures scuttling across the blackened hull of a craft, its edged armor plating and immense wrist-mounted claws scraping against the metal. He leveled his plasma pistol and fired off a round of plasma that cut through the thing. Its head vaporized, and the glowing orb of energy continued down its body, parting it from neck to groin. The bisected pieces fell away as Codian ran past. He had taken no more than 3 or 4 strides past the remains of his latest victim when something threw itself out from its hiding place and attacked him. He twisted mid-sprint, the flashing blade passing by his neck so close that it filled his vision for a fleeting moment. He swung the bolt pistol out instinctively and fired. At this range he could not fail to miss, and the shot struck home, exploding against the attacker's arm-mounted shield. He caught sight of the bulbous jewels set into the buckler as they flared, igniting with a surge of power. Then, the air around the curious barrel extremity at its tip distorted, and he felt a violent punch of concussive force strike him in the chest. He was protected enough not to sustain any injury, and yet the force of the blow pitched him back off his feet and onto the ground. He hit the flags and rolled back as the warrior's sword descended. And he was back up on his feet in time for the blade to hunt for him again, its ultra-keen edge raking across his chest armor. The field of his rosary ooze fizzed, flaring as it countered the sharp metal. His attacker's arm lurched back in opposition to this, and he leapt away as he rode the remainder of his momentum, landing with feline grace a good few meters away. For a moment Codian saw that the discharge had damaged his opponent's blade, but the gray-skinned hybrid merely smiled, unperturbed by this. The sword vibrated softly in his hands, shedding a fine dust of glittering metal. As he looked on, the blade literally repaired itself, its edge growing sharp once again. Codian knew nothing of these creatures, save for the scantest details of their origins. What he did know was that the technologies they wielded were far more advanced than anything he had experienced within the more standardist armies of the Unity. Although he had faced this opponent for what had to be a matter of seconds, he could tell that his potency far exceeded the artifice and advancement of his equipment and weaponry. He was fast. Faster than either Tau or human. His every motion seemed accelerated somehow, as if pushed beyond any natural limitations by whatever enhanced him. None of this truly mattered to him, of course. He would still kill this thing. He started forward at the very same time as the warrior, bringing his guns to bear in an instant. This time he unleashed a salvo of bolt and plasma shot, filling the space between them with blinding light and burning death. The warrior's shield arm rose faster than even the projectiles could cross the gap, and the fusillade slammed into the shield, sending a bright burst of radiance out. Despite the power of the ballistic assault, the hunter barely showed any physical response. The discharge of energy cascaded back off the shield and over him, and then seemed to be sucked back into the device. Codian threw himself to the side as a distortion wave of pure concussive force burst from the shield and shimmered past him, its mere presence rocking him back on his heels. He turned, throwing himself into a swift spin and brought his arm up, firing even as he leveled the pistol with his target. The bolt screamed free of the gun and struck his opponent square in the face. The bolt detonated inside the Jokera's skull and his head came apart amid a miniature explosion of blood and bone. His body continued on for several paces, his sword still raised in readiness to strike. After a second the dead warrior's legs buckled and he fell forward and crashed into the ground, limp and done. Kodian did not give the hunter another thought as he leapt over his body and continued on towards the Eldar. As he neared the group, one of the aliens turned slowly to look upon him, the energies playing about his head thickening. The chaplain immediately lowered his guns, not wanting to appear threatening to the powerful alien. Witches. He soon came to realize that he needn't have concerned himself with such things. Dalo Kodian Prophet. The tall being uttered, his soft yet powerful voice drawing the attentions of the others to Kodian's arrival with all the potency of a stellar vacuum. We know who you are, Prophet. Your caution is not needed. A dozen robed bodies twisted gracefully to look upon him as he slowed to a halt before the Farseer. Each of the Xenos Psykers wore robes of obsidian shadow decorated with bone-colored symbols and patterns. A host of hidden eyes fell briefly as one to the weapon at his side before rising once more to look upon the chaplain. What is happening here? Kodian asked, taking in the destruction and ruination about him. Though the answer to his question seemed readily apparent, in that it was obvious that this was the site chosen by these new arrivals to descend upon the Imperial City. He had learned enough about his powers to realize that he had doubtless been brought to this particular area for a reason. For long moments, his question did not raise an answer from the gathered Eldar. After what seemed to Kodian to be a lengthy examination, the warlock host turned away from him and took up their original task once more, directing their attentions towards clearing away the last pockets of enemy resistance. The small number of Farseers remained as they were, still and silent as statues before him until, once more, the tallest of them spoke once again. The pacification of your world is almost complete, Prophet. This city is the only bastion that remains to be conquered, but then I see that you know this in your heart. Kodian nodded. They will never take this city. That is my vow. It was the Eldar's turn to incline his head at this. We share a common if secret knowledge of what the future may well bring, Dalo Kodian, but beware the strength of your pride. We see all paths, both past and future, better to guide our actions in this present. You must be aware though that only the past is set in stone, for the present tells the truth of all that has come to pass. The future is known only as possibility, however infinite. Probability is a powerful factor in guiding one's destiny, but even then, nothing is certain. I understand that now. Kodian answered. And my role in forging our future is clear. I will leave nothing to chance in my quest to bring an end to the C'tan. Your conviction is sincere, Prophet. For so long have the Monkey and the Eldar fought one another. Now you see the truth in that. There could have been no other way. The agents of the C'tan had to believe that the disparate races of this galaxy were ever divided in internecine war. I see that. Kodian answered. But this is hardly the time or place to discuss our past divisions. We have a war to win, Eldar. Together. The unnamed Farseer seemed to exude a response of palpable agreement rather than display any physical accord. He raised the long, delicate fingers of one hand to the skies and spread them, as if to display the heavens to the chaplain. This war is about to enter another one of its many predestined phases, Dalo Kodian. Blessed Naris guides you as wisely as your own instincts. It is hardly chance that has brought you here to this place. You have come to bear witness, have you not? Hearing this caused his brow to furrow. For the first time since his arrival here, Kodian found himself genuinely perplexed by his current situation. I am learning to trust the fates that guide me to my destinations, Eldar. I confess that I do not know why I am here, only that I am required to be so. The Farseer pondered upon this answer for a moment, the bright jade eyes of his helm pulsing with inner light. Apparently satisfied, he tilted his head in acquiescence. You are wise beyond your genetic origins, prophet. This sight is to see the coming of the false ones. The living god idols of the Tao. They are coming, prophet. The Ethereals. Part 183. Seat of Power. The quiet stillness of the dark chamber was an all-pervading presence, heavy and oppressive despite the muted cacophony of the various consoles and devices. A pale green glow bathed the silent ethereal host, casting a sheen across the symmetrical rows of smooth gray flesh. These were creatures that had not opened their eyes in an age, nor experienced the sensation of physical movement for hundreds of years. Hundreds of the immobile creatures thronged the massive chamber, fixed forever into the console thrones that maintained their wasting physical forms. What little recognizable flesh remained on the dormant creatures was puckered and sutured, housing cables and nutrient feeds. Each and every one of the rulers of the Unity was now no more than a component, a part of the collective machine. At the head of the chamber he sat in ever-silent judgment, the silver-skinned god of the Tao. Unva, master of the greatest empire ever to rule the stars. Light played across his rippling, fluid form as he raised a hand from the armrest of the throne, the limb rising with a ponderous slowness. Its hand open and palm raised up. A flickering needle of green light came into being, forming from nowhere to sputter and pulse as if caught in his grasp. Unva said nothing, for the presence of his voice was far from necessary. The very stars themselves were his to command, slaves to his whim. There were no laws he was forced to obey, no limitations defiant of his will. He was the master of all of creation, and there were none who would deny him that. His brother had defied him, and in doing so had issued the challenge. There was no other course of action open to him except to answer that challenge. He would ensure this. He closed the hand, the action causing the light to extinguish. As one, every single ethereal before him shuddered, the collective rumbling whisper of this act disturbing the peace of the chamber. The call to war had been made, and answered. Guilliman clamped his fingers around his brother's throat and pulled the sword free. The keen metal sang against bone and marble as it slid free, slick with Russ's blood. The wolf shuddered, his face tightening in pain. There was not a shred of mercy to be seen in Guilliman's eyes. Where is your legendary strength now, brother? Do you feel it seeping from you, along with your lifeblood? It is as I said, Russ. The Tao are supreme. I love my emperor with all that I am, and yet his work, for all its potency and magnificence, is now perfected. I understand that this is a lesson hard indeed to take. That is why I knew that only the most brutal of demonstrations would suffice. I trust my efforts are thus justified. Russ did not answer. His keen eyes, hooded with pain, drifted past Guilliman's colossal shoulders. It was only the slightest of gestures, but it was enough to attract his brother's attention. The vast power claw snapped shut around his waist and hoisted him into the air with violent force. BD. Deep mechanical voice roared. The fell-handed one brought the Primarch down hard against the ground, dashing his armored body into the rockcrete. The already vast power of Bjorn was further augmented by the Ancient One's blazing rage at seeing his beloved Primarch brought so low. Servos whined and popped as the dreadnought pummeled Guilliman into the ground again and again, sending showers of road surface pluming up around them. You dare to lay a hand on the wolf? You dare to mark his armor and cleave his flesh? He bellowed his rage out above the clamor of battle and cast the Primarch away, activating his assault cannon as he turned. Shells burst against Guilliman's spinning body at a dizzying rate, the multiple impacts throwing the Primarch's assailed form into a violent and explosive spin. He was barely visible as he landed, the ground around him coming apart amid the attentions of Bjorn's powerful cannon. Dust rose and sparks flared across Guilliman's vast form as he rose, shuddering beneath the bone-shattering attack. He spoke, and though the threat in his words was lost amid the cacophony, the hatred in his gaze betrayed his intent all too well. He fought against the murderous gale as he advanced, much of his form hidden beneath the vicious onslaught. Despite this, Guilliman could not be stayed. He raised his arms up before his face and sprinted towards his new foe. Bjorn the Fell-Handed was the most ancient to start to serve the Imperium still. He had fought beside Russ during the Great Crusade, loyal and implacable. He had taken the mantle of the first Great Wolf in Russ's stead and had served the Space Wolves beyond even physical death. Encased as he was in the unmatchable armor of his dreadnought tomb, there were few abroad on Terra this day to rival the potency of this ancient warrior. Robert Guilliman was a Primarch, a living son of the Emperor. To him, this ancient colossus was but a child. Guilliman ducked low beneath the vast, snapping power claw and drove his shoulder into Bjorn's sarcophagus, the impact sending the ancient warrior reeling back. Bjorn's wide feet thundered across the ground as he fought to maintain his balance, but Guilliman's speed was without compare. He leapt forward again and brought his sword down hard against the thick slab of the dreadnought's arm. The blade bit deep into the thick cylinder and then came to a halt. The armor there was enormously thick, much more so than that of any target he was used to dueling with. He pushed harder, feeling the sword bite even deeper, but the strained, grinding squeal this produced warned him that any more pressure would likely result in the ruination of his own weapon. Thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust vents at Bjorn's back as he lowered his torso and pushed back, fighting to best a foe he knew he could not match in strength. Guilliman hammered his fist hard into the thin vision slit before him, buckling the ancient metal. The third blow drove his hand through the plate and into the depths of the sarcophagus. Bjorn fought with a renewed vigor then as he realized the danger he was in. His convulsions shook the sword free of his arm and he swept Guilliman up, the energy charge that coated the glowing blades flaring at the Primarch's touch. Guilliman lashed out with a foot and landed a blow that left a deep groove in the ornate wolf carving that decorated the sarcophagus. He hacked down with his sword, fighting to cleave the armored torso in two. The strike slid deep enough to raise a mechanical cry of pain from the age-old warrior. Metal ground against metal as Bjorn threw his torso into a rapidly escalating spin. Guilliman held on to Agislu's still and the power of the rotation hauled him off his feet. Whether through instinct or fierce pride, he would not let go. Bjorn stomped forward and dashed the Primarch again and again through the wall of the towering structure nearest them, the action throwing up clouds of glass and brickwork with every impact. The Primarch reached out with his free hand to find purchase, grabbing at whatever solid surface he could find. Again and again those areas of intended purchase crumbled away beneath his grasp. For a short but agonizing while it seemed as if he would never succeed, but then at last his fingers rang against the meter's-thick stone of an immense support pillar, and held. Bjorn's revolution came to an immediate and sickening halt. His vast form whined and groaned as it fought to continue its movement. Guilliman held on and pulled. The sword came free but not before Bjorn was hauled around through the air and flung into the bottom of the wide staircase supported by the pillar. Guilliman's face was alight with the thrill of the clash as he rose and drew his sword back, ready to bring the fight to an end. You were a worthy opponent, venerable one. Despite your allegiances you fight for honor, to defend the one you serve without thought for your own welfare. You are a credit to your Primarch, a credit he does not deserve. Leave him. Voice uttered from behind him. Guilliman froze and then cast around. The spear of Russ flashed and plunged through his neck. Plus. Barolinus laughed out loud and skipped back, avoiding the snarling chain sword with ease. The fearsome weapon buzzed through the air past him again and again, dangerously close, and yet the Ultramarine avoided each and every attempt with an almost casual effortlessness. Blackman's single eye blazed with hatred for his foe as he pressed on, wielding the otherwise cumbersome weapon with a skill and grace at odds with its size. He was fast as any natural predator, and despite appearances his every attack was planned and executed with a precision honed over hundreds of years of combat. Barolinus too fought with a style that greatly exceeded his appearance and choice of weaponry. He made no discernible effort gain control of the fight, instead relying on his confidence and skill to turn aside Ragnar's every effort. He used his shield expertly, shifting its position in swift, darting movements to meet each blow. His Arm was entwined with the haft of his hammer and he used the head of the weapon as a secondary shield at his shoulder, turning aside blows that quested for his neck and head. The ultramarine was a blur of hyperactive motion, never once remaining still. He danced from foot to foot, spinning on his heel between strikes, unwilling to leave any part of his body unguarded for longer than a second. This prevented the Space Wolf from seeking an effective opening in his defenses, for those defenses were constantly changing, leaving no opportunities to take advantage of. This frustrated Blackmane. And that frustration translated itself as outright anger. Blackmane gave a roar of displeasure and doubled his efforts, the speed of his attacks increasing. Berolinis gave a laugh of joy and ducked low, turning on his heels as the chain blade passed by. Overhead. The following strike rang against the Ultramarine's storm shield with power enough to drive him back several paces. Berolinis twisted again and swung his hammer out, almost catching Ragnar with a deadly blow to the head. "That's it. Let your rage feed you," he cried, dancing around the following attacks. "Such emotion. Such passion. Set it free, Wolf. Let it consume you." Blackmane did not answer. Instead he pressed on, his anger empowering him to new extremes of pace and strength. He attacked again and again, scything through the road surface in Berolinis' wake. The teeth of the ancient sword screeched against the thick rockcrete as they carved furrows through the ground, driven deep into the road by Ragnar's ever-increasing vigor. "That's it, Wolf. Embrace it. Let it in. Let your raw emotions open you up to the embrace of powers greater than anything you could imagine. All you have to do is let the oblivion of abandonment consume you and all your limitations will mean nothing. Become all you can be." Blackmane's form was but a blur now, his efforts accelerated beyond any mortal measurement of ability. Like a force of nature he bore on, all considerations of skill or defense burned from his mind by the rage that clouded his judgment. The wolf landed a blow that glanced across the Ultramarine's shield and parted the studded armor at his upper arm, drawing a line of smoldering blood out in its wake. Berolinis hissed inaudible pleasure and drew himself back, tightening his defenses. "Fine blow, Wolf, for such an animal. I am Ragnar Blackmane, traitor. Remember that name." Ragnar snarled, leaping forward to strike. Again. He stabbed at Berolinis several times with the wide tip of his blade, hunting for a gap in his defenses. Again, he was denied. The Ultramarine's eyes were ominously dark now, far from their natural hue. Faint lines pulsed beneath the thinning skin of his face. Ragnar noticed that the warrior's smile seemed ever more wide now, almost too much so to be considered natural. His scent had changed too. Who or whatever this thing was before him, it was far more ancient than its outward appearance suggested. Many of the wolves had begun to filter into the surrounding area in their running battle with the hunters of the Tau. Seeing the fight between their champion and the ward of Guilliman they slowed, drawn like moths to a flame by the powerful clash. None dared interfere with the conflict, for to do so would be to dishonor the ancient space wolf and the very fundamental traditions of the chapter. Blackmane powered forth a series of low swipes intended to take the legs of his opponent and then twisted around to deliver a wide sweep at the Ultramarine's waist, his wolf pelt swirling about his armored form. Berolinis rolled away onto his back and flipped over, cycling his legs as he did so. The teeth of the frost fang screeched against his armored limbs and then Berolinis was up on his feet once again. He kicked out and turned the chain blade aside before thrusting his hammer forward like a spear into Ragnar's chest. Energy flared and the space wolf lurched back, his chest plate bearing a fresh and deep indentation. HNNGH. "You do not fight like an ultramarine," Blackmane grunted, fighting to mask the pain coursing through his body. "You underestimate me, Wolf. Just as you underestimate the defenses of your soul. I may yet allow you to best me, for I would welcome your soul amongst my host." Ragnar drew his frost fang into a defensive posture before him and hesitated, fighting to keep his senses reined in. His opponent seemed to somehow know of his terrible anger, and how that anger both fueled him and robbed him of reason. He studied the ultramarine's face and could see the conflict in those features clearly. The changes were almost too subtle to notice, and yet they were constant, ever conflicting. The malevolent smile seemed to fade and then strengthen in turn, as if the being before him was fighting for control. With every shift in emotion, the warrior's scent changed too. It grew heavy and ancient, almost sweet with musk, before fading away to be replaced by the youthful, almost sterile scent of the young ultramarine. The warrior's familiar was acting strangely too. The bird had taken flight when the two had met in combat and had yet to return, almost as if it feared its own master. How a familiar could come to fear the one it was slave to was a question that held no rational answer. Something was very wrong. You speak with the voice of a daemon, ultramarine. You are corrupt with the influence of the warp. Barolinus wavered as he heard this, visibly swayed by the wolf's claims. The smile faded almost to nothing and the darkness in his eyes bled away. I am slave to no corruption, wolf, and influenced only by the will of my primarch. You see a skill that far exceeds your own, and you fight to explain that away with your accusations. Barolinus drew his arms together and made ready to attack his opponent, only to falter at the last moment. He took a single step forward and spread his arms, the darkness returning to his eyes once again. Slay me then, wolf. End my life. Release me from this prison of flesh. Rel, no. No, you will not. Beat me. You are nothing but a voice in my head. Nothing. The confusion in the warrior's voice served only to confirm Ragnar's suspicions in his mind. This creature before him was more than the sum of its parts, he held no doubt about that now. The scent of chaos he had come to know so well during his time within the eye was potent in the air now, diluted somewhat by the unnatural odor of the start's own strange, amalgamated physiology, but still nonetheless recognizable. He drove his heels into the ground and sprang forward, swinging his frost fang up and around, ready to bring it down upon the ultramarine's head. Barolinus responded with unmatchable speed as he flung his shield up to meet the blow and then brought the hammer around. Ragnar's blade rang against the small but powerful shield, the impact sending a burst of light and energy out from its ancient surface. The exact same moment the powerful hammer smashed into Blackman's side, with power enough to pitch the wolf away. A collective cry of dismay rose up from the Fenrisian spectators as they witnessed their champion brought so low, for the blow was a crippling one, most likely fatal. The entire left-hand side of his torso was a smoldering ruin, distorted beyond any natural dimensions. Ragnar Blackmane was still alive as the gloating Astarte bounded over to where he lay and shoved him onto his back with a foot, an action that served to spur the surrounding wolves to life. Wulfen howled in dismay and lurched forward like dogs straining at their leashes. Those few rune priests present within the gathering fought to rein in the angered spectators, for the rules of Fenrisian combat were clear and sacrosanct. Martial challenges such as this one were to the death, and were only permitted to be interrupted by those who were recognized as a ward of the wolf in question. Ragnar Blackmane was a fearsome and immensely proud warrior whose honor would not stand for such interruptions, even if it meant his life. Blackmane had no such ward. The rules, however frustrating, were clear. No other could or would intervene until the fall of the death blow. Whether or not Barolinus knew any of this was unclear, but the warrior made no attempt to disguise his enjoyment of the situation. He lowered the head of his hammer close to Ragnar's face whilst keeping the space wolf pinned to the ground, letting the energy sheath of the weapon play across the start's olive skin. You are beaten, barbarian, he hissed, savoring the moment of triumph. Blackmane simply glared at him, his canines bared in utter hatred. His outstretched hand quested through the rubble for the hilt of his fallen frost fang, for the weapon lay inches from his grasp, and yet so far it might as well have been a distance of miles. He turned his attention away from the struggling warrior and looked out at the faces all around him, calm and unafraid of the palpable and collective desire for retribution. Who are you, wolf? You somebody? Should I know of you, of your name? You legend, or is It that your brethren simply cannot bear to see one of their own debased so in defeat? I suppose the answers matter little. We fought, you lost. There could be no other outcome. While ever I breathe, I am undefeated, traitor. Ragnar growled, redoubling his efforts. Berolinis took in the wolf's inane labors and smiled his wide, disjointed smile. Then I shall endeavor to grant you freedom from respiration, and bring the agonies suffered by your comrades to an end. He swept the hammer down and took away the head of Ragnar Blackmane with one final, casual strike, sending it spinning away across the ground. You are loosed, he cried to the surrounding wolves, spreading his arms wide. Heartbeat later and he was gone, consumed by the press of grey-armored bodies. The last visible part of Lurum Berolinis to disappear from sight was the wide, malevolent grin. And then the slaughter truly began. Part 184. Terra trembles. We must keep them from the chamber, brother. Even if it means our deaths, we must fight to fulfill our destiny. Zerlios nodded in confirmation without uttering a single word in reply, for in truth there was nothing he needed to say. Valadimus knew the truth, just as Zerlios did, just as all the companions did. The centurion slapped his friend on the shoulder and watched as Zerlios charged out into the melee, dismissing the sorrow that came with the consideration that this would likely be the last time they fought together. His soul ached to consider the weight of the secret locked within his heart, for to keep such things from the majority of his brothers was a task almost too hard for him to bear, but that was his legacy as a member of the companions. Internment into that most secret of brotherhoods brought with it the knowledge of secrets so ancient and significant that the emperor himself had decreed that only those closest to his physical presence were permitted to know the truth of them. This was no slight on the majority of the Adeptus Custodes, far from it. Each and every one of these ancient warriors was as loyal and as honorable as it was possible for a son of the emperor to be. No, the truth of it went far deeper than that. Each one of the companions was, in every sense, the best of the best. Every custode was a powerful psyker in his own right, blessed by the emperor himself and further augmented by his physical presence. Only the strongest and most impregnable of the custodes were considered for membership within the ranks of the companions. Only those with true and absolute mental fortification were even considered. The companions were literally impregnable, in almost every way. There was absolutely no sentient force that existed powerful enough to corrupt or sway a companion. He thought back then to the loss of one of their finest, Brother Vailder. At the time his death had almost caused a schism within the custode ranks, for Vailder had been revealed to be an enemy spy, subjugated to the will of the assassin Aurum by the agents of the false sigillite. It was only later that his body was discovered to be gone, missing from its temporary tomb deep within the bowels of the palace. Though the mystery of this continued to confound the custodes to this day, the truth of it was clear. The creature that had tried to end the life of Dorn had not been Constantine Vailder, but someone or something else. Who or what mattered little now, not at this point. The very history of the Adeptus Custodes was about to reach its zenith. The custodes existed but to serve the emperor, and the emperor was no more. Everything had changed now. The Imperium was without its emperor for the first time since its creation. The only thing left for the human race now was survival. The master of mankind's work was done, and of all his subjects, only a few knew the full truth behind his schemes. Valadimus ejected the spent clip of his bolter and slammed home a fresh one, stepping back to allow another squad of custodes access to the chamber. Lstchen was amongst them, his Psychonon thundering charged bolts out into the gleaming pariahs flowing from the tunnels beyond. The shells of the Psychonon seemed to be particularly potent in countering the cybernetic warriors. The massive psychic charge they delivered utterly noxious to the soulless beings. Those pariahs hit by the rounds made no sound as they fell, wickering green energies bleeding from their wounds. The centurion felt the pressure in his head continue to build as more of the enemy spilled out of the dark archways along the north wall and into the vast chamber. Despite their best attempts to stem the tide, they came still, slowly but surely pushing the defending custodes back. Valadimus watched this exchange for only a moment, for his attention could not fail but to be stolen by the activity at the center of the chamber. His vast form smoldering from the scores of 100 blade strikes, the creature once known as Exorcist Gog continued to rage at his Eldar attackers. The fight had continued this way for hours now. And yet, to Valadimus every second that had passed had seemed a lifetime. The efforts of the Phoenix Lords, as potent as they were, had as yet failed to bring fatigue to the monstrous being. He fought on with the same rage and vigor as ever, ignorant to the damage his augmented body had sustained. Jane Czar of the Howling Banshees mirrored Gog's endless energy as she fought on. To witness her fight was akin to watching a ribbon caught by the wind, for her graceful form seemed ever fluid, flexible beyond any normal physical constraints. She leapt high and swept her blade across the void champion's back, scoring yet another deep groove through the thick armor. Gog, for all his vast size, was a creature blessed with a disproportionate agility and speed. He twisted to meet the Phoenix Lord as she attacked, one hand darting out to catch her by the ankle. He snatched her from the air and brought her round, flinging her across the chamber as if she were less than nothing. Out in the distant gloom Jane Czar rolled through the air and landed feet first against the far wall. She pushed herself out and rolled, landing lightly on her feet, surrounded by the crowding pariahs. Valadimus felt his pulse quicken as he witnessed this, though he knew that there was nothing he could do. He spent the next few seconds issuing desperate orders, redeploying squads of his warriors to better face the multiple threats. More and more of the custodes were arriving from the furthest corners of the palace to meet the threat, for their presence was no longer needed now that the Emperor was gone. And of course, there was Magog. The second twin had yet to make his appearance since his murderous rampage through the tunnels beyond. Valadimus had fully expected him to smash his way into the chamber and join the battle, but he had not. There had to be but one explanation for his apparent disappearance. He was heading for the throne room. The Centurion did not know how this would affect the outcome of the conflict. True, the throne room was the eventual target destination of the enemy, he knew that, but Magog alone would not be enough to present a threat to the terrible being that awaited him there. If they could contain and destroy Gog here, then the dragon's forces would be seriously compromised. He was a man torn in several directions at once by the series of events unfolding here. Part of him longed to charge into the fray and join the Phoenix Lords in the battle with Gog, and part of him wanted so badly to follow the Fiend's brother to the throne room. Another, far baser facet of him yearned to join Magog in the prosecution of the Fiend that had ended the life of his emperor, for to actually fight with all his heart and soul to preserve the life of the foul Citan was almost too much for him to bear. Yes, it was the emperor's final wish that the custodes give all to keep the deceiver on his prized throne, and he understood the truth behind this disturbing plan, but the knowledge of that truth did not make this any easier. The primordial beast had to kill the emperor, in order to see him released from the ancient prison that had sustained him for so long. The emperor's immortal soul was free from its physical anchor now, at long last. The eagle had taken flight into the Empyrean, where the influence of the Citan could not touch him. How the pantheon of the primordial annihilator must have quaked at his arrival, Valadimus considered to himself, pride swelling his breast. Trapped as he had been between life and death, the ruination of the emperor's body had seen his foretold ascension into the most powerful psychic presence ever known. The Cessus had provided the raw psychic power that he had required to drive him deep into that nightmare realm, far beyond the waiting defenses of the dark gods of chaos. The servants of those gods had come to Terra now, he knew that in his heart. He could sense their foul presence. Through both fear and a mutual hatred of the Citan, the Pantheon had joined the final war. Though he knew that the Dark Pantheon could never join the fight directly, they had their own part to play in the destruction of the Citan. They waited even now beyond the veil, their hunger matchless and incalculable. In time, they would feast. A shout of alarm rose up from the far end of the chamber, snatching him boorishly from his reverie. He cast around in time to see custodes swiftly redeploying, squads shifting in large packs like shoals of fish as they responded to some new threat. It took only moments for Valadimus to see what was happening. More of the enemy were starting to arrive now. These warriors were a good head taller than the other pariahs, and far broader in their dimensions. Gog's own legions, he noted with a sense of mounting dread. He had feared this day for an age, and now it was here. He could scarcely contain the sense of mounting dread in his soul. They were here. The Void Angels had returned. Plus plus plus. Plus 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 the walls plus plus plus. What is this? What is happening? Dorn's unblinking gaze took in the burning skies, his patrician features set in stone at the sight of it. All around him Imperial Fists and Black Templars alike faltered in their activities in order to observe the phenomenon. Moments ago, the sky above them had begun to glow with unnatural light. Forks of bright energy raked the tops of the buildings surrounding the walls, thrown forth from the ever-increasing glow in the atmosphere high above. The Primarch eventually lowered his gaze and looked to those around him, searching for any signs of an answer, only to be met with a sea of concern and bewilderment. Cries and shouts of alarm rose up along the walls as those defenders present came to notice the occurrence. One by one, columns of burning light descended from amongst the clouds. First one. Then 10 or more. Within moments the vista was filled with hundreds of them. Orbital bombardment. The Primarch heard Helbrecht utter behind him. Dorn gave a slow shake of the head at this. As soon as he had laid eyes on the descending pillars of bright flame, he understood. He knew the truth, despite the fact that he had never before witnessed a similar occurrence. An age. Amongst the Adeptus Custodes, protected and disguised as one of their own by the very influence of his immortal father the Emperor, had provided the hidden Primarch with many, many secrets. The companions had taken him into their fold, and in doing so he had learned much of the hidden histories and predicted futures of the Imperium. He knew what he was seeing, and he knew that, deep down, Helbrecht knew too, for the High Marshal had faced such terrors before. "They are coming, High Marshal," he answered, making no effort to disguise the portentousness in his voice. "The Ethereals of the Tau are about to join the war." He turned then, in time to see the High Marshal's flint-grey eyes grow wide within their sockets. Here was a man who had witnessed the horror of the Ethereals firsthand, a man who had fought the unnatural daemons for an age. Dorn could see with but a glance that Helbrecht knew what they were capable of. That, and the clear fact that the High Marshal had never before seen so many of them about to participate in the prosecution of a war. "We must reorganize our forces. Send the word out to all the Templars. The Ethereals are here. Notify the Sword Brethren of my orders immediately. They must prepare to mobilize." No. Despite the subdued volume of the single word, Helbrecht froze as if struck by the full force of a speeding land raider. He cast around to look upon the Primarch, disbelief writ large across his craggy face. "My Lord Dorn, I don't understand. The defense forces that fight still out there stand no chance against the coming abominations." "I know," Dorn answered, a reply that served only to astonishment the High Marshal further. Helbrecht took a step back, his arms spread in disbelief. "We cannot help them, High Marshal. Trust in me when I say this to you. They must weather the coming of the Ethereals on their own, these brave defenders." "And what of their fate, my Primarch?" Helbrecht asked, emoting far more concern than he had obviously intended. From his reaction, Dorn seemed to take no offense at this. "Their fate is in the hands of the Emperor," he replied solemnly, turning away. "We have our own allotted task. There is a storm coming, High Marshal. We must be ready to meet it." Plus plus plus. The warrior woman was beautiful, he could not deny this. So beautiful, her features graceful and delicate, her skin flawless and pale beneath the vibrant crimson of her own blood. Those eyes. Those striking blue eyes were charged with energies he could barely comprehend. They burned in spite of their piercing coldness. When she spoke, her voice was but a whisper, and yet her words carried a deep and hidden power that far belied their volume. They slid through the air like silk, like the first hiss of the winds borne upon the coming storm. "The Prophet." Gilliman's dark eyes widened as he heard this. His armored fingers creaked as they tightened around the hilt of his prized sword and around her own tortured hand. What? What did you say? She writhed beneath his grasp, her ceramite gauntlet crumpling. Despite the terrible pain, the determination and defiance in her gaze never once faltered. I leave this legacy, she uttered, the fingers of her free hand pressing against the Primarch's temple. Gilliman shuddered and arched back, though he found himself suddenly unable to break free of her grip. A burning glow radiated from her palm, a searing light that scorched the Primarch's skin and caused it to blister. No, the saint uttered, her armored fingers seeming to sink into the Primarch's flesh. No. The truth. See the lie within. If only for the briefest of moments, doubt. He is coming, Primarch. See. It as I have seen it. He is coming for you. He is coming for you. He started, recoiling back instinctively at the sound of the voice. He blinked, the sensation of hot blood warm against the skin of his face. For a fleeting moment he was the Primarch, he was Gilliman. He drank in the sensation of physical power, his every breath heavy and potent. His limbs ached with vigor and his mind railed with knowledge, for the experience was compelling indeed. Berolinis swallowed hard and shook himself as the last vestiges of his dwindling sanity cried out for him to pull himself together. His head was pounding and his entire body ached, a level of pain he had scarcely felt in a long time. He opened his eyes that were slick with dried blood, and immediately felt an uncharacteristic nausea tighten his stomach. Scores of dead space wolves littered the ground around him. Their bodies were smashed, pummeled into lumpen messes by his warhammer. He had slaughtered them all. His final few victims lay gasping in the rubble beneath him, their bodies shattered. He staggered forward, dispatching the dying few, dazed by his situation. He had no real recollection of the fight save for snatches of dreamlike memories, flashes of bloodied faces and ruined bodies. His ancient armor was literally awash with damage, slashes and dents caused by the weapons of the enemy, but he was free of serious harm. Even he found this to be incredible. Berolinis held much faith in his own abilities, and yet the sheer number of dead and mortally wounded about him was more than even he could begin to accept. These were space wolves, and he held enough respect, however begrudged, for the martial prowess of such warriors to recognize how unlikely his situation was. This result was unnatural. Unbelievable. The worst aspect of all of it was that he understood how this had happened, and why. What was that? He hissed, disgust heavy in his voice. What did you do? I don't remember doing any of this, UBD. I let my defenses slip for a moment and you took advantage of that. It will not happen again. You know that to be a lie, Berolinis. You cannot hold me back forever. He felt bile rise within him as he heard the voice, its very presence sending a wave of sickness coursing through him. I can and I will, Daemon. Tell me, what did you show me? Who was this warrior woman, Lucius, and what did she do to my Primarch? HHH, you speak my name for the first time, my soulmate. Finally, you begin to accept me. And swear me. Berolinis raged, no longer caring for the concealment of his own private hell. Why did you show me this? To open your eyes to the truth. To allow you to see all that your Primarch is, Berolinis. Her name was the Endymion. She was a saint of the Emperor, a vessel of his power and will. You're false. Primarch slaughtered her. Then she was the enemy. Gilliman is a great and noble man, Lucius. He is a saint in his own right. Resurrected and infused with power to rival that of the Emperor himself. You continue to fight to turn me against him, but you will never succeed. He is my Primarch. He is not. He is nothing but an impostor. He is an amalgamation, a beast, devoid of any true measure of origin. Such blind devotion, Berolinis, can only prove to be your undoing. Can you not see what he is? If only you would allow me to show you. Still you persist. Berolinis answered, shaking his head vigorously as if this would somehow rid him of the pervasive presence Time and again you strive to turn me from him, to corrupt my devotion. You are within me, I know that. You strive to corrupt me against him, for you know that you do not have the power to envelop my soul and my will through force alone. You clutch so desperately at straws, Lucius. You will never prevail. I will open your eyes to the truth, my friend, in time. You will understand much when the time is right for you to do so. Your so-called Primarch himself knows the truth, Ultramarine. The Endymion showed him, if only for a fleeting moment. He deceives even himself, and I will be the one to open his eyes to the truth. I doubt that. Do you? You are but a child, Berolinus, a foolish and gullible child. The death of the saint was a victory to your Guilliman, but her demise was far more important than you could ever imagine. She spoke to the warp upon her death, you see. She called out to the furthest reaches of this galaxy and beyond, and that death cry was heard by all. She called to me, Berolinus. She told me what it was that I am fated to do. I will kill him, when the time is right. I will kill your Primarch. Enough. Berolinus screamed, falling to his knees. He let his hammer go to clatter against the ground and bunched his fists tight, driving every ounce of his will to the fore. The voice of Lucius faded to an echo, sinking into the furthest reaches of his mind. Remember the tear. This was the last thing he heard. Part 185. Go, Delocodian. You are not safe here. The Farseer's warning was an extreme understatement indeed. The chaplain knew that. He had faced one of these creatures before, or at least witnessed a confrontation between it and Ka. He was aware just how powerful but one of these ethereals was. The skies burned all around him as the host descended. Their numbers were impossible to count, although a swift estimate put their numbers in the hundreds. It was clear to him that, as powerful as these Eldar Psykers were, they feared the coming of the Unity's commanders. The arrival of them on Korstla had tipped the scales and stolen much of the power of their courageous counterattack. The arrival of the ethereals would smash those scales to dust. Everyone out here in the city is in incredible danger. He began, staring to walk backwards, his pistols held at the ready. We have to warn everyone. LLR forces must fall back beyond the palace defenses, Eldar. New York. Who remain behind will be annihilated. The Farseer continued to instruct his companions throughout Codian's warning, directing their efforts with fluid grace and a complete absence of fear. Then you must be the one to send warning, Delocodian. Do not concern yourself with our welfare. We are Eldar, and we will serve this war as effectively in death as we ever did in life. You must leave. Now, while there is still time. We do not possess power enough to hold them back for long. Leave. Codian took another step back and then swayed on his feet as the first of the godlike beings touched down. The ground quaked as the burning column speared into it and dissipated, throwing debris out into the air. The unnatural flames unraveled into nothing, revealing the burning giant at their center. Glowing eyes fell to regard the defiant Eldar beneath them. The Farseers and warlocks of the Eldar host came alive, power coruscating between them. The ethereal's burning form shuddered as it was assailed, flame peeling away from it beneath the combined assault. Then it attacked. A mere 3 mighty strides brought it looming into the center of the Eldar forces. Its advance crushed one of the warlocks underfoot, her body disappearing beneath the living inferno. A grossly extended arm swept out and felled another 3 of the nimble alien witches with such speed that they had no time to respond. They were dead before they hit the ground, their fragile bodies shattered. The Farseer danced into the path of the ethereal and thrust the head of his staff into the flaming mass. He screamed some high-pitched and unintelligible alien curse and willed a mighty blast of power through the staff into the ethereal. The towering creature staggered back, its form losing momentary cohesion beneath the power of the assault, but it was an effort by the Eldar that was to have no lasting consequence. The Farseer drew his staff back and prepared to attack again, determined to bring the ethereal low, but he stood little real chance of victory. The blow came faster than he had clearly expected. The intangible stuff of the ethereal's arm rippled and shuddered, elongating as it swung for him. Like a serpent, the living fire curled around the Farseer's waist and scooped him up off his feet with jarring violence. The last thing Kodian saw, before he turned on his heel and sprinted from the dropship graveyard, was the Farseer being dashed apart. These creatures were not real, he knew that now, but they were no less deadly for it. He had to warn the others of their arrival. Their only chance now was to fall back to the palace and maintain the defenses there. The situation would get far worse yet before it got better. He did not see the column of flame that flared to life from the ethereal's arm and twisted towards him, hunting for his death. Darkness enveloped him, and he was already gone. Russ hammered his boot into Guilliman's chest and hauled the blade of his spear free, cyan blood cascading after it. He twisted the weapon in his hands and brought it around, ready to use again, but his brother was far from done, despite the terrible wound. Guilliman fell to the ground and rolled beneath the strike, his breath coming in great, gurgling rasps. Russ knew he had gained the upper hand and he was reluctant to waste his advantage. He kept up the pressure as he chased the ultramarine Primarch across the road, lunging with his spear. Guilliman flailed and knocked the blade away, and Russ tried again. Again, the strike was turned aside. The blow should have been fatal, even Russ knew that. He could scarcely believe that this creature was still alive, still fighting to best him. The blade of his spear had almost decapitated his opponent. And yet here they still fought, his victory far from assured. Guilliman rose then, faster than he had expected, and swung his mighty sword in an effort to take Russ's head. The wolf hopped back, leaning away from the strike. He felt the unexpected hit glance across the back of his skull. His own uncanny senses flared even as the blow connected, but by this time they were too late to warn him. He spun on his heel and flung the spear instinctively. Bile had but time to turn his head aside, and the ancient weapon rang as it sank into the stone plinth behind him, missing his throat by less than an inch. Too slow. Bile laughed, twisting around to present the skull-topped rod he held in one hand to the Space Wolf Primarch. Russ felt a strange darkness begin to grow at the center of his mind as he regarded the weapon. Its very sight his nostrils flared. Its scent was strange, heady, and corrupt. Impressive, Russ. I have never known the rod's effects to take so long in manifesting. You are indeed a powerful creature. Absolute, indescribable agony tore through his brain then, a sensation so powerful that it brought him to his knees. His limbs quaked and his vision swam. He had never known pain like it. Still smiling, Bile bowed low and stepped back as Guilliman loomed over the prone body of the wolf, clearly more than happy to confer the imminent kill to his master. Guilliman looked upon the apothecary with expression of resentment and begrudged gratitude, though he said nothing. The wound at his throat was already beginning to heal, thanks in no small part to Bile's genetic alterations. The blow had robbed him of the ability to speak, and yet he could feel his larynx knitting back together even now beneath the scar tissue that had already formed over the closed wound. Russ was still conscious, he could see that. How he longed to speak, to spit hatred and triumph into the face of the wolf, but the urge to kill him was too great. He turned Gisela over in his hands and drove the sword through Russ's chest right up to the hilt. The wolf convulsed, pain etched across his face, yet he gave no sound. Guilliman rose once again and pulled the sword free. He lowered the tip of the blade so that it was resting against Russ's throat. His intentions were clear. An eye for an eye. I want you to suffer, he whispered hoarsely, only after an extreme and concerted effort. With that, he lifted his foot and smashed it down into Russ's body again and again, each ringing blow shaking the ground beneath. Such was the violence of the blows that Russ himself lifted bodily off the ground beneath each one, his limbs flailing loosely. His mighty armor contorted, bending inwards at each impact. You took my arm, wolf. Do you remember that? He spat, the power in his voice slowly returning. Gisela swept down and rang against armor, bone and then the ground beneath, parting Russ's arm at the elbow. Guilliman was alive with rage and vigor now, the glint of madness in his black eyes. He stooped low to snatch the arm from the ground and then cast it away. The limb rang as it struck the wall and bounced away amongst the rubble. Behind him Bile tensed and started to circle slowly, his jaundiced eyes darting across the ruined street. The fight between the Primarches had begun to attract more and more space wolves, warriors, that were clearly aghast at seeing their Primarch brought so low. Honor was all to these Marines. But this was their Primarch, and he was about to die. The first of them sprang forward and sprinted towards Guilliman, his chain axe raised above his head. Bile stepped into his path and shouldered the warrior away, using the surprise and speed of the sudden attack to bring the arms of his chirurgeon down as one into the flailing wolf. The needles stabbed cleanly through the starched ceramite armor and drove deep into his flesh. Cutting tools scythed the wolf's head from his shoulders and his body fell to the floor, ruined and bleeding. Flash of blue caught Bile's attention and he lifted his head in time to see Barolinus sprinting towards the fight, his avian familiar gliding through the air above him. He skidded to a halt beside Bile, breathing hard, his face slack with an almost unreadable expression. That expression soon changed, his features tightening once more. The faintest traces of a smile played at the edges of his mouth. He reached down to his belt and tore something free, casting the object to the floor between him and the converging wolves. It was the head of Ragnar Blackmane. "Come join your champion, if it is death that you so desire," he hissed, his voice sibilant and completely at odds with his appearance. Guilliman was totally unaware of the fight unfolding just beyond him, lost as he was in vengeance. He dragged Russ across the road by his hair and then threw him against the wall of the nearest building. Russ slid down into a slumped seated position. He had hardly the strength left in him to lift his head. Through the mask of blood that coated his face, one eye remained open, and that eye continued to radiate the hatred of the wolf. His brother disappeared from view but for a moment, and when he returned he held the spear of Russ in one hand. "You were so sure?" Guilliman grunted, hurling the weapon out across the road at Russ. It pierced the wolf's stomach without effort and thudded into the wall behind him. "You were so sure of yourself, brother," he raged, spreading his arms wide. "So arrogant, so overconfident of your own prowess. Look at you now. Look how low I have brought you. I should have killed you when I had the chance." Russ wheezed, every word a supreme effort of will. Guilliman smiled at this. "Yes, you should have. You should have, but you could not. You could not bring yourself to do so. Because you are weak, Leman. The strong do not grant mercy. The strong eradicate the weak, thus the survival of the species is assured. You were weak then, brother. I shall not be so merciful." With that the Primarch stooped low and hauled a huge chunk of broken wall up into the air. Despite the size and weight of the man-made boulder, he crossed the space between them in seconds and brought it down so hard into Russ that the impact flung him back several feet. The haft of the spear shattered into splinters beneath the blow and the wall behind Russ shook, the rockcrete there compacting several inches. The rock rumbled away as Guilliman turned from his victim and strode back across the road towards the rubble of another nearby ruined wall, where he disappeared from view amongst the debris. Russ fought to lift his head as a mournful metallic groan issued forth from the ruins beyond. Moments later the father of the Ultramarines appeared, his face contorted with effort. His sword was at his side once again as he dragged something huge and angular from the ruins. "Bjorn," he croaked, fighting to move. The ancient dreadnought had been brought low by the punishment he had endured. The huge blocks of stone that had been hewn to form the stairs fell away as Guilliman dragged the venerable warrior out into the street, ignoring his writhing protests. "It is my greatest desire to see that you suffer before you die." Guilliman spat, letting the heavy construct fall to the ground. "If it was within my power to prolong that suffering for an eternity, I would, but it is not. I hate you, Russ, but my malice is far from blind. I hate you for all that you stand for. I hate you for your unswerving blindness, your total inability to see the truth behind your loyalties. There is no more Emperor, my brother. There is no more Imperium to defend. You have returned too late to the fold. You fight for a lost cause. I never expected such blindness, Russ, not from you. You deserve to die. He turned to the prone form of Bjorn and curled his fingers around the oblong plate set into the face of the dreadnought's sarcophagus. The metal there groaned as he sank his fingers into the thick plate. Do not do this, Russ hissed, fighting with every ounce of strength he had left to rise, to prevent the death of his oldest friend. Guilliman did not ignore his pleas. Worse, he reveled in the desperation behind the wolf's voice as he hauled the panel free and cast it away from him, wires and components scattering in its wake. I will do as I please, Russ, for I am in control. This is my war and I am its master. My enemies exist, but to be destroyed, and I will destroy them all, one by one. This is known as the end of times, brother, and that is indeed what this is. This is the end for you, and for all those who stand by your side. Guilliman thrust a hand deep inside the open sarcophagus and hauled something wet and organic clear of the breach. It was little more than a wasted head and torso, what little skin that remained upon it pallid and dead. Hundreds of wires and pipes trailed from the thing, and as they were torn free of the innards of the dreadnought, some spat sparks into the air, whilst others sprayed fluids across the scene. The Unity commander's face twisted in disgust as he regarded the scant biological remains of Bjorn at arm's length. Without a word, he squeezed his fist tight around the corpse's neck and watched as the ruined torso fell to the ground with a wet thud. Russ let out a rising bellow of raw rage and fought to push himself up onto his feet, his mighty limbs quaking. His armor had been so punished by his brother's sadistic assaults that it creaked and whined beneath his every movement, the muscle beneath it fighting for the space to expand and contract. Beyond him, Guilliman kicked the remains of Bjorn away and drew his sword, the keen blade ringing as it was loosed. To his credit, Russ had managed to rise by the time Guilliman had crossed the space between them with a few bounding strides. His great strength had been pummeled from him by his brother. Many of his bones had been broken, and the ground around him was awash with his blood. Leman Russ did not have the strength left in him to fight this combat. He barely had strength enough to lift his eyes in time to see Gisela rise up above his brother's head, ready to bite down into his flesh and end his life. The darkness literally burst into being between the two Primarches, filling the space in an instant. There followed a flash of light and Guilliman arched back, his intended kill denied. Codian threw himself from the pall of shadow and rolled, coming up onto his feet. He leveled his already smoldering bolt pistol at his Primarch and fired again and again, every shot serving to maintain the disruption in Guilliman's balance. His plasma pistol flared and an incandescent bolt of energy thundered into the Primarch's shoulder, turning him sharply on his heel and driving him to his knees. He dared spare his Primarch no more than a cursory glance before turning to the wavering wolf. Lord Russ. Leave me, chaplain. Guilliman will kill you if you do not run. Russ answered, his voice little more than a fragile wheeze. Codian shook his head. No. This fight is over. I won't let you die here, not like this. Not against him. With that, the chaplain holstered his pistols and wrapped his arms around Russ. A dark miasma leaked forth from the slightest shadows about them and quickly enveloped the pair. Guilliman rose and looked to the scene in time to see the darkness fade away. Russ was gone. Smoke still curled from the bruise at the center of his forehead, and he swept a hand through it, his teeth bared in absolute rage. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Russ had escaped, against all the odds. His brother was as good as dead, and yet still he was denied the kill. No. This cannot be. He cast around, desperate to vent his rage upon whatever enemy force he could find to hand. Beyond him the space wolves were already in full retreat, their bolters singing after them as they sprinted through the streets. Bile had stood his ground, unwilling to chase the cowardly Astaroths. Barolinus had clearly intended to follow them, but the sheer volume of fire had driven him back. Even now he retreated, his storm shield shuddering at his arm as he weathered the explosive storm. This seemed for all the world to be cowardice of the part of the wolves, but he knew different. They had witnessed the salvation of their Primarch when all had seemed lost, and this had given them heart. Had they witnessed the wolf's death, then they would have fought to the end to avenge him. And he would have killed them all, every last damned one of them. He had been denied all this. He had been denied his glory, his rightful triumph. He had caught sight of Russ's savior for less than a second, but that image was burned into his mind. Now he could see every minute detail of the traitorous BD in his mind's eye. I will have my revenge, chaplain, he whispered to himself, ensuring to brand the personal vow upon his very soul. This I swear. Both Bile and Barolinus arrived at his side in time to catch these final words, yet neither of them dared to question their master. The ultramarine fell to one knee before his Primarch and bowed his head, his chest heaving with the exertions of the earlier fight. My lord, the wolves fled before us. I gave chase, but in their cowardice they fought. Forget them. Guilliman snapped, his tone more than enough to extinguish his ward's explanation. They are nothing. Soon mighty Unva himself will visit his wrath upon this world, and then the defenders of Terra will truly tremble. Only the Imperial Palace still stands now, the final bastion to be conquered. The Space Wolves will be put to death in time. All the enemies of the Unity will be annihilated, for there is no more certain fate in store for them than that. Barolinus rose and nodded, speaking no further. The disappointment in his heart was made clear by his expression, but he did not voice it. The Primarch saw this and let the anger drain slowly from his face. You have fought well, Barolinus. Many wolves have fallen to your warhammer this day. Know that I recognize this. In your service, my lord, he answered, bowing deeply. Guilliman responded with a nod and then gestured out at the surrounding buildings. Now that the Space Wolves and the other elements of the Alliance were in full retreat, the forces of the Unity were the dominant presence here. The warriors of the Mon Korstla hunted through the spaces between the buildings, sliding from shadow to shadow in small but deadly squads, seeking out those unfortunate enough to have found themselves stranded by the retreat of the Alliance. Join our warriors and secure this area, my son. We have seen a victory here, and this time I am adamant that we will maintain it. Look to the skies and see how this war progresses. The Ethereals have already descended upon Terra. Blessed Unva will soon grace us with his incontestable presence here. We must be sure to prepare for his arrival. Barolinus bowed again and then ran to join the hunters without any further word, the wishes of his Primarch ever his greatest desire to realize. Guilliman stood in silence for a long moment, watching as the warrior eventually disappeared into the man-made canyons beyond. Behind him, Bile observed Barolinus's departure with an iniquitous smile upon his face. The wolf is a ruin, my lord, by your hand. He must be hours from death, if not closer. It does not matter that he was whisked away by the enemy. I saw the desolation of his form before he disappeared, and I can promise you that even Leman Russ will not survive it. Guilliman moved faster than Bile could have ever imagined. He swung around and smashed the back of his fist into the apothecary's face, landing a blow that sent Bile spinning across the road and into the wall of the nearest edifice. Bile spat out a glut of thick black mucus and pushed himself up onto his hands, the extremities at his back raking against the wall behind him in order to aid his ascent. The Primarch was before him in an instant, covering the distance in 3 bounding strides. He snatched at Bile's neck and lifted him effortlessly up off his feet, pressing him against the wall. I should have taken the head of Russ today, Bile. You remade me so that my victory was assured. HGGN. Your victory I is assured, Bile choked, his hands scrabbling at the fingers wrapped around his throat. I could and would have beaten him without your aid, apothecary, and yet you landed a blow that was powerful enough to incapacitate him. You robbed me of an exclusive victory. We were brother against brother, Bile. You altered the balance of that. The wolves should have witnessed the death of their Primarch by my hand and mine alone. It would have broken them. Please, Lord, I only wished to GNNH ensure that Russ was not allowed to. You changed the terms of the combat, Bile. The wolves saw this. You had better pray that he survives his injuries and faces me one more time. I will have his head, and I will beat him. Lone. He let go and bile slid down the wall, still clutching at his throat. Guilliman turned away, only to hear the breathless apothecary utter something almost inaudible. His dark eyes widened. "What did you say?" he growled, frozen to the spot in anger. Behind him, Bile pulled himself up onto his feet, coughing and wheezing. "I said that you have nothing to prove, my lord." Nothing to prove. The words resonated through Guilliman's skull, their significance inexplicable to him. For some obscure reason he found his memories drifting back to those of the woman saint. From time to time, this happened to him, and yet he had never mentioned it to anyone else, nor would he ever do so. "You are superior to your brothers in every way, and they will know that now," Bile continued. "You are the greatest of all of them, and my own work has done nothing save for to increase that greatness further. They fear you now doubly so because they are able to see that change. I have mastered all the greatest secrets of the creation of the Primarches. There are no limits to what we can achieve, my lord, together." Guilliman nodded at this, paused to think for a moment, and then set out into the city without a further word. Behind him, the primogenitor worked the last vestiges of cramp from his neck and then made to follow. Despite himself, he could not help but smile. Part 186. The Coming of True Darkness. Will he live? Every audible murmur faded into silence at the War Master's question. Host of faces turned to the small group of apothecaries gathered around the prone form of Leman Russ. "I cannot say at this point," one of the white-armored Astaroutes answered, wiping the blood from his gauntlets with the edges of his cloak. He signaled to the others to remove the Primarch. A vast stretcher had been hastily constructed, the inches-thick steel still barely enough to bear the Primarch's weight. It took 8 of the apothecaries' brethren to lift the prone Primarch off the floor. Even then the powerful warriors struggled with Russ's weight. The thick metal sheet creaked and groaned beneath him as the apothecaries carried him away in silence. "He is a Primarch, my lord," the chief apothecary continued, his face grim. "Who amongst us is able to even guess how his body will react to the traumas visited upon it? We know nothing about him, War Master. The Primarches are a mystery to us. I understand. Keep him as stable as you can, Estrio. Do whatever you can to keep him alive, and ensure that the wolves are allowed access to him at all times. We cannot afford an internal schism. Now, not when these days are about to grow so much darker. I believe he will survive this, War Master. The stuff Leman Russ is made of is unbreakable," Codian said quietly. Calgar turned his vast bulk to look upon the chaplain as he heard this. "Guilliman has punished him greatly, Codian. Russ was always legendary for his martial prowess, and yet I have seen with my own eyes the handiwork of our fallen father. I have never known fear in my life, but I am unashamed to say that I fear this abomination that I was once proud to call my Primarch." "What have the Tau done to him, chaplain?" Codian's answer was delayed as he turned his gaze away slightly, giving the appearance of one unwilling to speak all that was upon his mind. Unnoticed by all around him, his fingers tightened, unbidden upon the hilt of the Anaris. When he did speak, it was clear even to Calgar that he had chosen his words carefully. "You have to understand, my lord, that this thing, it is not Robert Guilliman. There is nothing of our Primarch left inside that monstrous shell. That is all he is, War Master, a shell. A facade, a mannequin. Merely worked to resemble our lost Primarch. Just to look upon him is to see that nothing of Robert Guilliman remains. In his mind he believes that he is still the same personality, that he shares the same desires and dreams as our Primarch once did. This is nothing but a falsehood placed there by the Tau, so deep rooted that even he is unable to accept the truth. I am barely able to comprehend all this," Calgar answered, the weight in his mechanical voice. "That the Tau have fallen so far to do this. Once, long ago, the Ultramarines fought alongside the Tau. Codian. In all my many centuries as a warrior of Ultramar, it is a rare occasion indeed that the Emperor's finest warriors have fought side by side with Xenos, but on a world called Malbid, we did just that. The conflict between our forces awakened a greater evil that slumbered deep beneath the surface of that world, Chaplain. The Necrontyr. Codian answered with a slow nod. Yes, I recall that campaign from the Knolls of Hera. Indeed. The tale was always well known throughout the ranks of the Ultramarines because it detailed an event that was unprecedented. The Tau fought alongside us there to quash the Necrontyr, and they fought with honor, a concept we did not know even existed amongst the Xenos races. I still remember that race, Codian. I still recall the proud and honorable Tau. What happened to them? Was it all just a falsehood? Did they really fool us so completely? There is still much mystery surrounding the transformation of the Tau into what they are today, my lord, and much if not most of it matters little. They are what they are now, we cannot change that. Do not chide yourself for acting with honor, Lord Calgar, for if we forget how to conduct ourselves in battle, if we lose sight of the fundamental principles of war, then what are we? We are nothing. We are no better than the enemy. Wise words, Chaplain. We have lost so much on the journey here, but this enemy will never take away our honor. The Emperor is gone now, our Primarch too, truth be told, but their spirit remains within us. The body of the Imperium is ravaged, War Master, but the enemy cannot touch her spirit. We will prevail. Though Calgar was incapable of any physical expression, Codian could sense that the War Master took heart in his words. The last few hours had passed in a whirlwind of activity. The survivors of the counter-assault, of which there had been a good few more than anyone had dared to hope, had been steadily pouring back behind the defenses of the Eternity Wall Gate, chased by the combined forces of Guilliman, the Moncorstlaw and the Ethereal Host. Many of the Alliance commanders had gathered here before the Eternity Wall Gate during that time, drawn by the combined news of Russ's plight and the arrival of the Ethereals. The arrival of this phase of the war had been fully expected, for it was herald to the escalation of events. There was much to discuss of the coming war. Of Russ's brothers, those that had come to investigate his plight were Ferrus Manus, Fukin, Corax, and Jagatai Khan. Dorn was still busy with the continuation of the defense of the walls, and as yet, no one had been able to raise Magnus and Johnson at the Lion's Gate. The four giants stood within their own imposing circle, quietly discussing the potential fate of the wolf. None had dared attempt to join the conversation or even approach the ancient beings. Even Calgar, the ultimate commander of the Alliance, had yet to attempt to approach them. Codian decided that it was high time to gain the opinions of the Primarches on what they were to expect. More so, he felt that this would be an ideal opportunity to test the collective and as yet undisclosed knowledge of the Primarches. It was true that he was privy to many great secrets, but the question was, how much did the sons of the Emperor really know? I hope that you would beg my pardon, but we must know. He began, approaching the small gathering cautiously. Of all of us, you know the wolf better than any. Will he survive this? Please, none of us are afraid to hear the truth, no matter how dark it may be. Manus, Corax, and Fukin turned slowly to stare at the chaplain, clearly irritated by the interruption. Only the Khan displayed no such emotions, and seeing this Codian found himself glad that he and the White Scar Primarch had shared the journey to Terra together. We believe so. Though it is true that none of us have yet sustained such punishment and lived to survive it, we believe that the constitution of Russ is potent enough to ward off the damage done to him. He has lost his arm, and that is an injury from which he can never fully recover, but he should heal, given time. He fell silent then, his eyes narrowed in thought. It is unlikely that he will be healed in time to rejoin our efforts here. Not impossible, but unlikely. I think that it is sagacious to accept the fact that we have most likely lost Russ for the duration of this war. But we have you. Codian answered, plying hope into his tone. We have the rest of you. The Primarches returned, reunited for the first time in an age. Khan, you and your brothers are counted amongst the most powerful assets we have in this war. Your unswerving faith does us credit, Codian, but you must ask yourself how justified it is. The Khan answered. We are far from invincible. Rus is proof of that. Rus is proof that none of us can afford to underestimate the enemy. Korax said, cutting his way into the discussion. If we are to believe all we have heard, then the Tau have managed to do the impossible. They have remade our brother, improved him vastly. Chaplain, you have seen him in action firsthand. Tell us, what manner of changes have the enemy wrought into him? I suspect the intervention of one of our own kind, far fallen from grace, my lord. Kodian answered. There is one who remains ever at his side, an apothecary of obvious start proportions. I have seen this individual a number of times, and although I have yet to learn his name, I suspect that he has played an important part in the physical corruption of the Primarch. Kodian gave the gathered Primarches time to ingest his opinion, during which he studied their reaction closely. Of course, he knew far more of the situation than he was letting on. He knew the truth behind Guilliman's betrayal now, yet still the question remained. How much did the Primarches know? It was Fukin who answered this for him. The dark-skinned father of the salamanders fixed his steely gaze upon the chaplain, studying him even as Kodian sought to assess the group's response. We know of Bile, Kodian. Of all those corrupted during the heresy, Fabius Bile is amongst the most dangerous. He has succeeded in uncovering much of the forbidden knowledge used by the Emperor to create us. Why he works for the Tau, we have yet to discover. Still, Kodian, it would seem that you are reluctant to answer our question. Guilliman. What have they done to him? Enhanced him? Kodian answered. He seems stronger, faster. There is much written of Guilliman in the annals of the Ultramarines, but this creature seems far superior in ability to our Primarch. When they first met in battle, Rus was clearly the stronger and more capable of the two. Whatever this Bile has done to him has altered that. We must not waste our time trying to second-guess the motives of this traitor. Manus interjected, his voice ever cold and devoid of emotion. And we certainly cannot allow ourselves to rely upon him. I do not believe that he works to further the cause of the Dark Gods. He is a slave to his own desires. He is predictable, but only to a degree. And yet it is clear that the dragon suspects nothing. Korax said. Guilliman is here. Then you do know, Kodian began. S1 The faces of the Primarches turned to him and he saw it in their eyes. His suspicions were correct. I speak with the greatest of respect, my lords, when I say that I am unwilling to remain in the dark. Here, said a deep mechanical voice from behind them. Kodian and the Primarches turned as one to see Calgar standing apart from the gathering, flanked by Tigurius, Ventress, and Cassius. Kodian did not know how long the War Master had been listening into the conversation, but he suspected that it was long enough. I am the commander of this alliance and I must insist that I am brought up to speed on everything. You know, we cannot fight this enemy unless we are united, and we cannot be united while ever there are secrets between us. The chaplain heard this and knew that Calgar was right. He needed to know the full truth, they all did. A part of him longed to open up to Calgar and tell him everything, every last dark secret, and yet he could not. Such information was hidden for a reason. There were some truths so obscene and astonishing that most even Marnus Calgar would fight to deny them. No, he decided there and then that it was not his place to reveal all to the War Master. Fortunately for him, it soon became clear that he would not be required to. You are right. The Khan said, after a long moment's awkward silence. You deserve to know everything, Calgar. Everything we know, that is. I warn you though, there is much that you will not want to hear. I am ready. Calgar answered. With that he gestured to the ultramarine warriors around him. These are my most trusted brothers, Khan. What you have to say to me, you may also say to them. The Khan tilted his head in agreement. Very well. Kodian, perhaps you would be willing to set the ball rolling. After all, the agent holds a long association with you. The chaplain felt his pulse quicken at this. He had expected that the Khan and the others would allow Calgar an explanation, but at the mention of Grungy it soon became clear that the Primarchs were willing to do better than that. He had expected the coming meeting for some time now, but now that it was fast approaching, he began to feel the anticipation build within him. "I am here, Khan," said a voice from beyond the gathering. S1, every face turned to look upon the squat alien. Grungy stared back, taking in the stare of each Primarch in turn before nodding a greeting to the chaplain. "I have been waiting for this day. They said it would come, in time," he said, walking slowly past the Ultramarines and into the center of the gathering. "Then they are prepared to interact with us?" Kodian asked. The Demiurge nodded. "Of course they are, Kodian. It was always a question of timing, and now the time is right." "Meet who?" Calgar asked, his otherwise emotionless voice heavy with suspicion. With that Kodian looked to the War Master, his eyes narrowed. "They call themselves the Cabal, and although you do not know it, they are a driving force behind this war. They are a collective of Xenos races dedicated to the prevention of galactic catastrophe." "Prevention of galactic catastrophe?" Calgar scoffed. "Look around you, chaplain. The Tau are set to overrun this palace, the last remaining sanctity of the Imperium. They own the stars themselves. I have yet seen little in the way of prevention. The Cabal work behind the scenes, War Master. That is why most do not even know that they exist. The races that form the Cabal are incredibly ancient. Forgive me, Kodian, but I am an impatient man." The War Master cut in. "The Tau hammer at our gates even now. I have fought this war for an age and I have done so without the help of aloof and ancient Xenos races. I trust you, chaplain. I trust you with my life, which is the reason that I am willing to hear what you have to say, but be warned, I will afford this no more time than I see fit. I barely have the luxury of gallivanting about this world, meeting with alien creatures with no discernible association to me. You misunderstand," Grungy said then, taking a step forward. "You need go nowhere. They are here. War Master. They always have been." None of the Primarchs so much as blinked at the Demiurge's incredible claims. Calgar clearly noticed this, and yet he refrained from pushing the point. In some way the lack of response in his peers served to balance his humors. Instead of refuting the Demiurge's claims as preposterous, he opened his vast arms. "Then we will meet with them and hear what they have to say." Grungy nodded and stepped back, removing a small cube device from one of the side pockets of his flight pants. The cube, small enough to fit in the palm of his good hand, looked to be made of some smooth and opaque substance, its center softly pulsing. The Demiurge whispered something and then placed the object on the floor at his feet. He waved the others back as he himself moved away from the spot. No sooner had he done so than the light at the cube's center began to intensify. "Please do not be alarmed," Grungy said. "We have no enemies within the Cabal. Displays of force or aggression are not necessary." What happened next left the War Master no time to respond. Without warning the cube melted, running like quicksilver into a shimmering puddle. The puddle quickly spread and grew, and within seconds the fluid stuff had formed a wide, flawless, and perfectly circular mirror upon the stone flags. Even Kodian shifted uneasily as he saw this. Still the gathered Primarchs did not respond with any sign of shock or unease. They merely observed the proceedings, ever calm. A few tense seconds passed by without further incident. Then, just as the first startled whispers began to pass through those present, the first ripple appeared in the reflective silver disk. One by one, shapes rose up through the mirror as if breaking the surface of some impossibly calm pool. Several bodies rose up from beneath as one, all facing outwards. Most of the figures were generally humanoid, though they differed in size and proportions. "Representatives of the Cabal?" Grungy said quietly, tilting his head at the alien arrivals. With that he stepped back into the gathered crowds and slipped from sight. There were 9 of the creatures in all, and each one was as far removed from its counterpart as could be. Despite himself Kodian could not help but reach for the hilt of Anaris, only to feel the weight of the blade seem to increase greatly in its holster, as if unwilling to be drawn. I would have an explanation. Calgar uttered to the host, whatever emotions he felt at the sight of such a gathering mercifully hidden from sight. I know you call yourselves the Cabal. What is your purpose? Why are you here? These are but two of the many questions I expect you to answer, if indeed you are capable of doing so. We are fully capable, War Master Calgar, said a whispered voice from amongst the collective. Codian scanned the various aliens and noticed that it was a large insectoid creature that had spoken. The thing was easily as tall as an Astarte, and clad in beaten bronze armor plating that covered the segmented scales of its angular body. As it spoke again, the tiny mandibles around its mouth twitched and writhed like busy fingers, manipulating whatever passed for its vocal cords so as to form human words. The creature's very form seemed almost to whisper, as if every minuscule movement of its body somehow produced the noise. We are here to answer any question you would put to us, for we are not enemies. We are indeed allies, for life is the spark that passes through us all. Life is that which binds us. We fight to preserve life, said another, far smaller individual. Nothing could be seen of the short and unassuming creature, for it was swathed in thick, dark robes, and where its face should have been was nothing but a black void. As we have done since the rise of the first great enemy, so falls to us the responsibility of policing the denizens of these stars and beyond, so as to ensure that none may be allowed to rise to a position of ultimate dominance. Then I would say that you have failed in your self-appointed duties. Calgar answered coldly, his voice heavy with accusation. Or have you failed to notice that the Tau have been running rampant throughout the galaxy for the last 6 centuries? They are as near to ultimate dominance as it is possible for a race to be. Terra is the final bastion of the Imperium yet to fall, and this is the first evidence I have ever encountered to even suggest of your existence. Ours is not a belligerent role, said yet another voice. This one was deep and potent, and seemed to come from no discernible direction. Codian glanced amongst the assembled creatures and noticed that one of them, a huge, bloated amphibian who seemed to be seated cross-legged in the air itself, had eyes that shone like jewels, pulsing softly in time with the psychic voice. To fight our eternal war on the front line would be impractical, and would ultimately deny us victory. No, we must ever remain within the shadows. That has been our way since the war in heaven, said the large insectoid. Calgar, unsurprisingly, was far from convinced. So, by your own admission, you are a vast and secret galactic collective that has striven for an untold age to maintain peace in our galaxy. I am no fool, and I am no stranger to these stars. I know that there has never been peace. Peace, perhaps not, said the short, hooded thing. But balance. It is part of the nature of sentience that the living are unable to exist without conflict, said yet another Xenos. This one was also shorter than most of the others. It possessed pale green skin, devoid of any body hair. Its features held a hint of almost orcish familiarity, and yet its proportions were far more slender and humanoid. We were created to fight, all of us. Individuality cannot exist without disparity. We exist for war. The large amphibian cut in. My lord, forgive me, but I do not feel that I can remain silent a moment longer, Cassius said, passing from behind the War Master to stand before the congregation. Though the flesh of the chaplain's face had long since been replaced by immobile steel, his anger was all too apparent. I find these claims incredible. The Tau are the first and only race to bring the magnificence of the Imperium so low. The Emperor's reign saw the majesty of mankind blossom into an empire greater than these stars have ever known. I cannot stand here and listen to these tales and believe that such a supposedly powerful organization would allow the progress of such an empire. You assume too much. Your Imperium was never a threat. This time the speaker was another of the curious aliens, a thick-set beast with 4 lower legs, its muscular crimson body covered in hard scales. It stamped its hooves as it shifted its weight, a sign of barely restrained frustration. When it spoke, it was obvious that the thing was unused to the human language. A clear rebreather device covered its face, rendering its voice hollow and muffled. The development of your Imperium was controlled and monitored, human. Your kind have achieved much in your short existence, but you must understand your place in the universe. Our place is one of dominance. Cassius snapped. That the centaur-like creature shook its head. And snorted. Hardly. That you have achieved has been thus far allowed by us. When and where necessary, steps have been taken to cull your rampant population. We scarcely expect you to understand this. It is not your place to understand. The amphibian added. Your appreciation of this can only be realized through your continued evolution. Cassius let loose a low growl of annoyance and took a step forward, his hand reaching to his belt for the hilt of his Crozius. At this, one of the other Xeno figures responded in kind. The tall alien raised its long arms and the crystalline growths there shifted, emitting a gentle ringing sound as they reconfigured themselves. Crystals sprouted from each hand, growing as if to approximate firearms. At the center of each growth could be seen an ever-increasing glow, as whatever unknown energies were at the beck and call of the alien continued to build. There will be no need for such hostilities. Stooped individual uttered, its voice a whispered, sibilant hiss. It shifted its slender, festering bulk so as to observe the confrontation, its hidden eyes shining from beneath the folds of its rotting hood. It threw one impossibly long arm out before the crystal-encrusted creature in an effort to negate the tension of the situation. Human cannot understand its place. Human is young, as all its kind. Must not be punished for display of passion. Weapons are aggressive by their very nature. Indeed, said the cloaked dwarf. To understand the greater scheme on a racial level is to take the final evolutionary step. Only then will your kind be eligible to petition a place amongst us. You. Codian said then, interrupting the enigmatic conversation. He raised a finger towards the short creature. I know you. I know your kind. I have seen you. His voice died away as he looked to the silent Primarchus. Your kind were on the rock. What involvement have you with Johnson and the Dark Angels? I spoke to one called Cypher and he told me that we were figments of your imagination, yes. That much is true, Prophet. We are known to a few of your species as the Watchers, and we have no discernible form. We are merely interpreted by your own subconscious mind. You see of us what you wish to see, for we are creatures of the warp. Daemons, Cassius hissed. No, the Watcher replied. We are not daemons. That we are of the warp does not automatically classify us as children of the dark gods. It is we who kept the lion safe from the predations of both the Citan and the dark gods. It is we who kept many of you safe. Did the hunched creature clad in the rotting cloak it spoke, it extended long, mold-encrusted fingers towards the gathered Primarchus. But then again, you know that, said the slender Orcoid. You are the champions of your kind. That you have all thus far kept our existence secret from those beneath you speaks volumes of your inability to trust the greater majority of your species with the truth. One of the aliens had yet to speak. By far one of the most outlandish of the group, the thing drifted forth on a writhing bed of serpentine tendrils. Its undulating form changed color, displaying a myriad of hues and colors in seconds. Those of the cabal nearest to it turned their heads to look upon the beast, as if responding to some unintelligible communication. Indeed, the crystalline being translated. Our kind have tested your species many times, for it was deigned to be our responsibility to ensure that you were kept in a state of constant aggression. Enough. Calgar answered, sweeping one huge paw before him. I have heard enough of this. I tire if hearing the human race referred to as some manner of simple, docile soldier species, manipulated by ancient and aloof Xenos masters. You underestimate us. You underestimate the wisdom and might of our Emperor. Not so, the scaly-skinned centaur began. At this, the last of the group raised its hand in a clear gesture of silence. The thing was long and slender, quite similar in dimensions to a member of the Tau Air caste. It wore a tight-fitting garment that resembled a single wide ribbon decorated in emerald jewels, the material entwined around its lithe frame from its feet to its neck. The alien's features were smooth and aquiline, its eyes little more than white slits in its face. You must not reveal too much, Crow-Arak. This species is extremely xenophobic and ill-equipped to handle such truths. They revere their emperor as a god. Perhaps it would benefit them to be thus humbled. The crystal thing considered. Perhaps. Kodian answered swiftly, cutting into the conversation in fear of allowing the members of the Cabal to reveal too much too soon. He looked to each of the gathered creatures in turn, his finger raised in challenge and accusation. But you make the mistake of judging us collectively. There are those amongst us who need no such lessons, those who understand far more than you suspect. I know of the Cabal. I know of your history. I know that even you have made such mistakes. I know that you have been deceived by one more powerful and insidious than any of you were prepared for, and that this deceit almost brought ruination to your organization. For millennia, your attentions were directed away from the C'tan by one of their own, so totally that you almost forgot that the star gods existed. Perhaps this would be a lesson you would be willing to share with us. Just as he expected, not one of the assembled members of the Cabal answered. At this, he nodded slowly. Yes, I thought. Perhaps then, you would be willing to speak of the reason you wished to meet with us. I concur. The amphibian answered, its eyes blazing. It would seem that you are indeed wise. Beyond the constraints of your species, Dalokodian, and you are correct. We are here because the star gods are close to converging, and in order to ensure that they are met with a defiance powerful enough to formulate a possible victory, a meeting is necessary. Negotiations must be entered into. Negotiations with who? Calgar asked. Upon hearing this, Kodian looked to the War Master, his expression darkening. I must warn you, my lord, to steel your heart and strengthen your mind. This may be the hardest thing you have yet faced in your long life. I do not like the sound of that, Calgar replied. But I will trust you, Kodian. I hope so, my lord. He whispered, nodding to the assembled members of the Cabal. It is time. Summon them. Behind him, each one of the Primarchs shifted slightly, and every hand felt the touch of a weapon. They were coming. Part 187. Blood damned. There was no given warning. The air itself ran fluid, curling tightly into a swirling vortex of fluid movement that yawned open, spilling glittering light from its puckered center. As one, the Primarchs swept round and formed a protective wall, standing shoulder to shoulder in the face of the growing anomaly. What is this? Calgar snarled behind them. Tigurius gave a low growl and shuddered, his rune-encrusted sarcophagus coming alive with hazy light. To arms, Lord Calgar. No, Kodian warned the Ultramarines, swiftly crossing the space between them so as to stand in challenge to the Chief Librarian's admonition. Trust me when I say this, we must not raise arms against them. Just have faith, War Master, and trust me. Please. The mighty Magnus the Red swept through the breach with a flourish of his arm, otherworldly energies playing about his fingertips. With him came the lion, his face ever set in stone. His sword was drawn and his armor was punished greatly, telling of his efforts in defending the Lion's Gate against the predations of Okirlaw's warriors. Though Magnus outshone him in presence, Kodian's eyes were drawn to the lion's own. In those eyes he found his confirmation, for they betrayed a simmering discomfort born of the weight of knowledge that the Primarch had carried with him for millennia. He had known this day would come to pass for an age. War Master. My gathered brothers. Members of the Cabal. Magnus began, raising his arms out to his sides. Now is the time that the Council of the End is called, for the final stage of this war is upon us. Now is the time when all differences are set aside, when all allegiances are forgotten, if only for a time. The star gods, the C'tan, converge to feed, to gorge upon the life force of this world and her defenders. He came to rest at the center of the gathered bodies, his single eye blazing out at the assembled figures. Without a word Johnson slipped by him and moved to stand with his brothers, his eyes hooded and haunted. Xenos. Heretic. Start. Human. Imperial. Enemy. These words and more no longer hold any significance amongst us. That we live is simply enough. That we live is enough for us to be counted as an enemy of the C'tan and their Necrontyr slaves. Gain, you speak of the C'tan. Calgar cut in, striding forward. This war is with the Tau, Magnus. It is the Tau who have driven us back to Terra, our final bastion. It is the Tau who have ravaged this galaxy, and yet you speak as if they hardly matter. The Tau, for all their power and abundance, were always only the tools of greater, darker beings. Calgar. The Unity is merely a weapon wielded by the C'tan. You must see this. You must understand. I empathize with your confusion, War Master, I truly do, but the fact remains. The Tau are our enemy here, the greatest we have ever collectively faced, but they are destined to pale in comparison when the hordes of the Necrontyr and their C'tan masters make their play. And what will happen to the Tau when these C'tan reveal themselves? Calgar asked. They will no longer matter. Magnus replied. You will see this, in time. For now, War Master, I must ask that you demonstrate a restraint to mirror that of your status, for this is to be a meeting of darkness and light. As prophesized, I have brought them into the fold once again. With that he stepped aside and presented the anomaly with a flourish. The wormhole shuddered and began to spread, slowly at first and then increasing rapidly, folding out over itself to spread an aura of darkness across the scene. Huge shapes formed within that darkness as it passed over them, fluid, undulating outlines that began to take on definition as soon as they appeared. The fallen Primarchs were born out of the very nightmares of their brethren and cast out into the gathering, their arrival sending a surge of revulsion and discomfort through all those assembled. Codian felt the Dawnblade squirm at his hip as the lost sons of the Emperor came to be before him. Even though he was one of the few present who had known for a long time that this day would come, he could not help but revile the very sight of them. His basest instincts railed against all they were and all they represented, for it was part of his very nature as an Astarte to hate and despise these abominations, these traitors. Traitors though they were, for now at least, they were allies. They shared a common enemy and a desire to exist. It did not matter that they would always be enemies, that they were lost forever, damned by their association with the gods of the warp. Such rivalries were eternal and they would continue to exist long after this war had ended, should any of those present here survive it. They were enemies united under a common goal. Brothers hissed a serpentine monstrosity, its yellow eyes glistening with undisguised glee regarding the uncorrupted Primarchs. It has been too long since last we stood shoulder to shoulder. This was Fulgrim, Daemon Prince, father of the Emperor's children. Whatever form he had taken was forever lost now, consumed by the ravages of the warp and the influence of the demonic entity that had claimed him as its own. He was a twisted and inhuman thing now, his legs replaced by a serpent's tail. He bore 3 arms, one of which ended in a huge serrated claw. The air about him seemed to glitter with golden light and was thick, made hazy with powerful musk. As he spoke, a long forked tongue flicked about his lips, as if tasting the scent of those before him. The last time we stood shoulder to shoulder, fiend, you took my head. All eyes turned to Manus, his silvered face contorted in a grimace of utter hatred. Fulgrim shifted his reptilian gaze to look upon the Primarch of the Iron Hands, his lips twisting into a malevolent smile. That I did, brother. Come, Ferris, there is no need to bear a grudge. We both know that events played out exactly as they were fated to do so. Your death was a necessary evil. Was your betrayal, Fulgrim, I am sure. Manus snarled in reply. By allowing demonic filth to corrupt your body, the C'tan were made unable to bring you harm. I am sure that the damnation of all that you were was a small price to pay. Ever with your kind, irrelevance threatens to degrade this assembly. The swollen amphibian interjected with a wave of its hand. The time has long since passed for recrimination and dispute. There is no room for petty quarrels. Petty quarrels. The voice was harsh and low, heavy with power. One particularly massive figure moved from amongst the gathered heretics to brandish his vast blade at the hovering creature. He was huge, towering a good head above even the primarchs. He wore armor that glistened crimson as if coated with an ever-fresh sheen of spilled blood. The mighty bronze chain blade he wielded was easily the length of an astarte, and his plated crimson and bronze armor smoldered as if still hot from the forges. This was Angren, lord and father of the World Eaters. Angren was a true monster in every sense of the word. Even as Codian looked upon the immense being, he found that he was unable to truly accept all that his eyes were telling him he saw. One moment the ancient heretic seemed even physically larger, the next his exposed skin was as red as fresh blood. Another glance at Angren and Codian saw a pair of huge leathery wings folded at his back. Another blink and they were gone. It does not matter what you see, prophet. That your mind is unable to process Angren's horrifying visage in its full corrupted state is testament to your faith in the imperial creed. It took all his mental strength not to physically respond to the presence of the psychic voice. It was Magnus, speaking directly to his mind. He guessed then that the powerful Primarch had sensed his thoughts. Most of the fallen suns are forever altered by the powers of chaos, Codian, their proportions far too hideous and inhuman for most to fully behold. We see them only as our minds will allow us to see them. Ours is a rivalry that has shaken the very stars themselves many times. The seething giant growled. We are more than enemies, Xenos. While ever we exist, we are anathema to one another. We severed our ties with the Emperor and these weak fools millennia ago, and it was a permanent separation. Am I the only one amongst us who sees this so-called alliance as an absolute impossibility? By my very nature I am drawn to seek the glorious death of all others. It is my only desire to open the veins of each of them and spill blood for the blood god, and to reap their skulls for the foot of his throne. Ever the weak, unrestrained fool, Angren. Fukin uttered in reply. The dark-skinned giant visibly swelled as if to meet his fallen brother's challenge, his armored fingers creaking around the haft of his warhammer. That you would disregard the imminent danger of the approaching star gods to seek conflict with us speaks volumes of that emotional weakness. Is there really nothing left of the man you were, of the man our father created? As you said, Fukin, the Emperor created me. Angren replied, fire burning behind his hate-filled eyes. He is responsible for the creation of all that I am. You see me as a monster. He brought life to this dark soul within me. He gave me existence, substance. Whatever it is that lies within you, that caused you to hold on to your love for our father and your faith in him during the rebellion of Horus. He deemed me unworthy of receiving. He damned me, Fukin. Not so. Calgar said, finding his voice for the first time since the arrival of the ancient traders. How dare you blame your own failures on the Emperor? Just as I had always imagined, heresy pours from your mouth with. Be quiet, insect. Angren snapped, thrusting the head of his weapon out at the War Master. You are so far beneath me I am incensed that you even dare to exist. That you dare to even look upon me is travesty enough. I am the War Master of the Imperium, heretic. It is all I can do to even tolerate your presence. Then to fight this war alongside us must be torture indeed, said a cold, malevolent voice from within the chaos ranks. I imagine this gathering to be your own personal nightmare, little War Master. The fiend that stepped forth was a hunched and tortured thing. His long black hair slid about his oversized brow and pale gray features as he moved, his yellow eyes bright beneath the darkness of his eye sockets. He wielded a pair of massive lightning claws that hissed and rang as he flexed the oversized fingers. Energy discharge flashing between the huge flensing blades. A long black cloak of leather hung about him, all but obscuring the dark blues and blacks of the armor beneath. Conrad. Korix breathed, voicing the incredulity coursing through the hearts of all his allied brothers. How can this be? Conrad Kurz was the Primarch of the Night Lords, a twisted and sadistic abomination. The Night Haunter, those who had ever encountered him had known him as. He was the master of fear, a living, deadly shadow of the night, the ultimate predator. More so, Kurz was dead, or at least that had been the legend for thousands of years. Kurz tilted his head slightly as he looked to his brother Korax, his lank locks sliding across a pallid, hairless face. What would you have me say, Korax? That I foretold my own assassination and yet still allowed it to come to pass? I have been dead for thousands of years, and that is exactly how I wanted to exist. I am the Lord of Nightmares, brother. You cannot kill that which exists in your darkest dreams. Do not try and explain such things to them, Kurz. They cannot hear that which they do not understand, said another of the hulking beasts. This one was a vast conglomeration of silvered iron armor plating, both shoulders emblazoned with bright yellow and black chevrons. In his inhuman eyes burned with molten rage. Most of his face was hidden beneath a large metal grill, from which billowed noxious smoke, and sprouting from his head was a pair of large horns plated in shining silver. They were never betrayed as we were. They were never humiliated or belittled by our father. Do not waste your breath, only to have them deny the Emperor's duplicitous nature. They know nothing of betrayal, for they have never truly been betrayed. Fukin, Manus, and the Khan came to life at hearing this, advancing upon the brazen Primarch of the Iron Warriors, their weapons drawn and ready to exact revenge. Do not speak his name in heresy, Perturabo. The Khan raged, the blade of his vast tulwar flashing as it was brought to bear. You are not fit to utter his name. He is not fit to be known as my sire. The Daemon Primarch screamed in reply, thrusting a hand out to counter the advance of his brothers. The limb shifted and morphed, the armor there twisting into a new form. His iron fingers peeled away and the long barrel of a las cannon slid into view, its tip already glowing with crackling, building energy. Perturabo. No. The head of a large, burning mace descended before the powerful cannon and swept it aside. Lorgar of the Word-Bearers loomed large before his angered brother, his blazing eyes burning with chastisement. Lorgar emanated an aura of power that even the other Primarches struggled to match. His blood-red armor writhed with unnatural life, as if imbued with a dark soul all of its own. Hundreds of leather parchment strips hung from his armor, fluttering in the ethereal breeze that seemed to surround him. The tortured skin of his face was tattooed with minute text and heretical symbols that writhed across his features, and his eyes were twin guttering flames set into his skull. He wore a crown of serrated horns upon his otherwise smooth skull, and a halo of terrible light flickered about his head, giving him the appearance of some unholy saint. This is not what the ruinous four wish of us. We are here to do their bidding, Perturabo, and theirs alone. I do not care for personal grudges, my brother. We have all been wronged by the fool we called father. None of that matters now. All that matters is that we survive this war and we serve the gods of the warp in destroying the Citan. With that, Lorgar lowered his cursed Crozius and looked to the loyalist Primarches, his stare ablaze with unhidden loathing. Retribution against the Imperium that wronged us will come, in time. I promise you that. Promise all you like, fiend. We shall see what comes to pass once the Citan are defeated. Snarled the lion, radiating contempt. Lorgar lifted back his head and laughed at this, a sharp, barking sound. Of all of you, Johnson, I see the spark of heresy flickering the brightest beneath the surface of your soul. You could have been cast aside by the Emperor so easily for the actions of your chapter. Even now, so long after the rebellion of Horus, you bear the weight of irreparable shame upon those shoulders of yours. Even you do not realize how close you came to siding with us, my kin. I would have put myself to death before betray all that I am. The lion answered, sweeping aside Lorgar's claims with a chopping motion. Therein lies the difference between you and I. I would never have let a personal slight drive me from my loyalties to the Imperium. I discovered the roots of heresy within my own chapter and I eradicated that infection. You damned yourself and those in your charge forever simply because the Emperor rejected your fawning devotion, Lorgar. You are a Primarch and yet you rebelled against all that you were like some spoiled child. So you see, there is a greater division between us than you realize. Enough. The voice thundered through the air with such force that everyone present staggered on the spot, shaken by the power of the mental demand. The flags on which they stood cracked in several places, a testament to the unnatural pressures exerted by the responsible party. The floating amphibian hovered forth into the heated exchange, both its hands held out before it. The air itself twisted and danced around its hands, as if made corporeal and fluid by its will. It was the Lorgar who made to strike the first blow in anger, despite his own warnings. The dark head of his demonic weapon flared, billowing thick black noxious smoke as if to mirror his own rising anger. He swung the Crozius out at Johnson, letting loose with a cry of rage as he did so. The air before him solidified and turned the blow aside. Johnson tensed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He took a step towards Lorgar and then found himself propelled back, his armored feet sliding across the flags. There will be no conflict here. You will learn to set aside your differences for the good of this war. The creature floated into the center of the gathering and slowly spread its spindly arms wide. Every individual present shifted, the spaces between them growing. Some, like Angren of the World Eaters, fought against the powerful alien's influence. He was the favored of Gurn, the blood god, who despises all forms of sorcery, and the demonic gifts that Gurn had bestowed upon him granted him a measure of powerful protection against such magics. Engren. No. Magnus called, sweeping his hands before him in strange and power-laden patterns. The air before Engren shimmered and hazed, first growing thin and then peeling away completely to reveal a black, swirling vortex beneath. I will cast you back into the Empyrean if you insist on fighting against this alliance, brother. There can be no room for conflict amongst us now. Engren answered the challenge of the Red Cyclops the only way he knew how. He lifted one huge foot and slammed it into the ground, an action motivated by the unquenchable rage within him. In truth, even he knew that his frustration did not matter. Still, this did little to douse his anger at being denied his instincts. I will take your skull for him, Magnus, it vow it. Of all of us, he hates you with a passion, sorcerer. We shall have a reckoning, Engren, when this is done. Magnus answered, sweeping the warp gate away with a flick of his hand. For now, we will be allies. There is nothing you or I can do to prevent that. Mortarion. It was Fukin who had uttered the infernal name, and hearing it spoken caused the furor to die away. All eyes turned to the Primarch of the Salamanders. Where is Mortarion? Of all the surviving traitors, he is the only one not present here. Was his choice. Fulgrim answered with a hiss, gesturing out beyond the walls of the defenses to where the city lay in wait. You know him well enough, Fukin. Mortarion is a creature of function, of action over words. He wished for the honor of engaging the Tau first. Who are we to deny him that? Upon hearing this, Codian turned his gaze to the distant structures of the city. Although he could see nothing of the coming battle from here, he could not help but imagine the horror of it. They had gained powerful allies here, allies that could help turn the tide of this war, but the question remained foremost in his mind. What would they lose in entering this infernal pact? Part 188. Let them rot. The Eternity Wall Gate +++. There lies your destiny, my lord. The Imperial Palace. Bile stepped clear of the ramp of the Orca and presented the walls of the Alliance defense lines to his commander with a flourish before stepping aside to allow the Primarch an unobstructed view of his goal. Guilliman swept his cloak aside and joined the apothecary to stand before the waiting defenses, Barolinus ever at his side. The Ultramarine said nothing as he looked out upon the seemingly endless network of walls and the uncounted warriors that awaited the advance of the Unity. Indeed, Barolinus had spoken little since Russ's escape. The final obstacle, Guilliman said with some relish. Beyond these walls lies the Eternity Gate, and beyond there, our ultimate victory. It is only right and just that Unva would choose this gate as worthy of his attentions. Where Shadowblade failed, we shall succeed. Yes, and it would seem that there has still as yet been no successful attempts at communication with the other factors of this assault. Bile informed him. We know that Shadowblade is dead, and that Makarios has fallen too. We have to face the possibility that both Okirla and the Orc may be lost. To us. They are of no concern to me. Guilliman answered. Let them rot for their failures, if that is indeed the case. They were only ever made part of this war to provide a distraction to the enemy. Here is where we will drive our way into the palace. There are concerns that must be addressed, my lord. Barolinus said, moving forward to stand beside his primarch. We have successfully swept aside all remaining traces of the counterattack and secured this area of the city, but we cannot allow ourselves to dismiss the threat that the enemy still pose. We don't even know if any of the other forces still survive. We may be the last, my primarch. Guilliman looked to Barolinus as he heard this. Although his expression remained neutral, there was no mistaking the glimmer of amusement behind his eyes. Your apprehension is admirable, my son, but unnecessary. Do not forget, we have the power of Unva and his ethereals behind us now. Whatever we have yet to face, it will surely pale in comparison with what the living gods of the Tau are to bring to this war. Turn, Barolinus. Turn and see. The ultramarine did as he was ordered. He looked back, his gaze driving deep into the canyons of the city. There, as surely and implacably as the passage of time, hundreds of burning blue columns of fire could be seen twisting their way ever closer. I bow to your wisdom, Lord, and to the might of the ethereals. Barolinus uttered, forcing conviction into his voice. Guilliman regarded him for a moment, almost as if reading the truth behind the Start's statement. Whatever his suspicions, the Primarch did not give voice to them. Usually, Fabius Bile hung on to every word exchanged between the Primarch and his ward, for he made no attempts to hide his pleasure at seeing the two at odds. This time, however, his attention was elsewhere. My lord Guilliman. The Primarch looked to Bile at the sound of his voice. He followed the apothecary's gaze and saw then what Bile had seen to cause him concern. Despite the distance, the creature was huge enough to be seen quite clearly, at least by Guilliman. It stood head and shoulders above even him, he guessed, but it was not the figure's physical size that caused the breath to catch in his throat. Huge and moldering black wings lay folded across the thing's back, glistening with mucus and exposed bone. The grime-encrusted scraps of cloth that were entwined around the monster's vast form flapped in the breeze, slapping wetly against him. The scythe he held in his hands was an oversized abomination, its rusting blade exuding a dark miasma of unearthly power. Guilliman actually felt his stomach twist at the sight of the thing, a sensation he had never experienced before. More so, he recognized the creature immediately, despite the foul changes that had ravaged its form since the last time he had laid eyes on him. Mortarion. Guilliman whispered, his voice heavy with disgust. Bile's eyes widened slowly as he heard this. Barolinus shifted uneasily at the sound of the apprehension in his Primarch's voice, but otherwise he did not recognize the name. He stepped forward to stand by Guilliman's side and raised his hammer out towards the figure. Whoever this fool is, we will smash the defiance from him and show the Lians that we will not tolerate such challenges. Who does this creature think he is to challenge us so, alone, and without aid? Do not underestimate him, Barolinus. Mortarion is not part of the Lians, he can't be. Calgar may be a coward and a fool, perhaps even stupid enough to ally himself with the powers of chaos, but the other Primarches would never stand for it. Chaos. Barolinus answered, almost choking on the word. This Mortarion is a scion of the dark gods? How can this be, my lord? Did the Unity not see the destruction of the forces of chaos on Caris Esteris? Guilliman shook his head at this. No, my son. We defeated only the armies of the Despoiler there, and you are wrong about Mortarion. He does not challenge us alone, I can promise you that. Wherever Mortarion goes, so follows filth, pestilence, and decay. Then what do? The Ultramarine asked, swinging his warhammer from his shoulder in Readiness. Guilliman raised a hand and swept it over his head, a clear signal to the forces gathered behind him. This changes nothing, he bellowed, drawing Gesilas from its scabbard. Save perhaps for the plan of attack. Drones to the fore, as many as we can spare. I want long-range support in place and firing. Solutions acquired within the minute. We keep our distance as long as we can and we turn aside anything that comes our way with our superior firepower. This day will be ours. Berolinis cast a glance at the apothecary and, much to his surprise, he saw an expression that spoke of a shared concern between them. He knew little of Bial's past, but he was able to guess that the silver-haired apothecary was old. He did know for a fact that for an Astarte to even begin to show signs of physical aging, the subject had to be at least 1,000 years old and more. It stood to reason that Bial knew far more of the machinations of chaos than he, for in truth the war for Caris Esterus had seen his first taste of the great enemy. Bial's concern was beyond doubt, and that in turn caused Berolinis to feel unease at this situation. Something was wrong, very wrong, and Guilliman seemed to be the only one who did not realize this. Berolinis rotated his head towards the distant figure and the avian familiar at his shoulder took to the air with a screech, responding to his unspoken command. Almost at the same time the first of the Corvessa passed by their position, speeding silently through the air in perfect squad synchronization towards the enemy. Scour the heretic from my sight. This is my command. Guilliman shouted, sweeping his blade forward as he broke into a slow, bounding run. Berolinis had seen his Primarch advance like this many times before, and so he immediately recognized that something was amiss. He had seen Guilliman cover similar distances in a matter of seconds, seen him accelerate into a blur, near overwhelmed with his desire to engage and slay the enemy. Although he found himself almost immediately struggling to keep up with the Primarch, Berolinis knew that, given past experience, Guilliman could easily have engaged the enemy by now. Something was holding him back. Was it fear? No, he dismissed the thought from his mind straight away, mentally chastising himself for even considering such a thing. His thoughts slid briefly back to the insidious presence within him and he dismissed this consideration too. The voice had not spoken for a while now, and he intended to keep it that way. This was not the presence fighting to corrupt his thoughts, but his own doubts, his own weakness. He would not doubt his Primarch again. Whatever it was that was on Guilliman's mind, it was not fear. It was knowledge, skill, and experience. Devilfish and hammerheads passed by them seconds later as the bulk of the fire warrior hordes quickly overtook the charging Primarch, each and every warrior utterly devoted to fulfilling their commander's wishes. LL drones attack. First wave, move in to support. Second wave, slow your advance and make ready to advance on my command. Guilliman shouted, confident that his personal comm unit would carry his orders across the entire army. Berolinis' eyes remained fixed upon the Primarch, for he knew now that Guilliman had some form of plan on his mind. The first of the drones reached the hulking monstrosity within moments of the attack. Remora fighters rolled in the air as they descended towards Mort Arion, their burst cannons spinning out webs of bright, burning death. The vast heretic raised his rotting scythe high in the air and let out a gurgling roar of defiance and anger, a terrible sound that cut through the entire scene like the blade of a rusty knife. His entire form shuddered, hazing as if disintegrating momentarily. There rose a loud buzzing and an immense, living black cloud poured from every joint and orifice about him to rise up into the air, polluting the space about him with immediate effect. Billions of fat black flies swarmed from the fallen Primarch's body and met the advance of the drones like a tidal wave, crashing into the hurtling Remoras. Pulse fire was simply absorbed by the mass, each shot expending its energies in cutting through hundreds of tiny, disease-ridden bodies. The Remoras were the first to be engulfed by the plague. More than 20 of the AI-controlled machines delved headlong into the mass. For a fleeting second the swarm was lit from within by a combination of pulse fire and thruster flares. The swarm bulged, swirling, and eddying like smoke around the enveloped machines. Then the first of the remeras fell through the mass and crashed into the floor, cold and drained of power. Its smooth surfaces were puckered and tarnished with rust and filth, as if it had spent an age lying beneath some dark and unknown lake of effluence. It broke apart as it careered along the ground, wings and components shedding away in large wet piles. The entire squadron met its end amid the pestilent swarm. One by one the remeras fell from the skies, broken and corrupted beyond repair. One of the drones managed to make it clear of the swarm and began to break apart in the air, shedding its armored body in huge, rusted flakes. It fell to the ground and spun towards Mort Arian. The Primarch coolly swept his Man Reaper through the drone and parted it in two, the blow causing the bisected pieces to utterly disintegrate. "Support!" Guilliman called, apparently unperturbed by the disturbing scene. "Railgun submunitions. Cyclic ion blasters and airburst fragmentation launchers activate. Wipe this filth clean. Second wave. Maintain distance and await my command. All other support units, hold back and make ready to attain targeting solutions on my word. First wave, bring me the head of Mort Arian." Barolinus looked on as the rest of the drone attack force reached the dark mass, guns flaring. Untold millions of flies burst apart and fell like a putrid rain before the guns of the drones, and yet the mass did not seem to thin, at least not in any significant proportions. The Corps VESA entered into the fight in perfect squad formations, slowing as they neared the swarm. The flies swirled and focused as they started their attack, forming spears of putrid filth in order to single out one target at a time. The first gun drone fell, torn apart by the living cloud. Two more fell in quick succession, burst like ripe fruit as the flies entered every available orifice or gap in their armor and expanded them quickly beyond tolerance. The hammerheads opened up seconds later, and the force of their combined assault shook Barolinus in his boots. A near-souled hail of energy and projectile shots slammed into the swarm, indiscriminately destroying drones and insectal bodies in turn. Fragmentation bomblets vaporized thousands of the unnatural creatures with each blast, blowing wide holes in the mass. Lines of pulsing ion energy turned swathes of them to ash and atoms with each pass. Flamers coughed along the front lines, sending bulging gouts of fire into the swarm. "Maintain vigilance, second wave," Guilliman called, grinding to a halt. "Third wave, deploy and set up a defensive perimeter. I want every single angle of attack ready to be covered. First wave, press on and secure me the primary kill." Barolinus came to a halt beside his Primarch at the very same moment as Bile. The two shared a hostile glance and then both turned their attention to the Primarch. "My lord, we must ensure you are ready," Bile said, his voice low enough to cause Barolinus to suspect his intentions. "His physical strengths are by far the least of our worries. I am proof against his corruption, I am sure of that, but you." Guilliman turned to look upon Bile then, his powerful dark eyes devoid of concern. "This scenario may be removed from what we anticipated, Bile, but I see no unmanageable change. Chemical or bacterial, you assured me that such concerns would not pose a problem." At that, Bile reached into one of the leather pouches hanging at his belt and produced a small vial syringe filled with a dark crimson liquid. "My lord, you know of my past and I make no apologies for it, but to accept this you must accept it. Origins. It is the best defense we have against the dark arts of the diseased one." "What is that?" Barolinus asked. Bile shot him a hate-filled glance at this. "None of your concern. You are mistaken, apothecary," Guilliman answered, taking the vial from him. "The moment Barolinus chose to stand by my side, he chose to place ultimate faith in me. All that matters to him is that I find victory here." With that, Guilliman looked to the ultramarine at his side. "Am I correct?" "Of course, my lord," Barolinus replied, bowing deeply. "Good." With that, Guilliman took the vial and swept his thumb over the small rune set into its glass surface. The entire object shimmered and then the needle began to vibrate with power, a soft sheath of energy washing over it. He noticed the expression of bemusement that passed over the ultramarine's face and responded with a muted smile. My hide is able to withstand a point-blank impact with a bolter shell and not even bruise, my son. No normal needle would stand a chance of piercing my skin. Guilliman said no more as he stabbed the syringe into his neck, inhaling softly through gritted teeth. As he did so, he shuddered the moment the liquid entered his system, every muscle in his body convulsing. A ruddy color washed over the skin of his face and then was gone, as swiftly as it had appeared. He let out a hiss of pain and stamped his foot into the ground, hard enough to crack the rockcrete beneath. Blood, he whispered, almost too quietly to hear. My lord, Barolinus began, starting forward. Guilliman swept his hand away and rose to his full height. That matters is the victory, Barolinus, he said again, turning to face the distant heretic. First wave. I await my kill. The first of the devilfish carriers had negotiated the living cloud of virulent filth by now, skirting around its outer edges as the drones continued their assault. It ground to a smooth halt some 100 or so meters from the waiting Primarch of the Death Guard, deploying its own slaved Corps VESA units as it did so. Both side hatches and the rear ramp opened, spilling fire warriors out onto the square. No sooner had each warrior exited the vehicle than the gun in their hands came to life, spitting pulse rounds out at Mortarian's vast form. Bright blue bursts of energy rang against his armor, sinking deep into the puckered mess rather than deflecting away. The corrupt abomination turned his head towards his attackers, the 3 round vision slits set into his helm pulsing with a sickly yellow light. He spread his black wings wide and launched himself into the air, shedding filth and slime in his wake. The single bound carried him clear across the space and into the proximity of the devilfish. He swung his scythe up and over his head and drove it deep into the hull of the vehicle, cutting through the crew compartment and slicing the entire front section of the craft in two. He landed on the ground with enough force to shake most of the fire warriors off their feet. Those who managed to maintain their balance or were swift enough to roll back up into a firing position turned their attention to the giant, loosing salvos of fire that peppered the Primarch's vast form. Mortarion lifted a hand up towards his attackers and spread his fingers wide. The air between them hazed and rippled, as if suddenly agitated by an extreme rise in temperature. As this phenomenon passed over the fire warriors, they convulsed, letting their weapons fall to the ground as they clawed at their helmets. Bloody vomit cascaded from the mouths of those who were able to tear their helmets free in time, for none were proof against Mortarion's foul contagions. Tau fell in twisted heaps, their entrails pouring from their mouths across the ground in serpentine knots. Others screamed in agony as they clawed their way across the square, their skin sloughing away from their bones in great bloody clumps. Mortarion charged through the dying warriors towards the arriving Tau vehicles, a filthy black miasma rising from the ruined ground in the wake of his every footfall. He reached the first of them and snatched at its nose while the devilfish was still in the process of slowing, displaying no signs of effort as he flipped the vehicle over onto its roof. Another troop carrier slowed to a halt beside him, the nearest side hatch rising open. Mortarion cast around and brought one mighty fist down onto the hatch, the blow causing the metal circle to slam closed once more. The fire warrior commander atop the turret cried out as he fought to weather the convulsions of the craft. Mortarion leapt up onto the vehicle's hull and swept the back of his hand out, casually swatting the Tau into a broken and bloody mess. He lowered his face towards the hole and unleashed a torrent of bile through the grill set into his helm, flooding the hold of the craft within seconds. Barolinus fought to master his own gag reflex as he watched this foulness unfold, his revulsion for the demonic fiend growing by the second. Beyond Mortarion he saw that, from each smoldering crater that the Primarch had left behind, unearthly creatures were punching their way up through the putrescent ground. They were wasted and distended things, their rotting bodies skeletal and naked. Each one carried some form of rusted cleaver or sword, weapons that dripped with unnatural filth. My Primarch, look. Daemons. He spat, thrusting an outstretched finger towards the emerging fiends. Guilliman turned his gaze towards the things and nodded slowly. Now you see, Barolinus. The foul one finally reveals his true self. The Primarch raised his sword and drove the blade towards the happening. First wave, maintain the offensive. Second wave, advance. We have daemons on the field. All support weapons redeploy to acquire these new targets. Third wave, maintain vigilance, and cover all other possible angles of attack. Barolinus could see clearly from here that there was little of the first wave that still survived. Mortarion had made a ruin of them, warriors and vehicles all, and now that the daemons were starting to enter the fray, he could see that the first wave would be lost within minutes, swamped by a veritable tide of filth. Less than a moment later, the first reports of bolter fire rang throughout the square as the windows of the buildings overlooking the scene began to blaze with fire. A quick assessment of the surrounding area revealed more than a good few shifting shapes to Barolinus, as the shadows within almost every alleyway and passage about him seethed. The Death Guard finally reveal themselves. Guilliman said, satisfaction foremost in his voice. Now, the battle is truly joined. Let my brother bathe in the success of his surprise attack. It will be a fleeting satisfaction. The Primarch spun Agislus in his grip and then drove his heels into the ground, cracking the surface beneath his weight. Barolinus rocked gently on his heels as Guilliman charged away, the force of his acceleration dragging the air after him. What was that? He spat, casting Bile a hate-filled look. What poison have you put into his veins? Now, UBD. I put nothing into him, fool. He took my gift willingly. Bile answered with a harsh laugh, his eyes flashing malevolence. If you must know the truth, the vial contained the blood of a champion of Khurn. Its properties are second to none in turning aside the unnatural influences of the warp, Nurgle's contagions included. Barolinus let out a snarl of shock and anger and raised his hammer, his teeth bared. No. Damn you, Bile. I knew that you were a foul traitor. I knew that you sought only to deliver him to the foul gods you serve. No, Ultramarine. Bile answered with a slow shake of his head. You are mistaken, and don't you dare try to deny the corruption that lies at the center of your own black heart. I will not deny it. I do not serve the interests of the Unity, I never did, but you always knew that. And now you strive to bring that same corruption to Guilliman. I won't allow it, traitor. Stupid little start. Bile sneered in answer. You can't save him from this fate. Do you really still fail to see the truth? The one you serve made secret oaths to powers you abhor long before you even existed. I can corrupt him no further than he has already allowed himself to fall. It does not matter how vehemently you try to deny it, Barolinus. In time, you will come to realize the truth. Part 189. Mortarion. The bolter fire seemed to come from everywhere at once, flashing across the square and into the tow lines. The third wave were ready for this attack, just as Guilliman had commanded. Hammerheads rotated their turrets towards the buildings and returned fire, unleashing powerful blasts that shook entire walls free and consumed windows by the score. Fire warrior teams sent salvos of pulse fire into the dark spaces between the edifices, engulfing the shadows there. Barolinus raised his storm shield as bolter fire rattled across his armor, his reactions undoubtedly saving him. He lowered the shield and cast around in time to see Bile sprinting after the Primarch. The distraction allowing the apothecary to put a good amount of space between them. This is not over. He snarled, giving chase. He knew that he could not engage Bile while ever the apothecary was in the presence of the Primarch, but that did not prevent him from keeping a close eye on the ancient heretic's activities. Mortarion tore through the remains of the first wave with gusto, reveling in the death and destruction he was causing. He lunged forward into another reeling squad, his very presence rotting the flesh from the bones of the warriors with a near-instant effect. He thrust an arm out and snatched one of the Tau clear off his feet, lifting him like a prize. The warrior cried pout and clutched at the Primarch's fingers as a patina of corruption spread over his armor and flesh, dulling both. Glistening tendrils burst from the warrior's torso and a moment later his armor cracked and fell away as his body swelled beneath, becoming nothing more than a roiling, mewling mass of decay and bile. Mortarion flung the spawn aside with abandon and the creature landed wetly amongst the reeling fire warriors, its tentacles darting out to snatch at those unfortunate enough to be nearest. Mortarion's daemons were advancing upon the remnants of the Tau forces now, and they were finding little resistance to meet them as they tore through the tortured warriors, hacking and stabbing at their writhing victims. Barolinus kept one wary eye on the proceedings as he bounded towards the fight, noting that, as more and more of the daemons emerged, the entire environment around them seemed to be changing. The skies above were steadily darkening and everything at ground level was beginning to suffer the presence of the chaos forces. Patina of decay was spreading from each of the daemon Primarchus footfalls, leaking from the broken surface of the ground in the wake of the emerging plague bearers. Black slime bubbled up from beneath the shattered rockcrete and spilled out into the square. The viscous stuff began to change everything close to its presence, staining the surface of the ground a foul brown color. Tiny, gibbering abominations clawed their way free of the pools of filth, slipping and sliding in the effluence as they waddled in ever-growing groups out to where the Tau dead and dying lay, hunger burning in their shining eyes. Mortarion himself paused in his labors to look back upon the scene, casting aside the broken metal body of a crisis suit as he did so. The monster never once spoke or even made to utter a sound, but his debased pride in witnessing the extent of the foul changes in his wake was all too apparent. Guilliman sailed through the air like a missile, his legs cycling and his sword arm drawn back over his shoulder. The implacable Lord of Decay turned almost ponderously to look upon the hurtling Primarch and raised his scythe in readiness to turn aside the attack. Giselius rang against Mortarion's daemon weapon, the blow causing the living blade to shudder, exuding a miasma of black corruption. Guilliman landed lightly and twisted, striking again. The sword carved smoothly through Mortarion's barrel chest, drawing a line of glistening filth out in its wake. The corrupt Primarch was a good head and shoulders larger than his brother and far larger in bulk. His weapon too was of a much greater size and more cumbersome to wield, despite its deadliness. Mortarion swept the gnarled haft of the scythe out and met Guilliman's sword with the blow, but the attack was designed to push Guilliman back rather than deal him harm. It worked, the unholy strength of Nurgle's greatest champion throwing Guilliman back several feet, and allowing Mortarion the opportunity to find the distance he needed to press home an attack. Mortarion threw a wide two-handed sweep out in an attempt to cleave Guilliman in two at the waist, but the smaller Primarch was much too swift to succumb. He leaned back and the scythe passed over his chest, close enough to scatter its leaking effluence across his armor. Guilliman transformed his dodge into a rotating turn and he flung Agislus out, carving through one of the beast's wings. Matted feathers and yellowed bone scattered out in the blade's wake, but again, Mortarion showed no visible signs of pain or distress. He drove one foot into the ground and thrust his head forward, the sound that issued forth a strangled and rattling gurgle of a roar. Fetid air blasted from his grilled mouth, heavy with toxins and clouded with flecks of ultra-virulent spores. Guilliman staggered, assailed by the noisome and deadly warp-spawned gale. He raised his arms and crossed them before his face, as if to shield himself from the worst of the disgusting attack's force. The worst was far more than any simple application of force. His features rippled beneath the strength of the repulsive breeze and his skin began to blacken and degrade, eaten away with terrifying speed by the necrotizing toxins generated within Mortarion. Guilliman gave out a grunt of effort and pain and pressed forward, his eyes narrowed in pain. Dead skin sloughed away in the gale. But, even as it did so, the wounds instantly healed, regenerating as fast as they were caused. Mortarion took another step and added further power to his unholy attack, looming even closer, his eyes blazing. Guilliman spread his arms as if to embrace the assault, lifting his head back as he did so, and unleashing a scream of defiance. "I am stronger than you, Daemon. I am the strongest of all of us, the best our father sired. Better even than the demigod I was made to be. I am your better, foul brother. You will die here, and you will scream in rage at your own insolence in deigning to challenge me. You cannot contest that which is destiny." One almighty effort saw Guilliman beat the force of the assault and drive forth with his sword, the blade piercing Mortarion's chest. He pulled Gisela's free and swept it out to take the traitor's head. But the blow was stopped short by Mortarion's rising scythe. The mighty return swing rang against Guilliman's shoulder pad, carving a deep groove through the metal that rusted and bubbled instantly. Guilliman turned with the blow and hammered a foot into the Daemon Primarch's knee, driving Mortarion down onto the ground. Even as he did so, he brought his blade up and then down, sinking it deep into Mortarion's collar between his shoulder and neck. The heretic nightmare's free hand clamped around the blade, the touch of his corroded fingers hissing against the weapon's energy sheath. His vast wings spread wide and then both Primarchs were in the air, a hail of stinking debris falling in their wake. Mortarion hauled the blade free of his armor and flesh and flung it, Guilliman and all, towards the ground. Guilliman turned over in the air and landed on his feet, to his credit. The force of the throw drove him a good way into the ground and sent up a localized explosion of debris and rockcrete fragments. The fiend's daemon slaves swarmed around him, attracted by the presence of living flesh. They moaned as they shambled forward, their footfalls slapping wetly against the ground. Nurglings capered about the feet of the plague-bearers, chattering with excitement at the prospect of the kill. Guilliman rose and swept Agislus about him in a mighty waist-high arc, cutting down the daemon host with a single blow. Wails of despair and denial tore at the air before fading, the unnatural throats that had issued them unraveling into base ectoplasm. The father of the Death Guard fell feet first down onto Guilliman with the force of a comet, the blow sending a ripple through the road surface for several meters all around. For a moment all that was visible was the writhing, miasma-wreathed form of Mortarion, a cyclone of glistening feathers and swirling, rotted rags. Then the ultramarine lord landed a powerful blow hidden by the reeking mass of his brother and Mortarion flew back, detritus cascading from his disgusting form. He sailed through the air and came down hard on his back, the impact of the landing sending out a sickening cacophony of snapping bones and wet, sucking squelches. He rolled over and up onto his feet, screaming like some vast, injured leviathan. The sounds that issued from the Primarch's throat could hardly be classified by any sane or rational means as words. There were none amongst the forces of the Unity present that recognized or even understood the purpose of them, for they were terrible and unknown by their very nature. The horrific cacophony set a nauseating resonance vibrating through the air. The very substance of reality writhed as if in agony, the sound causing the barriers between the realms to buckle and thin. Even Guilliman staggered beneath the unnatural ferocity of the oral bombardment. The lesser warriors of the Unity suffered far more. Fire warriors fell in squads, blood cascading from every orifice set into their helmets. Vespid dropped from the skies, their wings shattered and twisted. Corvesa shuddered and broke apart, spewing sparks and ichors that were never intended to be naturally generated by their synthetic forms. Through all this, the Death Guard continued to press home their attack. Hulking, rotted bodies lumbered from the spaces between the buildings, their bolters ever chattering death out into the Unity lines. Missiles looped free of the emerging warriors and slammed into the gathered war machines, reaping destruction amongst the hammerheads and devilfish. Barolinus rolled back up onto his feet and shook his head, disorientated by the sudden and terrible noise. He could feel and hear the blood pounding in his ears and his vision swam. Knots of nausea tightened uncontrollably in his stomach, and it was all he could do to keep the meager contents of his stomach from exploding upwards. The warp, Barolinus. The warp is coming. The presence of the voice startled him, for his thoughts had been silent now for a while. When it spoke, its now familiar tones were almost comforting to hear, familiar amid a mental ocean of unknown and sickening sensations. I know a part of you recognizes the call, Ultramarine. Mortarion beseeches the warp to come to his aid, and the warp answers. Grandfather Nurgle stirs. Barolinus fought to ignore the voice of Lucius, but even as he did so he knew the insidious presence spoke the truth. Whatever Bile had done to him had inured him to the influences of the warp to a degree, but even so he could feel the changes being wrought to the reality around him by the foul Primarch. The air grew hot at an incredibly fast rate, and with that heat came a cloying, sickly sweet stench. The breeze became heavy and rich with the scent of rotting meat and faces, and the watery light that managed to penetrate the towering edifices beyond grew weaker and weaker. Within minutes, the sun far above was little more than a diluted and pale orb, its light struggling to reach the ancient ground of Terra. "My lord!" Berolinus cried, recognizing the signs of danger almost immediately. His cries of warning fell on deaf ears. Guilliman was barely visible now, lost amid a thickening mist of decay and toxins. Further across the wide expanse, he slowed, turning on the spot to assess his surroundings. The hand at his shoulder caused him to start, enough so that he wheeled around and struck a blow at the looming figure behind him. The hand darted out and turned the blow aside with surprising ease, the flat palm causing his fist to glance away. He raised the hammer, but his opponent was far swifter, a huge booted foot swinging out and down to knock the weapon to the floor. Berolinus refused to allow the hammer to fall from his grasp, and he rode the influence of the blow, falling to one knee as he did so. The foot remained planted on the head of the hammer, and the muzzle of a bolter pressed into his forehead, effectively ending the swift confrontation. "Hold your aggression in check, Ultramarine. We are not enemies." The warrior was huge, far larger in stature than Berolinus. He wore the colors of the Unity, something he recognized even as he heard the Start's claims. "The Liance is my enemy, Start." "You are mistaken." "No, Berolinus, I am not." "How do you know me?" he asked, sweeping the bolter aside with the back of his fist and rising, finally letting the hammer go. The warrior's hand shot out and steel fingers wrapped around his neck, preventing him from rising further. "We know all that we need to know. Do not fight us, Lurum Berolinus. It is not your destiny to die by my hand. You do not know it, but you are fated for something far greater than an ignominious and unknown death." Now that both his hands were free, Berolinus wrapped his fingers around the vice-like grip and fought to free himself. The strength of the warrior was far greater than his own, and yet he refused to give up. "I am fated for far greater things, Liance BD. I will stand beside my Primarch when he claims this world as his own. I will kill him," the warrior replied, his pale face looming close. For a moment, Berolinus felt the Start's emerald eyes burning into him. "You will kill him, when the time is right." "And you are mistaken, Berolinus. We are not of the Alliance. We have no interest in saving this world, its fate means nothing to us. The survival of every living thing on this planet means nothing to us. LL that matters is the defeat of the C'tan. LL that matters is vengeance, for the Emperor and for us. We will recapture the honor that was stolen from us, Ultramarine. I promise you that." With that, the warrior released his grip, flinging Berolinus away as if he were a rag doll. He kicked the Ultramarine's hammer out after him and then turned into the mist, bringing his bolter to bear. Berolinus rolled up onto his knees and snatched his hammer from the floor in time to see several more Astaroths sprint from the drifting fog to stand at the side of the giant, their bolters flaring. Deathguard lumbered towards them and were cut down for their folly by sustained and disciplined bursts of fire. The larger warrior shouted a few coarse commands, and together the Marines sank away from sight, firing as they went. Within seconds, it was as if they had never been here. "We could have killed him, Berolinus, together," said the voice in his head. "All you had to do was slide your own thoughts aside and let me in. He would have been no match for us. You have never needed an invitation before," Berolinus whispered as he rose, fighting to contain the anger within him. "In fact, I believe that I could sense fear within you, Lucius. Could it be that you finally found an opponent that you were afraid to fight? Idiot. I am the greatest warrior in existence, Berolinus, and you know that. I have fought and killed too many of your enemies for you to even try and deny this. That much is true, Phantom, and yet I am beginning to know your thoughts as well as you know mine. I recognize the fear within you now, as I understand more and more what you are. You too betray your own thoughts." Just as he had suspected, the voice within him did not answer. "I read your fears, Lucius. You need me to abandon myself to you, to give in to your insidious Temptations so that you may steal my body and live again. Your pleas reek of desperation, Lucius. Because you fear that I may be killed before you are able to achieve this. If I die uncorrupted, then you die with me. Again, the presence did not respond. Berolinis allowed himself a quiet smile at this. Lucky for you that I am in no hurry to die. He spat. With that, he brought the hammer up to his chest and threw himself into a sprint, heading towards the desperate fight between Mortarion and his lord. Warriors of the Unity, to me! Came a thunderous call from amongst the cloying mists. Immediately, Berolinis felt a tightening in his chest as his enhanced biology responded to the call. Adrenaline coursed through him, driving a huge portion of his free will from his control. Though he could neither see, smell nor taste them, the pheromones exuded by his commander flooded through the vast area, and if they were affected by the unnatural collective miasma of the Chaos Legions, then this was not apparent in their effects. Tau vehicles swept past him, their engines throbbing as they were accelerated right up to their tolerance levels. Many of the troop carriers were open at their hatches and fire warriors hung from them, screaming their rage and devotion out into the vile air. Berolinis noted that many of the aliens were palsied and sickly, made so by the all-pervasive pall, but their determination was undiminished by ill health. He fought to force his eyes to cut through the murk and see the fight between Guilliman and Mortarion better, but despite his best efforts the conflict was still all but hidden from him. Who or whatever the mysterious Astaroths were, they were long gone now, although he could still hear the reports of their weapons echoing through the streets beyond. The Death Guard still hung back. Nothing more than dark, shifting shapes at the edges of the mists, and he reasoned that this was in no small part due to the fresh surge of aggression displayed by the Tau elements of Guilliman's forces. Another devilfish loomed past and he made to snatch at its rear section, his hand finding a suitable fixing point set into the craft's raised rear ramp. He swung his legs up onto the step and held on tight. As the transport zoomed towards the confrontation, the incensed Tau that clung to its open hatches, oblivious to his presence. Jump off, Berolinis. You are not safe. Shut up. He snarled, what little of his reserves of tolerance remained for the voice rapidly eroding. I am serious. This craft is in danger, and I will not risk a final death. Jump off. The presence of the dead heretic seemed to swell within him, almost to the point of breaching his mental defenses. He felt his grip weaken almost instantly, and it was all he could do to remain holding on. A heartbeat later and even that became too much. He cried out as he felt his fingers loose their grip on the handle and he was loose, sailing through the air, his arms and legs flailing. The ground rose up to meet him with an unforgiving swiftness and he gasped, feeling the air burst from his lungs. His armor rang as he bounced across the road surface several times and then he found his equilibrium. His feet touched the floor as he turned end over end and he fought to keep his balance, using his arms to steady himself as he rode his momentum. He skidded to a halt in time to see the devilfish punch its way through the ever-thickening mists and disappear from sight, the nauseating fog closing in around it. A few seconds after its disappearance, the thick murk was lit internally by the hazy flash of weapons fire, its brightness all but dulled in its staccato whine muffled and muted. The Tau had already found the enemy, and he should have been there with them. Berolinis barely had time to curse the ghostly presence when a low and thunderous boom rumbled out of the fog, powerful enough to shake the ground beneath him. He held his breath and brought his hammer up in readiness, his teeth bared. The weapon's discharge from the devilfish had ceased almost abruptly. He took a step forward and began to advance when another loud boom stopped him in his tracks. His eagle familiar had been circling through the cloying air ever since he had thrown himself at the charging devilfish and now the creature came to rest upon his shoulder, its twin heads bowed low in animalistic fear. A large dark shape spun through the air above and before him and then came crashing down into the ground, quaking the road with the impact of its landing. The ruined devilfish turned end over end as it bounced across the square, shedding debris from its mangled shape with each jarring impact. The tortured machine skidded to a halt a few meters from his feet, giving out a final tortured squeal as it came to rest. "I told you, Barolinus." "What happened?" he whispered, his features slackened with disbelief. "What in Ultramar's name did that?" As if in answer, a deep and heart-freezing chuckle rolled from the fog, the sound sending waves of queasiness coursing through him. A single, thunderous footstep shook him off balance, the sound of wet and rotting flesh being slammed against the floor. "I suggest that you run. You cannot fight that." Even as Lucius spoke the warning, the ground around the punished transport looked to come alive. A cacophony of squeals, hisses, and chattering giggles filled the air as a living tide of filth surged forth. The small creatures scrabbling through a thick syrupy river of decomposing effluence of their own making. Far beyond the swarm of tiny daemons, a huge dark shape lumbered through the fog, sloshing and groaning beneath each vast step. A foul gust of decay blasted Barolinus, potent enough to invoke a series of hacking coughs from the troubled marine. "What is that?" he whispered again, his hand tightening around the hilt of his hammer. "Shut up and run," Lucius replied. Part 190. Hate and Death. Never give up. Hold on to your minds with every last vestige of strength. I command this. The Emperor commands this. Do not let the BDS sweep your thoughts away. Valadimus swept his blazing sword in a wide arc about him, turning on his heel as he did so. He showed his teeth as he threw his weight onto his forward foot and stabbed out into the traitorous throng, his blazing steel finding cold, alien metal. The hulking warrior thing shuddered as he ran it through, its emerald eyes blazing. It uttered no sound as whatever passed for life drained from its cybernetic form. Its fingers opened sharply and it dropped its blade rifle to the ground as the centurion pulled his sword free, black unknown itchers cascading from the wound. Valadimus felt the shift, however slight as was. Another void closed, another of the foul enemy slain. Every second of this existence was agony, to merely bear the existence of these abominations. Almost too much to bear for any but the strongest of psychers. Care Valadimus was one of the most potent imperial psychers in existence, however, and his mental might was not to be trifled with. He focused every last scrap of will inside him and drove it forth, forming it into a steel-hard spike of pure, burning hatred. The power manifested itself as a spiraling surge of blinding white light that burst from his forehead and speared through the milling void angels, tearing apart everything it touched. Scraps of armor, black fluids, and long-dead flesh cascaded into the air in the wake of the attack, the power literally tearing its victims to atoms. He gasped and fell to his knees, his eyes and mouth leaking a glittering frosty mist, flecks of crimson, adding a richness to the ice-cold miasma. Custodes charged past him, their bolters thundering. Several squads smashed into the oncoming monstrosities, guardian spears flashing in the half-lit gloom. As he fought to rise, to add the weight of his own might to the skirmish, he could feel the otherworldly pressures as they flexed against the unseen boundaries of reality all around him. Each and every enemy death changed the world about him, shifting the balance of the laws of reality so slightly that only one as sensitive as he could even sense that change. It was as if each death brought with it a release of pressure, casting the slightest illumination into the cold darkness of the void. He felt a fleeting shift in the air and the Eldar Angel of Death tumbled by him, a storm of flashing limbs and inhuman, indefinite hatred. Her slender hand flashed out and released her screaming Blade Star, the living weapon exuding a palpable thirst for the death of the enemy. To him, the collective entity known as Janzar was a blinding constellation of soul light, a beacon of blazing hope amid an endless ocean of void. Like all the Phoenix Lords, therein lay her greatest strength against the living anathema of Gog and his corrupted legion. The warrior gods of the Eldar were individuals only in form, for each ancient suit of armor contained untold numbers of Eldar souls, all working in tandem to strengthen and enhance one another. Against such a stalwart defense, the most powerful of the soulless could not touch them. The storm of silence vaulted effortlessly over his head and came to rest lightly some meters away from him. Her head snapped up and her blazing eyes met his, the mental weight of the stare enough to freeze his muscles to ice. Destiny shifts, as is the way of the errant skeins, Mon-ki. Darkness weaves a new path. The void. Dragon's knowledge is vast as the star sea, he knows. A new prize glitters before him. I don't understand, Valadimus began. Jain-Zar's eyes blazed with a renewed intensity then, and he gasped, feeling every last layer of his immense psychic defenses being swept away like gossamer on the breeze. Darkness closed around him and he was vaguely aware of the sensation of falling, a sensation, it seemed, without end. Exquisite. Perfection. Flawless, golden, shining. Blazing. It took his breath away, to see what his eyes had not seen for an age. He did not question it. He dared not even blink, nor utter a word of disbelief, for fear of the vision taking flight. The Emperor, the immortal master of all mankind, stood before him, his bronzed regal features casting a striking sideways profile. A halo of flickering witch fire blazed around his head, causing his rich black hair to stir as if caught in the most gentle of breezes. The Emperor's patrician brow was furrowed deeply, and his indomitable snow-white eyes shone with a deep and unmatchable fury. Valadimus saw this and was at once terrified of the wrath he saw in those eyes, for it was a wrath with power enough to level the mightiest of cities should his lord and master desire it. Valadimus cast his gaze slowly over the vast chamber, his memories stirring as he took in the sight. Far across the amphitheater stood Magnus the Red, the one-eyed giant standing head and shoulders amidst the most potent members of his cabal. The expression on Magnus' face was stern and dour, as heavy with as much anger as any would dare allow their features to express before the Lord of the Imperium. My father, you stand here before me in judgment. The giant uttered. You stand before us all in accusation. You accuse my 1,000 sons and I of ignorance, of dabbling in practices unfathomable and arcane, and yet you, my father, refuse to listen to my warnings. You refuse to acknowledge the viper in your own nest. Valadimus knew this incident, this lost time, as if it were ingrained in his memory forever. He found himself standing in exactly the same spot, his brother custodes forming a curving line at either side of him. Each one of the honored 100 were silent and still as statues, at least to the causal observer. Valadimus could feel the charged tension growing in the air. Tempered anger bubbling beneath the surface of each golden warrior. Magnus cast an accusing finger out beyond him to where Valadimus knew he would find another familiar face, standing apart from the main council. He turned his head slowly, almost as if he was lost amid a sea of morasses, to look upon the abomination he knew his gaze would find standing beyond. You speak of that which is unnatural, Magnus was saying, his deep voice weighted with venom. And yet you suffer the presence of not one, but two of the most unnatural creatures that have ever existed. Your own son is an anathema to you, father, cell by dark cell. Why is it that you fail to see the truth? Valadimus barely heard the words of the Cyclopean Goliath, although he knew them, word for word. His eyes were fixed to the tall figure standing beyond, the dark living void that was Casus Magog. Magog was a true giant, in every sense of the word, but his physical presence paled in comparison to the sheer emptiness his existence radiated. Like his absent brother, Magog stood apart from the other sons of the Emperor due to the fact that he had been born, for all intents and purposes, with a deep and numbing void in place of his soul. Psychers like Valadimus found such creatures abhorrent in the extreme, although he would never have dared to voice such an opinion before the Emperor. The towering Primarch knew this, of course. Valadimus was confident that both Gog and Magog even reveled in their infamy amongst the Psychers of the Imperium. It was said amongst the custodes that it was from them that the Emperor had extracted the pariah gene that had in turn seen the creation of both their own legions and the Sisters of Silence. He suppressed a shudder as he felt Magog's eyes upon him, that black stare boring into his soul. Magog was the taller of the two brothers and was set apart from most by the color of his sallow, almost gray skin. He wore gunmetal gray armor fringed with gold and an ornate gold and jade death mask that covered all save his mouth. The right eye of the golden skull mask was huge, so much so that it set Magog's sculpted features off balance. Valedimus had seen the animus speculum at work, and the mere thought of it sent a cold shiver down his spine. The device was a conduit, a means of controlled release for the vast end. Terrible powers within him, and it was deadly to one such as he. Once again, I am persecuted by one who I call my brother. Magog uttered, unable to keep the corners of his mouth from turning upwards in amusement. He looked to the emperor and spread his arms, as if to plead his case. My father, when will this persecution end? Re we not all on the same side? You made me, my emperor, and you forged me in your own image. Why then do my siblings find it so hard to accept that which is your own handiwork? Gog and I tire of this constant discrimination, my lord. The Primarchs were created with but a single intent. Why then do we find ourselves harangued relentlessly for that which is not of our doing? My legion and I tire of this, my emperor. Magnus practices witchcraft on Prospero against your wishes, and yet he once again seeks to divert his own selfish crimes towards us when he is called to task for his actions. You speak the truth, Cassius. The emperor replied, his heavy voice weighed with displeasure. Valedimus saw turn his gaze towards Magnus once again. He felt the oppressive mental weight of an unknown psychic exchange between the two, although he was unable to determine its private content. Magnus hissed through bared teeth and shivered beneath the influence of the exchange, his single eye narrowing. Magog observed this exchange and allowed his own expression to harden, his black eyes flashing with concern. What is this? I do not possess the mind sight, but I recognize conspiracy in all its forms, my emperor. Then you are mistaken, Cassius. The emperor replied, breaking the mental link between himself and Magnus and turning to the blank Primarch. I am merely chastising Magnus. There is no conspiracy here. Magnus will cease the practice of sorcery with immediate effect, that is my decree. When Gog returns from his holy pilgrimage to Mars he will be informed of this, as will all your brothers. This matter is closed. The absolute finality in the emperor's voice prevented Magog from questioning his emperor further. Indeed, the presence of one such as he was more than most psychers could even stand, and that was taking into account the limiting effects of the arcane device he wore to keep his negative energies in check. That said, the emperor himself had never once displayed even the slightest discomfort when in the presence of either of the brothers, for he was simply too potent a psyker to suffer the affects of their proximity. Valedimus suspected that this was perhaps the only thing that kept the brothers in line. For they were without a doubt the darkest and most untrustworthy of the Primarchs, perhaps even more so than the uncontrollable Angron or Murderiskers. I bow to your judgment. Magnus uttered, his voice nonetheless low and filled with spite. That. He gestured to the sorcerers behind him and made to leave, but before he did so he fixed the centurion with a lingering stare. Remember this day. LL of you, he said, and though the warning was directed towards the gathering as a whole, his single eye remained set upon Valedimus. There is a darkness amongst us and we will see it flourish, in time. Shame will strike the events of history from the hearts and minds of men, but treachery can never truly be banished by ignorance. Beware of them, all of you. Beware the Voidangels and the Nihilum sons. Valedimus felt a lurch shake him from the very core of his being, a deep and irresistible pull. The Nihilum sons. He whispered, as if hearing the name spoken aloud evoked memories that had been driven deep inside him where none could touch them. He remembered then. He remembered that none of this was real. The faces surrounding him began to melt, swirling, and coalescing into a single cyclone of fluid color. He caught sight of Jane Zar's slender alien features amid the morass, her terrible eyes blazing. And he understood. The Nihilum sons. He uttered, rising from the floor of the dark stone corridor. The Eldar Phoenix Lord was long gone now, and in her place were a small number of his own warriors, concern writ large across their features. Centurion, one of them began. Valedimus dismissed their concern and started forward, snatching one of them by the shoulder. There is no time. Send warning to the surface, brother. Magog does not make for the throne room. He means to take the war to the defenders above. The Nihilum sons have returned. Plus. Dorn lowered the magnoculars but kept his eyes narrowed and fixed to the far distance. His sight was many times greater than that of any of the warriors around him, and even from here he could make out the dark edges of the mysterious phenomenon as it began to creep around the vast curve of the walls many miles away. "What is it, Lord Dorn?" Helbrecht asked, his deep voice filled with empathic concern. Dorn shook his head slowly in answer. "I cannot say. Whatever it is, I do not think the Unity is responsible." The Primarch and his fists had been observing the approach of the Ethereals for a while now, frustrated by their inability to prevent it. A short time ago the distant phenomenon had seemed to cease, and had been replaced instead by what he could only describe as a dark and mysterious rolling mist. "We have never known the Unity to employ toxins or gas," Helbrecht said, clearly attempting to speculate upon the purpose of the strange occurrence. Dorn shook his head at this. "This is not of the Unity's doing," he said again. "No, the mere sight of it causes my stomach to churn. This is the work of far darker powers. I smell traitors. Chaos," Helbrecht whispered, his eyes widening. Dorn tilted his head slowly. "Chaos. High Marshal, there are secrets that you need to be made aware of," Dorn began. Just then, his confession was cut short by a shout of alarm. He turned to look to the west in time to see a number of fists and Templars charging across the wall top towards his position. Beyond them he could see and hear weapons being discharged. Helbrecht tensed by his side and brought his sword around in readiness. He moved his free hand up to his throat and spoke. "What is happening? Sard Brethren Capheus, talk to me." Missiles began to spear across the expanse, exploding from the distant buildings beyond. Dorn pushed past Helbrecht and looked on in disbelief as the battlements came under fire from the hidden Eldar. The Primarch looked on as the explosions threw men into the air and out into the abyss. One of his warriors shouldered his way to the edge of the battlements and raised his bolter, driven to do so by the apparent treachery despite the fact that the weapon stood no chance of retaliating. "Damned Eldar! We were fools to ever trust them." Figures spiraled out of the skies and came to rest upon the wide walkway. The swooping hawks quickly formed a firing line, their lost blasters held out before them in readiness to counter the angered Marines. "Hold!" Powerful yet quiet voice uttered. Baharoth came to rest on his toes upon the raised battlements and hopped down onto the stone walkway, his vast, humming wings growing quiet. He raised himself up to his full height so that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Primarch. "The luxury of choice has been taken from the Dark Reapers, Rogel Dorn. The secret darkness hidden below the palace of your emperor has spewed forth one of the Void Champions and his legions. You are in incredible danger here. Morgan Ra and I will do all we can to defeat the beast, but we may not be powerful enough to stop him. You will die here on these walls if you stay." Dorn's eyes widened as he heard this, but otherwise he did not flinch. After what seemed to those beneath him to be an age, he turned his gaze towards the distant conflict. "Tell me his name, Eldar. Which one of the Dark Brothers has risen from his crypt to face me?" "The one you call Magog," Baharoth answered. "Then I will do what my father could not," Dorn uttered, the hilt of his sword groaning as his fingers tightened around it. "I will destroy the abomination for all time. Plus. Great unclean one." Barolinus had heard the name whispered in fear once before, on the ruined world of Bearstus. 5 full squads had not returned to the Hera's Lament that day, and it was from those woeful few that had survived the assault on the stronghold of the demagogue of Blight that had spoken of the colossal horror that had claimed the lives of so many. He thought back to the fearful tales of the monstrosity and recognized much of what had been described in the massive, bloated fiend beyond. The thing was little more than a mass of rolling, gangrenous skin covered in suppurating sores and huge fleshless wounds. Fat maggots poured from every orifice across its stinking mass to be crushed beneath its lumbering weight as it bore on. Barolinus caught sight of 2 twinkling eyes almost lost amid the endless decay, guttering twin flames that sat beneath a brace of huge, rotting antlers. An unfortunate fire warrior screamed and writhed in the thing's grasp, his flesh hissing beneath the daemon's toxic touch. The great unclean one squeezed its huge fist almost indifferently and the warrior spasmed, his blood cascading from between the daemon's fingers. The warp spawned monster threw the crushed Tau into its open maw and then turned its unholy attention to the Tau. Bodies both living and dead spread out before its feet. Lurum Barolinus was no coward, but he knew when he stood little to no chance of victory. He swung his hammer up onto his shoulder and turned to run as the greater daemon began to feast upon the Tau casualties, its rolling chuckles as deep and resonant as thunder. It noticed the man-thing's flight seconds later and its tiny eyes narrowed further as it recognized fresh, living meat. In one hand it held a huge collection of rusting chains, each one ending in a massive barbed hook. It swung its arm back and then flung the chains forward like a whip. Barolinus heard the groaning rattle of the chains growing ever louder behind him and risked a glance, in time to see the cruel hooks descending towards him. He spat a curse and threw himself forward into a roll, the huge metal barbs crashing into the ground where he had stood a second before. The daemon gave out a bellow of rattling rage and hauled the chains back, tearing huge chunks out of the ground as it did so. Barolinus rolled back up onto his feet and kept running, throwing himself from side to side in an effort to keep the fiend guessing. He felt a low tremor quake the solace of his feet as the fiend took another step forward, its chains ringing as they were drawn back once again. His familiar had taken flight as soon as the daemon had appeared and now it returned, swooping in low over his head with a shrill cry. Barolinus shared a link with the creature, for it was an external extension of his own senses. He understood the warning and ducked low as the chains passed overhead, missing him by inches. The sleek shape cut through the mist before him and caused him to grind to a halt, his boots skidding across the grime-slick ground. His eagle screeched and rose sharply as the imposing shape of a Tau hammerhead loomed large before him. The vast turret-mounted rail cannon vibrated softly as it began to whine, the keening sound rising sharply in pitch as the weapon charged up. He fell to his knees and covered his ears as the cannon thundered, the power of its discharge quaking everything around it for a fleeting second. The speeding shell screamed by overhead and slammed into the daemon's vast chest, driving through the rotting mass of its rippling torso with ease. The force of the impact staggered the fiend, driving it back. Gore and filth spiraled after the shell as the gaping hole grew ever bigger. The daemon roared its rage and defiance out into the fetid air and took a single, lumbering step forward. The stuff of its unnatural body slowly ceased in its swirling disintegration and began to draw back together once again, pus and viscera filling the wound. More Tau craft cut through the mist to join the hammerhead as Barolinus rose, fighting the effects of the rail cannon blast. Fire warriors and pathfinders poured from the devilfishes and formed firing lines before him, their guns blazing even as they emerged. Barolinus sprinted to the right as the slaved gun drones detached themselves and hovered towards the reeling daemon. He ran towards the nearest shawcell and skidded to a halt by his side. Keep that thing busy for as long as you can. Kill it if you are able, but if you cannot then sell yourselves as dearly as possible. Guilliman must be assisted. The Tau simply nodded and then continued to direct the firepower of his squad out at the daemon. Barolinus afforded himself one final glance out at the abomination and then disappeared into the mist, the roars of the great unclean one ringing in his ears. Check the description for the links to the author.